It's all magic, no tricks. Coming with it.
And we are live, guys. Yo, this is Set with Set Media, guys, and I'm back with another one. All right, guys, we're going to go ahead and recap Trump's epic UN speech, half of it. And then we're going to get into the multiple meetings that he had with multiple world leaders. And then, of course, we're going to get into a media analysis because it's going to be a fun one. Trust me. Of course, the libs are trying to pretty much make Jimmy Kimmel the crusader for free speech. And, well, pretty much Trump done got everybody in an uproar about Ukraine, or, well, have given Ukraine newfound strength that I don't know where it's coming from. But let's get into it, guys.
Human smugglers, child traffickers, drug cartels, and prisoners from all over the world. The previous administration also lost nearly 300,000 children. Think of that. They lost more than 300,000 children, little children, who were trafficked.
Oh, well, let me go ahead and get to these super chats real quick. Shout out to Big Wave Dave. He said, Daniel, my D, Castro, you shit those whore. Whoa. You shit the whore lips. Crazy. All right. Shout out Big Wave Dave with the baller alert, he says. Coming in with a baller. Really, Chase, pay for it, sucker. And we got Castro coming in again. The wait time is sponsored by Tylenol and Pfizer. Hey, if you're a pregnant woman, don't take the Tylenol. Apparently, people are effing around and finding out. Like, I know I'm so serious because, like, let's be.
See, as you can see, the more you fuck around, the more you're going to find out. See, as you can.
And that just makes sense. It honestly does. So please, women, play it safe. And shout out Castro. He says, get your slow ass in here with your sleepy ass. Don't worry, I got you. I'm here. And shout out Chase. He says, I'm back. Let's go, man. Hey, shout out to my man Chase and shout out to the supporters. And Vladstein coming in. He says, Jazz intro brought to you by Tylenol and autism. I mean, well, damn. Like, okay.
Into the United States on the Biden watch, many of whom have been raped, exploited, and abused, and sold. Nobody talks about that. The fake news doesn't write about it.
Oh, my bad. Vlad, not Castro, but Vlad. My bad. And shout out Big Wave Dave for the baller alert. Hello, Set. Your idiots made me drink coffee. Now I'm awake. What opens the call-in line? Scuff and wanna be rich. You know what? F it. You open the call-in line. Dave, you open the call-in line, Dave. Sorry, it's been a long day, guys. I had to do a lot of thinking, unnecessary thinking. But all right, guys, let's go ahead and get back to it.
With many others, young children who are missing or dead. And we found a lot of these children and we're sending them back, and we've been sending them back to their parents. They said, nobody knows who they are. They said, where do you come from? And they'll give us a country and we'll find out and we'll figure it out and we'll bring them back to their homes. And the mother and father rush to the door, and their tears in their eyes. They can't believe that they're seeing their son or daughter, their little son or daughter again. We've done almost 30,000 of them so far. Any system that results in the mass trafficking of children is inherently evil. Yet that is exactly what the globalist migration agenda has done, and it's what it's all about. In America, those days, as you know, are over. The Trump administration is working, and we are continuing to work to track down the villains that are causing this problem. And also, as I said, to get back the 30,000 we've already returned. Now I think we're going to have another. We're going to find a lot. You're not going to find all of them. 300, more than 300,000. They're lost or they're dead. They're lost or they're dead because of the animals that did this. To protect our citizens, I've also designated multiple savage drug cartels as far as and you see this, and you see it happening right before your eyes. Let's put it this way. People don't like taking big loads of drugs in boats anymore. There aren't too many boats that are traveling on the seas by Venezuela. They tend not to want to travel very quickly anymore.
I mean, yeah, when you start bombing the shit out of every boat in the ocean that looks like is smuggling drugs, well, most likely smuggling drugs, hey, that's going to put a lot of things on pause for the cartel. Of course, they can always, foot it on ground through the jungles, but of course, I'm pretty sure we can meet them there as well. What a helicopter or a jet. You never know.
And we virtually stopped drugs coming into our country by sea. We call them the water drugs. They kill hundreds of thousands of people. I've also designated multiple savage drug cartels as far as foreign terrorist organizations, along with two bloodthirsty transnational gangs, probably the worst gangs anywhere in the world, MS-13 and Tren de Aragua. Tren de Aragua is from Venezuela, by the way. Such organizations torture, maim, mutilate, and murder with impunity. They're the enemies of all humanity. For this reason, we've recently begun using the supreme power of the United States military to destroy Venezuela terrorists and trafficking networks led by Nicolas Maduro. To every terrorist thug smuggling poisonous drugs into the United States of America, please be warned that we will blow you out of existence. That's what we're doing. We have no choice.
Hey, you got to do what you got to do.
Can't let it happen. They're destroying. I believe we lost 300,000 people.
And I'm completely with Trump on handling this. Why? Because, well, the Latin American countries don't want to handle it, most likely because the cartel runs their government. So if we can't trust these guys to handle it, then, well, we got to handle it ourselves. And if Mexico want to get mad, well, solve the problem. I mean, shoot, maybe if y'all solve this cartel problem, maybe y'all citizens won't leave y'all country to come to ours. Like, that might work.
Last year to drugs, 300,000. Fentanyl and other drugs. Each boat that we sink carries drugs that would kill more than 25,000 Americans. We will not let that happen. Energy is another area where the United States is now thriving like never before. We're getting rid of the falsely named renewables. By the way, they're a joke. They don't work. They're too expensive. They're not strong enough to fire up the plants that you need to make your country great. The wind doesn't blow. Those big windmills are so pathetic and so bad, so expensive to operate. And they have to be rebuilt all the time, and they start to rust and rot. Most expensive energy ever conceived, and it's actually energy. You're supposed to make money with energy, not lose money. You lose money, the governments have to subsidize. You can't put them out without massive subsidies.
Yep.
And most of them are built in China, and I give China a lot of credit. They build them, but they very few wind farms. So why is it that they build them and they send them all over the world? But
oh, guys, let's remember to double tap that screen and like the video. Appreciate the support, by the way. But let's not forget to double tap that screen. And shout out to my man Vlad. He says hellfires can destroy cartel compounds. I mean, they sure can. I mean, they definitely can. I mean, hey, people may not want to hear it, but something got to be done about these guys. We just can't leave it up to Latin American countries since they obviously don't want to solve it.
They barely use them. You know what they use? Coal. They use gas.
Oh,
to use almost anything, but they don't like wind. But they sure as hell like selling the windmills. Europe, on the other hand, has a long way to go, with many countries being on the brink of destruction because of the.
And here's the problem with green energy. It does seem that green energy is financed on the backs of, well, the American people or the people whoever's trying to utilize it. So what was it? I believe it was in Germany, Spain, and Denmark. They actually have an extra tax on their electricity bill to fund, like, renewable energy, which is green energy. So the problem with green energy right now is that it's not really too much money making opportunity in it, besides China. Really, China's pretty much the only people making money off it. But yeah, there's not too much money making opportunity for other countries, while you got the Saudis over here making money off oil still. Like, hey,
green energy agenda, and
sure
I give a
that's
lot
the
of
best
credit
move,
to
guys.
Germany. Germany was being led down a very sick path, both on immigration, by the way, and on energy. They were going green and they were going bankrupt. And the new leadership came in, and they went back to where they were with fossil fuel and with nuclear, which is good. It's now safe and you can do it properly. But they went back to where they were, and they opened up a lot of different plants, energy producing plants.
And shout out Big Wave Dave. He said, could always glass Mexico. I mean, he said, okay, but just kidding. He says, just kidding. All right. Bruh. No, we love Mexico. We love Mexico. We just don't like the cartels.
And they're doing well. I give Germany a lot of credit for that. They've said this is a disaster, what's happening. They were going all green. All green is all bankrupt. That's what it represents. And it's not politically correct. I'll be very badly criticized for saying it, but I'm here to tell the truth. I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. I'm in New York City. I'm feeling a lot safer. Crime, we're getting crime down. And by the way, speaking of crime, Washington, D.C. was the crime capital of America. Now it's after 12 days, it's a totally safe city. Everyone's going out to dinner. They're going out to restaurants. Your wife can walk down the middle of the street with or without you. Nothing's going to happen. My people have done a fantastic job. And yes, I called in the National Guard, and the National Guard took care of business, and they weren't politically correct, but they took care of business. We got 1,700 career criminals out, brought them back to where they came from, the countries where they came from, or put them in jails. Washington, D.C. is now a totally safe city again, and I welcome you to come. In fact, we'll have dinner together at a local restaurant.
I'm weak.
And we'll be able to walk. We don't have to go by an armor-plated vehicle. We'll walk right over there from the White House. They've given up their powerful edge, a lot of the.
And I'm going to be honest with you. I think we should give it a shot. We should give the National Guard a shot in these high crime areas. Well, let me be realistic. Democratic ran areas. Democrats ran cities. Yes, we should give it a try. Okay. Put the National Guard in there and see what it do. Instead of you guys complaining, talking about, oh my God, a police state. No. We're trying to solve the crime. And it worked in DC. And let's be real. Y'all did all y'all can with DC, and Trump comes in there and sweeps it up with the National Guard. So, Eden, yes, y'all were along your way down, but Trump zeroed it out. So why not zero out crime in these other, liberal ran cities? Just, being honest. It's working out. Why not try it?
Countries that we're talking about in oil and gas, such as essentially closing the great North Sea oil. Oh, the North Sea. I know it so well. Aberdeen was the oil capital of Europe, and there's tremendous oil that hasn't been found in the North Sea. Tremendous oil. And I was with the prime minister I respect and like a lot, and I said, you're sitting with the greatest asset. They essentially closed it by making it so highly taxed that no developer, no oil company can go there. They have tremendous oil left, and more importantly, they have tremendous oil that hasn't even been found yet. Mm-hmm. And what a tremendous asset for the United Kingdom.
Yeah. And I mean, really, should the United Kingdom cut off its oil potential for renewable energies? I mean, I would actually have to ask the UK citizens that. I know some of y'all watch the show, so I would ask y'all, would y'all be okay with that? Is it cool that we give up y'all offshore oil potential for renewable energy that, oh yeah, remember, you're paying for, you know, the taxpayers.
I hope the prime minister is listening, because I told it to him 3 days in a row. That's all he heard. North Sea oil, North Sea, because I want to see them do well. I want to stop seeing them ruining that beautiful Scottish and English countryside with windmills and massive solar panels that go 7 miles by 7 miles, taking away farmland. But we're not letting this happen in America. In 1982, the executive director of the United Nations Environmental Program predicted that by the year 2000, climate change would cause a global catastrophe. He said that it will be irreversible, as any nuclear holocaust would be. This is what they said at the United Nations. What happened? Here we are.
Yeah.
Another UN official stated in 1989 that within a decade, entire nations could be wiped off the map by global warming. Not happening. You know,
I'm not going to sit here and say renewable energy is bad, but it was sold to us like using fear. That's the problem with the whole renewable energy. And that's why I personally think it's a scam, because it wasn't sold to us honestly. It was sold to us through fear.
Used to be
of, well, the war of the sea level rising, the ice caps melting, and all that good stuff.
Global cooling. If you look back years ago in the 1920s and the 1930s, they said global cooling will kill the world. We have to do something. Then they said global warming will kill the world. But then it started getting cooler.
And shout out Maine, he says oil isn't Western problem, it's regulations.
Now they could just call it climate change, because that way they can't miss. It's climate change. Because if it goes
That's true.
higher or lower, whatever the hell happens, there's climate change. It's the greatest con job ever perpetrated on the world, in my opinion. Climate change, no matter what happens, you're involved in that. No more global warming, no more global cooling. All of these predictions made by the United Nations and many others, often for bad reasons, were wrong. They were made by stupid people that have cost their countries fortunes and given those same countries no chance for success. If you don't get away from this green scam, your country is going to fail.
Man.
And I'm really good at predicting things, you know. They actually said during the campaign, they had a hat, the best-selling hat. Trump was right about everything. And I don't say that in a braggadocious way, but it's true. I've been right about everything.
I mean, yeah, but we don't want Trump to be right about this. I mean, we like, why would I want to see the economic downfall of a country? And guys, let's remember to make sure to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people in on the conversation by double tapping that screen. Appreciate the support.
And I'm telling you that if you don't get away from the green energy scam, your country is going to fail. And if you don't stop people that you've never seen before, that you have nothing in common with, your country is going to fail.
Oh, and shout out my man Just Saying, man. He says lithium is far worse for the environment than what we have. I mean, that is true. That is definitely true, considering also that we need to use African slaves to get it.
Fail. I'm the president of the United States.
Not in all cases, but in a few.
But I worry about Europe. I love Europe. I love the people of Europe. And I hate to see it being devastated by energy and immigration. This double-tailed monster destroys everything in its wake, and they cannot let that happen any longer. You're doing it because you want to be nice. You want to be politically correct, and you're destroying your heritage. They must take control strongly and immediately of the unmitigated immigration disaster and the fake energy catastrophe before it's too late. The carbon footprint is a hoax, made up by people with evil intentions. And
honestly, one of the reasons I believe it's a hoax as well is because, like, it seems like everybody's trying to, well, everybody but China is getting policed for their carbon footprint. Well, China and Iran. Everybody but them is getting heat for their carbon footprint. And it's like, all right, so let's be fair. If we really care about the environment, why are we just policing ourselves? Why don't we police one of the biggest polluters in the world, China? I'm just saying, it's only fair. And you know what? Go ahead and throw Iran. Go ahead and throw India in there as well, because they're doing a pretty bad job. And you know why? Because they don't have regulations like we do. So we're going to hold ourselves to that standard and hold ourselves back well, let them hold themselves back as well.
They're heading down a path of total destruction. You know, the carbon footprint was a big thing a few years ago. I remember hearing about the carbon footprint, and then President Obama would get into Air Force One, a massive Boeing 747, and not a new one, an old one with old engines that spew everything into the atmosphere. He'd talk about the carbon footprint. We must do so. Then he'd get in and he'd fly from Washington to Hawaii to play a round of golf. And then he'd get back onto that big, beautiful plane and he'd fly back and he'd talk about, again, global warming and the carbon footprint. It's a con job. At extreme cost and expense, Europe reduced its own carbon footprint by 37%. Think of that. Congratulations, Europe. Great job. Cost yourself a lot of jobs, a lot of factories closed, but you reduced the carbon footprint by 37%. However, for all of that sacrifice and much more, it's been totally wiped out and then some by a global increase of 54%. Much of it coming from China and other countries that are thriving around China, which now produces more.
Yeah, I'll be telling people, the only people who's honestly like winning off this renewable energy is China, because they produce the windmills, they produce the solar energy, or well, the solar panels. So they're really the only guys winning off this, and everybody else is just paying for it on, well, really through taxpayers. So I don't know, guys, is this really where we want to go with this? Or maybe we can find a way to where it doesn't cost the people
CO2.
You know, I'm not saying just throw it away, but let's find a way where it's not, you know, being completely funded on the backs of the people or the taxpayers of countries. Like, come on now. And shout out to my man Just Saying, man. He says they say the world's ending every 10 years, man. Ain't that the truth? I think they stopped after the whole 2012 argument. You know, they made a movie about it, then completely flopped. Great movie, by the way. And shout out to my man Vlasting. He says we need nuclear coal fusion plants by now, not wind. Agreed.
Than all the other developed nations.
But, you know, my man Monty and Guest Dude will definitely disagree with me all day on this one. But I don't know. I'm definitely rather go more towards nuclear energy than these wind farms and solar panel farms that only China makes money on.
In the world. So all of these countries are working so hard on the carbon footprint, which is nonsense, by the way. It's nonsense. You know, it's interesting. In the United States, we have still radicalized environmentalists, and they want the factories to stop. Everything should stop. No more cows. We don't want cows anymore. I guess they want to kill all the cows. They want to do things that are just unbelievable, and you have it too. But, you know, we have a border, strong, and we have a shape. And that shape doesn't just go straight up. That shape is amorphous when it comes to the atmosphere. And if we had the most clean air, and I think we do, we have very clean air. We have the clean.
And shout out Misfit Supervisor. She says, smoke them if you got them. And shout out to my man Monty. He says, ever considered making them ourselves? You know? That is actually a pretty good point. You know what? Yes, that is actually also a good counter to what I was saying. But yeah, let's be real. If we can't find a way to make it ourselves, and it's just only China that's winning off this, just like in Europe, because Europe ain't making it themselves for some reason. I don't know why, but they should, but I don't know why. So I don't know. Maybe making these wind farms and solar panel may be bad for the environment in the first place. Who knows? Well, shoot, I'm pretty sure Monty knows. You might know a little bit more than me on the production of those things.
We've had in many, many years.
I'll do deeper research.
The problem is that other countries, like China, which has air that's a little bit rough, it blows. And no matter what you're doing down here, the air up here tends to get very dirty because it comes in from other countries where their air isn't so clean. And the environmentalists refuse to acknowledge that. Same thing with garbage. In Asia, they dump much of their garbage right into the ocean. And over about a 1 week and 2 week journey, it flows right past Los Angeles. You've seen it. Massive amounts of garbage, almost too much to do anything about. flowing past Los Angeles, past San Francisco, and then somebody would get in trouble because he dropped a cigarette on the beach.
And shout out to our man Just Saying Man. He says, Dems be do as I say, not as I do. Yeah, I mean, definitely. I mean, especially with this whole Jimmy Kimmel thing. After Jimmy Kimmel, trust me, the Dems have definitely showed their hypocrisy.
The whole thing is crazy. The primary effect of these brutal green energy policies has not been to help the environment, but to redistribute manufacturing and industrial activity from developed countries that follow the insane rules that are put down to polluting countries that break the rules and are making a fortune. They're making a fortune. European electricity bills are now 4 to 5 times more expensive than those in China, and 2 to 3 times higher than the United States. And our bills are coming way down. You probably see that our gasoline prices are way down. You know, we have an expression, drill, baby, drill, and that's what we're doing. We're going to be much lower in a year from now. But they've come way down over the last year. Very uncommon to see one in some of these countries because the electric costs are so high. So while the U.S. has approximately 1,300 heat-related deaths annually, that's a lot, Europe loses more than 175,000 people to heat deaths each year because the costs are so expensive you can't turn on an air conditioner. What is that all about? That's not Europe. That's not the Europe that I love and know. All in the name of pretending to stop the global warming hoax. The entire globalist concept of asking successful industrialized nations to inflict pain on themselves and radically disrupt their entire societies must be rejected completely and totally, and it must be immediate. That's why in America I withdrew from the fake Paris Climate Accord, where, by the way, America was paying so much more than every country. Others weren't paying. China didn't have to pay until 2030. Russia was given an old standard that was easy to meet, 1990 standard. For the United States, we're supposed to pay like $1 trillion. And I said, this is another scam. The fact is, the United States has been taken advantage of by the world for many, many years, but not any longer, as you probably noticed. I unleashed massive energy production and signed historic executive orders to hunt for oil, but we don't have to do much hunting because we have the most oil of any nation anywhere, oil and gas in the world. And if you add coal, we have the most of any nation in the world. Clean, I call it clean, beautiful coal. You can do things today with coal that you couldn't have done 10 years ago, 15 years. So I have a little standing order in the White House. Never use the word coal, only use the words clean, beautiful coal. Sounds much better, doesn't it? But we stand ready to provide any country with abundant, affordable energy supplies if you need them, when most of you do. We're proudly exporting energy all over the world. We're now the largest exporter. In the United States, we want trade and robust commerce with all nations, everybody. We want to help nations. We're going to help nations. But it must also be fair and reciprocal. The challenge with trade is much the same with climate. The countries that followed the rules, all their factories have been plundered. It's really sad to watch. They've been broken. They've been broken by countries that broke the rules. That's why the United States is now applying tariffs to other countries, and much as these tariffs were for many years applied to us, uncontrollably applied to us. We've used tariffs as a defense mechanism under the Trump administration, including my first term, where hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs were taken in. And by the way, we had the lowest inflation, and now we have very low inflation. The only thing different is that we have hundreds of billions of dollars flowing into our country. But this is how we will ensure that the system works for everyone and is sustainable into the future. We're also using tariffs to defend our sovereignty and security throughout the world, including against nations that have taken advantage of former U.S. administrations for decades, including the most corrupt, incompetent administration in history, the sleepy Joe Biden administration. Brazil now faces major tariffs in response to its unprecedented efforts to interfere in the rights and freedoms of our American citizens.
And it's funny that he brings up Brazil because it is the best example of how tariffs can be taken on by a country. Because like I said, Brazil is pretty much paying subsidies for their companies that have to pay the tariff costs by cutting their prices. And yes, I know what you're pretty much going to say. Oh, no, the importer pays the tariff. And yes, you're right. But if it's, let's talk about Brazil. They got a 50% tariff on their coffee. So let's just say that instead of our importer paying 50% at the docks, let's just say that the coffee guy wants to go ahead and cut the wholesale price by 50%. So pretty much the Treasury still gets their tariff, but the importer basically pays the same price because the price that the supplier gave them is now being reduced by 50%. And Brazil fronts that will pretty much gives them back their money on the back end on whatever they paid the tariff. So that's a way that a country could eat a tariff.
And others with censorship, repression, weaponization, judicial corruption, and targeting of political critics in the United States. I have a little problem saying this because I must tell you, I was walking in and the leader of Brazil was walking out. We saw him and I saw him, he saw me, and we embraced. And then I'm saying, can you believe I'm going to be saying this in just 2 minutes? But we actually agreed that we would meet next week. We didn't have much time to talk, like about 20 seconds. They were in retrospect, I'm glad I waited because this thing didn't work out too well. But we did talk. We had a good talk, and we agreed to meet next week, if that's of interest. But he seemed like a very nice man, actually. He liked me. I liked him. But if you, and I only do business with people I like. When I don't like them, I don't like them. But we had, at least for about 39 seconds, we had excellent chemistry. It's a good sign. But also in the past, Brazil, can you believe this, unfairly tariffed our nation. But now, because of our tariffs, we are hitting them back, and we're hitting them back very hard. As president, I will always defend our national sovereignty and the rights of American citizens. So,
and what you also got to understand about Brazil is that, well, one, the biggest export is coffee, and two, well, we can get coffee from other places, other countries that, hey, could possibly give us a better price. But I will not sit here and say that, Brazil doesn't have the world's best coffee beans. I believe they do, but we can go somewhere else. And that doesn't give them really too much, leverage in negotiation. So it's either they drop their price or we go somewhere else.
I'm very sorry to say this, that Brazil is doing poorly and will continue to do poorly. They can only do well when they're working with us. Without us, they will fail, just as others have failed. It's true. Next year, the United States will celebrate the 250th anniversary of our glorious independence, a testament to enduring power and American freedom and spirit. We will also be proudly hosting the 2026 FIFA World Cup, and shortly thereafter, the 2028 Olympics, which is going to be very exciting. I hope you all come. I hope that countless people from all over the globe will take part of these will be great celebrations of liberty and human achievement, and that together we all can rejoice in the miracles of history that began in July 4th, 1776, when we founded the light to all nations. And it's something really that an amazing thing came out of that date. It's called the United States of America. In honor of this momentous anniversary, I hope that all countries who find inspiration in our example will join us in renewing our commitment, values, and those values really that we hold so dear together. Let us defend free speech and free expression. Let us protect religious liberty, including for the most persecuted religion on the planet today. It's called Christianity. And let us safeguard our sovereignty and cherish qualities that have made each of our nations so special, incredible, and extraordinary. In closing, I just want to repeat that immigration and the high cost of so-called green renewable energy is destroying a large part of the free world and a large part of our planet. Countries that cherish freedom are fading fast because of their policies on these two subjects. You need strong borders and traditional energy sources if you are going to be great again. Whether you have come from north or south, east or west, near or far, every leader in this beautiful hall today represents a rich culture, a noble history, and a proud heritage that makes each nation majestic and unique, unlike anything else in human history or any other place on the face of the earth. From London to Lima, from Rome to Athens, from Paris to Seoul, from Cairo to Tokyo and Amsterdam to right here in New York City, we stand on the shoulders of the leaders and legends, generals and giants, heroes and titans who won and built our beloved nations, all of our nations, with their own courage, strength, spirit, and skill. Our ancestors climbed mountains, conquered oceans, crossed deserts, and trekked over wide open plains. They charged into thunderous battles, plunged into grave dangers, and they were soldiers and farmers and workers and warriors and explorers and patriots. They built towns into cities, tribes into kingdoms, ideas into industries, and small islands into mighty empires. You're a part of all of that. They were champions for their people who never gave up and who never, ever gave in. Their values defined our national identities. Their visions forged our magnificent destiny. Everybody in this room is a part of it in your own way. Each of us inherits the deeds and the myths, the triumphs, the legacies of our own heroes and founders who so bravely showed us the way. Our ancestors gave everything for homelands that they defended with pride, with sweat, with blood, with life, and with death. Now the righteous task of protecting the nations that they built belongs to each and every one of us. So together, let us uphold our sacred duty to our people and to our citizens. Let us protect their borders, ensure their safety, preserve their cultures, treasure, and traditions, and fight for their precious dreams and their cherished freedoms. And in friendship and really a beautiful vision, let us all work together to build a bright, beautiful planet, a planet that we all share, a planet of peace and a world that is richer, better, and more beautiful than ever before. That can happen. It will happen. It will happen, and I hope it can happen and start right now, right at this moment. We'll turn it around. We're going to make our countries better, safer, more beautiful. We're going to take care of our people. Thank you very much. It's been an honor. God bless.
All right, now let's get to the multiple meetings that Trump had with world leaders after this speech. And I mean, I would say he ended off on a positive note, pretty much saying, hey, y'all had a great history. Like, what's going on? Like, you don't got to go out like this. So, hey, that's a pretty inspirational speech right there. But we're going to get into Trump's first meeting with the Secretary General of the United Nations. Let's see what they got to say.
I will repeat what I said.
You go ahead. That sounds great. Very nice. I love that, actually.
Now I want to say that you are very much welcome, Mr. President. Thank you. The United States was absolutely essential in the founding of the UN, and for decades we have relied on the United States as our major political and financial supporter, thanks to the generosity of the American people, which we are very grateful about. On the other hand, I believe there are many areas where we can cooperate in a positive way, and I would think that the most important is peace. You have selected peace as a central objective of your mandate, and you have been going north and south, east and west, in all possible situations, getting or trying to get ceasefires, alleviating tensions, making peace agreements, or the building blocks.
And shout out my man Vlastine. He says, is the world truly free as to have the free world? Well, I'll give you that one. You kind of I have to think about that. I have to further reflect on that one. The world truly free has to have the free world.
Peace agreements, and I want to reassure you that the
Damn it,
United
Flag, getting all
Nations, from me
philosophical.
to our teams on the ground, to our missions, we are entirely at your disposal to be able to work together for a just peace in the world, based on our common values.
Thank you very much.
The Constitution of the United States.
Right.
And one thing is, for me, extremely important, is that the suffering, the horrible suffering of millions of people in the world can be stopped.
Right.
And we fully appreciate your engagement in that regard.
Well, thank you very much. It's always an honor to be here. We've done this before, and this was a little more exciting because of the escalator and the teleprompter, but these things happen. But I will tell you,
He's never gonna let that go. The bad escalator and the teleprompter, he will never let that go. Honestly, that's kind of I feel like that's one of the reasons why he just started snapping on all of them. Just pretty much called everybody in the UN. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, y'all a bunch of suckers for green energy and immigration. Like, yeah, you guys. And you used to be great, but now you're suckers. Like, he pretty much just laid into all of them. And it was, I ain't gonna lie, it was pretty damn entertaining.
tell you that your people have treated us with great respect. Our country is behind the United Nations 100%. I think the potential of the United Nations is incredible, really incredible. It can do so much. So I'm behind it. I may disagree with it sometimes, but I am so behind it because I think the potential for peace with this institution is so great. So I just want to thank you for treating us so warmly. We very much appreciate being with you. Thank
Great
you.
pleasure.
And all right, now let's go ahead and get into Trump speaking engagement with the president of Argentina, which I heard that he might need Trump's help because I guess his chainsaw economics might be somewhat backfiring. Who knows?
Well, thank you very much, everybody. We have a lot of meetings scheduled, but I wanted to meet with the president of Argentina, and we both wanted to meet with friends. He's done a fantastic job, and I'm doing something that I don't often do. I'm giving a full endorsement to him. We just endorsed him for president. As you know, he has a race coming up, and I'm sure he's going to do well, but now I think this hopefully assures it. And to the people of Argentina, we're backing him 100%. We think he's done a fantastic job. He, like us, inherited a mess, and what he's done to fix it is good. And Scott is working with their country so that they can get good debt and all of the things that you need to make Argentina great again. So it's an honor for me to endorse the president and the future president of Argentina. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That's your endorsement.
Oh.
That wasn't bad. Now we can get out of here.
Are you going to help bail out Argentina, Mr. President?
Well, we're gonna help them. I don't think they need a bailout. He's done a fantastic job. If you look at where they were when he first ran for office and where they are now, Scott, I would say that it's pretty amazing the job he's done.
So the transformation's unbelievable. He inherited the same kind of mess you did, and he's doing the same kind of job.
Okay.
He's doing,
Yeah, I mean, that's why he's kind of respected because he pretty much turned Argentina's economic situation completely around, turned it around with some unorthodox practices. And hey, he made it through. And almost every economic expert is impressed with his work. He's like, bro, and most of them can't even explain it, to be quite honest with you. But hey, whatever he did worked.
he's doing a really good job, and we've watched it very closely. We've worked with him and the people of Argentina. It's a great place. It's a truly, it's a really, as you know, I've been there. It's a truly beautiful country, and he's going to be very successful, and he's going to be very successful in the election. I think to complete the job, the great job that he's doing, he needs the next term, and he's going to get it based on everything I can say.
Secretary, you said it would be a large and forceful response from the United States. Could you provide any more details on what that is?
Well, you know what it is. He has our backing. And having our backing, we're doing incredibly well as a country. We've never done this well, actually, as a country, including the stock market, which is setting new records virtually every day. And we are very much a fan of the job that he's done. So we are giving the president of Argentina our full backing and endorsement, and we think he's going to continue to do if he can continue to do the job that he's doing, it's going to be really something very special.
I don't know. To be honest, if his economic achievements are working out. I don't even think he needs a recommendation from Trump. Honestly, it's just a cherry on top if that's the case. He's solidifying it. He's like, look, one of the most favored world leaders is, favored or feared. It is what it is. But pretty much one of the most favored or feared world leaders is endorsing me. So, hey, you Argentina, the Argentinian people, you can feel comfortable with me in power because President Trump support me. And the guy turned around their economy. You got to give the man his props. But all right, guys, let's get into his meeting with Zelensky.
We had an interesting day, I think a very productive day. And we're now we're going to start a meeting with the president, who we all know very well, and he's a brave man, and he's putting up one hell of a fight. And we'll see how that all turns out. But we're going to have a meeting, and we have about 30 meetings scheduled today. We have a lot of meetings scheduled today, going pretty late into the night. But this is an important one, and we have great respect for the fight that Ukraine is putting up. It's pretty amazing, actually. So, Mr. President, please.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. First of all, thank you for this meeting. Thank you for your personal efforts to stop this war just now, Mr. President. And I'm happy to say that just now our first ladies of Ukraine, first ladies of the United States,
Yes.
just now we'll have a meeting about Ukrainian children. Thank you for Melania's personal involvement to this topic. And this is very important. I will brief Mr. President and his team what's going on the battlefield. We have good news. Of course, we want to stop the war, and with your help, first of all. And it's good that our soldiers occupied 360 kilometers this month. And of course, we will speak about how to finish the war and about security guarantees. A lot of what to discuss. Thank you.
Would you like to say how you are doing on the battlefield?
Yeah.
Please.
Yeah. So thanks to our soldiers and to possibility to further the program when NATO countries, by the way, thanks to your support, that they can buy weapons from the United States. So our soldiers this month, they occupied 360 kilometers, and they encircled 1,000 soldiers. And of course, we want to exchange, because we need our soldiers in any case. But thanks to our soldiers, we have this possibility, this opportunity. And we will continue until Russia will stop this war. And I hope that they will stop in any case. We know that they...
Yeah, it doesn't sound, like I said, doesn't really sound like he's in a winning position if he's waiting for Russia to stop the war. Like I said, if you're whooping somebody's butt, usually you control when you stop, delivering the ass whooping, not you axing the guy. Let's be honest here. So, of course, Russia is winning. That's just the fact of the matter. And we're kind of just hoping that Russia comes around. I don't know. Maybe Putin has a coming to Jesus moment. He's like, you know what? I'm going to stop throwing my soldiers and having him throw his soldiers into the wood chipper. And we're going to come to a ceasefire. But the problem with that is that I just don't think that Putin wants to have anything to do with Zelensky. I honestly think he's trying to assassinate him. And certain strikes in Kiev aimed at the government buildings kind of adds some validity to it.
The economy of Russia is not doing well. With this, during this war, we need more pressure and more sanctions. And I hope with United States, first of all, and Europe, but we support, Mr. President, your idea, and I want to discuss it, how to stop some countries from Europe, how to stop them possibility to buy Russian oil and gas. Right. Yes, I had conversation, by the way, with President of Slovakia, Prime Minister of Slovakia. We had good conversation. I think that they need some alternative ways, and they will support this idea. I'm not sure that Hungarians are ready, but everything is in the future.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Mr. President, do you think that NATO countries should shoot down Russian aircraft if they enter their airspace?
Yes, I do.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. President,
Yeah, go ahead.
Talk to President Putin, and do you still trust him?
I'll let you know in about a month from now. Okay.
President
Mr.
Trump, your
President, are
message
you
to
willing
the
to provide Ukraine with the security guarantees the same way as European allies?
Well, that's later down the road. We'll be talking about that. Hopefully, we'll be in a position to talk about that a little bit later on. It's a little bit too early to answer
Why
that
do you
question.
think Mr. Putin is
Yeah,
not
go
going
ahead,
to meet
please.
with both of you?
President Trump, your message to President Orban, who's refusing to stop.
Because Putin doesn't respect Zelensky, and Zelensky doesn't have a good position to negotiate from. I mean, when you're the losing person on the battlefield, what position can you honestly come from? Let's be real. I don't think that Zelensky's giving Trump too many cards to honestly play with when it comes to Putin. So really, I mean, the best strategy we got for Putin is trying to strain him economically. And here's the thing, that might turn back against us. That might, because he might just go ahead and pull a very drastic last attack if he sees his, economy about to crash. You never know. God forbid.
Well, he's a friend of mine. I have not spoken to him, but I have a feeling if I did, he might stop. And I think I'll be doing that.
What progress do you think has been made on ending Russia's war against Ukraine since the last time you saw President Zelensky?
Well, the biggest progress is that the Russian economy is terrible right now. It's, as you know, it's crashing. And that, frankly, Ukraine is doing a very good job of stopping this very large army.
Oh, no.
It's pretty amazing. You know, this is a war that should have ended in 3 days, 4 days. People said it was going to be very quick, and you got to hand it to the Ukrainian soldiers and everybody involved. It's still going on, and that's not a good thing for Russia. This was supposed to be quick, and so, you know, Russia doesn't look very distinguished, having taken 3.5 years now, right? It's about 3.5 years of very hard fighting, and it looks like it's not going to end for a long time.
Mr. President,
and you know, when Trump said this, a lot of people kind of took it as him saying that, oh, well, he's saying that Russia's going to lose and all this wild stuff, and he's going to get Ukraine to victory. No, he just pretty much saying that, well, honestly, this looks bad on Russia because, one, they didn't finish up the war in time, they need to stop. I truly don't think, and I hope Trump don't think this as well, that Ukraine honestly has a chance of beating Russia. Like, maybe stalemating with Russia, you know, they keep their 10 to 20% of occupied Ukraine, and then Ukraine gets to keep whatever they got left. Or worst case scenario, I mean, complete surrender by Ukraine once they've exhausted all resources. I mean, and by resources, I mean manpower, because they're not going to run out of weapons to use. They're not even going to run out of money because they got the NATO and United States and other countries are trying to back them in this. But what they can lose by is manpower, unless, like I said, we're going to put boots on the ground over it.
Briefed on the latest alleged drone incursion into Denmark. What do you think of that? And
Where are they?
Into Denmark, Copenhagen. Denmark is saying that there were some drones at the airport, possibly Russian sabotage. What's your response to that? Will the U.S. have a material?
Well, I have no response until I find out exactly what happened. I know about it, but they don't know what happened. But we're going to find out very soon.
Sir.
Would you back up NATO allies? You said that you thought that they should shoot down the Russian aircraft. Would you back them up? Would the United States help them out in some way?
Depends on the circumstance, but, you know, we're very strong toward NATO. NATO's stepped up. You know, when they went from 2% to 5%, that was great unity. Trillions of dollars is being pumped in, and they're paying us for the weapons that we send. But that was a big day that nobody thought a thing like that could happen. You had countries that weren't paying 2%, and now they're all paying 5%. That's a lot of money. It's a lot of weapons they're buying, and they're buying them from us. They're buying them from the U.S. You know, in the old days, Biden gave them everything, gave them $350 billion worth of money and weapons. That's a lot of money and a lot of weapons, and we got really not much for it. We gave the money to Ukraine to fight, and they've proven they're very brave. I mean, look, they're fighting, and this is a war going on 3.5 years, and people thought it would be over quickly because Russia's a big military power, and Ukraine, I tell you, they are good fighters. Got to hand it to them. They have a lot of courage, a lot of guts. Thank you very much, everybody.
All right, now let's go ahead and get into the left side of media. And before I do that, let me go ahead and bring up my man Monty. Shout out, Monty. How you doing? Monty.
What's up?
Hey, it's all good, my brother. Shoot. So, what you think so far?
Oh, I don't know. Ukraine, I don't know why he's giving them hope. I mean, he said they got like 300 and some odd kilometers on the battle line, which is nothing to sneeze at. Like that, if they're actually making progress to get their land back, then that's good. But that just means that a ceasefire is not in the cards right now,
Yeah,
because you got land moving left and right on the page. So
yeah, and obviously, I don't think Russia's gonna be real with you. I don't think Russia's gonna take that one lying down, because I'm pretty sure Russia's gonna want to come to the negotiation table with the most amount of land taken, if not all.
Or they're gonna come to the negotiating table when Ukraine, just takes over Russia, which, like, let's face it, that's not happening.
Man.
So yeah, like the fact that he said that they gained battlefield advantage just tells me that the war's not ending anytime soon. They're not rolling over. Obviously they shouldn't, but they both think that they're going to win this war.
Man, only time will tell. We'll see where this is at in about a month or so. Because, like I said, lives are being lost by the day. I'm just wondering which country is going to bend the knee first. Because I just don't. And here's the thing: I think it's going to be Ukraine, because they just don't have the manpower for this.
Yeah, I mean they're going to completely conscript their entire populace, and Russia's doing the same thing. Like, don't get it twisted. Russia's absolutely pulling people off the streets to go fight this war, and it's really not doing anything.
Sadly, though, Russia got more people to burn than Ukraine. But all right, let's get to it.
At the United Nations General Assembly, Poland delivered Moscow a blunt warning, quote, "We will do whatever it takes to protect our citizens." Early this month, Russian aircraft violated Poland's airspace, of course it's a NATO member, as well as that of Romania and Estonia, all within the space of 10 days. As many as 21 Russian drones entered Polish airspace 2 weeks ago. Romania scrambled its fighter jet just a few days later after a Russian drone breached its airspace during an attack on neighboring Ukraine. And last Friday, Estonia saw 3 Russian fighter jets violate its airspace for some 12 minutes. A short time ago, Polish Deputy Prime Minister and Foreign Minister Radoslaw Sikorski told me that Russia was waging a hybrid war on multiple fronts. The temperature, I think we can reliably say, over Europe right now is quite hot, given concern, your concern and the concern of other NATO allies about Russian air incursions. You have said, others have said, that if Russia violates airspace again, you might very well shoot down their jets. Would Poland shoot down
As they
Russian
should.
jets if they violate Polish airspace once more?
First of all,
Has Russia even taken accountability for this, or are they just saying that as them?
No, it doesn't fucking matter if anybody's violating Poland's fucking airspace. Poland ought to fucking knock them out of the sky. I don't care if it's a false flag. Yeah, fuck this. I don't care if Russia takes credit for it or not. If you shoot it down and it's a fucking Russian jet, then you shot it down and it's a Russian jet. There's no getting around that.
Let's see if Russia's taking ownership of it, because that'd be actually pretty crazy.
Come on, Set. Come on. Really?
I mean, look, bro, if they were, I ain't gonna lie, that's like the biggest big dog move ever. Like, yeah, we're violating your airspace. What y'all about to do about it? I highly doubt they're going to take accountability for it.
No, they're not gonna do. Why would they do that? They're not. They're over there. They're just trying to see where they can get. Like, it's absolutely Russia. I promise you, Canada's not violating Poland's airspace.
But
promise
this could
you,
also be a false flag, though.
That's not how false flags work. False flags are usually terrorist cells or fringe things, and like Ukraine does not have Russian jets.
Airspace.
Wait, what?
It could also be a violation of airspace, though.
Those are Russian jets. Like, let's not pretend. You can't on one hand say that Ukraine's losing the war and they have nothing to fight with, and they also have the capability to go violate people's airspace in a false flag attempt.
I mean, shoot. I mean, well, hold on. Not Russia doing the false flag. I mean, who knows who's doing it? But it does seem like, I mean, I don't know. It just doesn't make sense for Russia to start violating people's airspace when they're already, like I said, we're all going to admit that they are having trouble taking care of Ukraine. Why would they run a risk bringing more people into it?
Because they're trying to test the waters. They're trying to see what they can get away with and what they can't get away with. That you can't violate somebody's airspace, right? I mean, obviously,
I just
but to say that, you know, they're trying to get more people involved in it. No, they're just trying to test the waters. You give them an inch, and they're going to take a mile.
I hear you on that one, but hey, we're gonna have to see. We're gonna have to see where this goes.
Note that it's all one way. You haven't heard about Polish or the NATO aircraft or drones violating Russia's airspace. So it's clearly Russia conducting its hybrid war, which contains other forms of assault, arsons, flammable parcels, assassinations, DDoS attacks, and so on. And we think that they sent 21 drones into Poland deliberately, and we have proof for that. And that, of course, is a breach of our sovereignty. Of course, we appreciate allies, but in the end, we will do whatever it takes to protect our citizens and their property. And there are procedures for that. You know, our air forces are in touch. But if pilots don't obey the commands of ground control, if they are intercepted and they don't obey commands, well, I'm afraid we will do what it takes to protect our citizens.
Okay, and that includes shooting at both unmanned and perhaps manned aircraft?
Well, we know what would happen if Cuban MiGs would fly over Florida, don't we?
Exactly.
Do you feel that?
All right.
Exactly. Come on, like let's stop fucking pretending this isn't what it is. This is Russia violating airspace, and even if it's not Russia violating airspace, like let's say that idea is plausible. Let's say it's Ukraine violating airspace. Either way, they're violating airspace, and they should be shot down.
That's true, but one violating airspace, if Ukraine is doing it, then that kind of makes it sound like they're trying to, you know, hit off a false flag. If Russia's doing it, then it kind of makes it sound like, yo, they might be trying to make a move.
Yeah, exactly. Either way, it's bad. Either way, you shouldn't have people flying into your fucking airspace. Like you just said, if we had MiGs off the coast of Florida, we'd be getting down and dirty, and they'd be in the bottom of the ocean. So it is what it is. Like they are a sovereign nation and have the right to defend themselves, and they are a member of NATO. So these implications are very big, and we should not just discount it because it could be the start of World War III because of how strong our alliance is and how many different countries are aligned with each other. So
well,
I'm not just trying to poo-poo it away. I'm saying fucking watch out.
All right, well, I do want to drop this bit of knowledge right here. According to Reuters, Russia denied responsibility, of course, as Monty said, they were going to do. So, yeah, Russia denied responsibility. A senior Russian diplomat in Poland said the drones had come from the direction of Ukraine. I mean, okay. So, Russia Defense Ministry stated its drones were conducting attacks on military targets in western Ukraine, and it claimed it had not planned to hit any targets in Poland. So what? I guess what one says that it came from Ukraine, and the other one saying that, okay, well, yeah, it came from Ukraine, but it was coming from an operation in Ukraine, and it wasn't planning on hitting Poland. It just had to cross through Poland to get into Ukraine, which you cannot do.
You can't do that. Yeah,
you can't do that.
Poland's not your fucking free space on the bingo card.
So thank you for snitching on yourself, Russia. We appreciate that.
We had to just fly over Poland, you know, geographically and all. It made a lot more sense for us to go that way. No, Poland's not aligned with you. They're not an ally with you in this war. You can't just fucking do that.
Exactly. Like, bro, imagine them hitting us with the excuse, but you don't understand, man. The drone battery, bro. That's a lot of stuff.
The drone battery, bro. We only got like 8 hours on the drone. Give us a fucking break. We didn't do anything to you. Like, what?
Oh man, that's actually funny.
Russia understands this message from Europe right now because Russia, as you know, has a history of testing the limits and pushing when it doesn't meet resistance. Do you think NATO right now is showing sufficient resistance?
Well, it just learned that it has reached the limit.
President Trump said yesterday when he was asked if a NATO nation were to fire on a Russian aircraft, would he support it? And he said, yes. Do you believe that Poland has the American president's full support in this?
We were very satisfied with the...
All right, and shout out to my man Chase. He says Trump is calling for the arrest because of the NATO stuff. What of who? Trump's calling for the arrest of Putin. And shout out to my man Maine. He says, let's see, sovereign heir for show, but it is a false flag. But is it a false flag? I mean, it could be. It could be. But I mean, let's be real. The way the Russian ministry is talking about it, I mean, well, the Russian defense minister is kind of sounds like it's like it's an honest mistake. You know, we had to go fly over Poland because we were returning from Ukraine, which you can't do.
Bro, did they just say, oh, sorry, we left our drones on autopilot and said go the fastest route, and you guys just happened to be underneath us? Our bad.
Like whoops.
Come on.
And pretty much Russia also urged that the allegations were unfounded. I'm like, okay.
Wait, how are they unfounded but true at the same time? I don't get it, Russia.
I know, right? Because one's coming from Reuters, and the other one is coming from what's it called here? ONU.org, the Russian Federation, while attacking the territory of Ukraine on the night of September 9th. Let's see, conducted 19 incursions of drone type objects. And yep, that's pretty much that's when they pretty much drove back from doing that operation over Poland.
Bruh.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like, you can't. Yeah, Russia, you kind of brought that on yourself right there. You can't do that. But shout out to my man Hellbad. He says the most likely scenario I would see Russia doing is to figure out where the weapons are being supplied from to try to restrict weapon flow. I mean, yeah, that's probably
which is trying to do a blockade, an air blockade, which is also going to invoke Article 5.
Yeah, especially if you got to use your enemy's airspace. Like, that just don't work.
I think that's what he's saying is he's trying to see where the weapons are coming from in Poland and stop it from happening. Wink, wink, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, well, he would literally have to wait until it literally, as soon as it crosses over the border of Ukraine, and then boom, strike it.
Boom, walk it out. Yeah,
right there then.
But if you open your gun doors up over a sovereign nation, whew,
it's a wrap. But that's what I'm saying. It has to be completely inside Ukraine if you want to hit them.
Response of our allies. We invoked Article 4 at Brussels. Article 5, as you know, has only been invoked once in defense of the United States after events in this city. And several allies have rallied round with deeds and actual assets, anti-aircraft assets and fighter jets. And I hope Russia sees that there would be a unified NATO response.
President Trump described the war in Ukraine in quite different terms in his social media posting yesterday, saying that he now believes Ukraine can win all the territory Russia has captured back. Significant change in your view?
Well, that would be, legally speaking, the easiest way of ending the war. Ukraine just reclaiming its internationally recognized border, and also it's the border recognized by Russia in their bilateral treaty. And President Trump is famous for backing the winner. And I hope he sees from his intelligence briefings that Ukraine, having won the war at sea, is actually now being very effective at hitting at Russian oil refineries. Ukraine has developed its own long-range drones, its own ballistic missiles, and the Russian capacity to wage this war is declining.
There was a phrase, though, in his posting that stood out, and he said that Ukraine can win with the help of the European Union. He did not say with the help of the European Union and the United States. Was that significant to you? Do you think he was signaling this is Europe's war?
I think President Trump is not giving himself justice for what he's doing. United States is still providing intelligence information, Starlink's 25,000 terminals paid for by Poland, and effectors for Patriot missiles that defend Ukrainian cities and ATACMS and others. But it's true that Europe, which is often accused in this country of being a freeloader, actually has delivered most of the financial assistance to Ukraine, and actually now delivers most of the military assistance as well.
I mean, okay, good. I'm glad you corrected that, because we were giving more military assistance to Ukraine. You guys just gave more money up. So I'm glad you corrected that. You know, gave us our dues at least. Because, you know, a lot of people was trying to pretend like we just abandoned Ukraine or we didn't do enough for Ukraine. And I damn near want to point at every single European country like, what y'all do? Besides just throw money at them. But all right, guys, let's go ahead and get over to the right side of media. And of course, shout out to Fox News.
Fox News alert, ICE under attack again.
Oh, and before I get into that one, shout out Chase. He's like, I meant the UN with the escalator and stuff. Okay, I get what you're saying. Trump calling for the arrest because of the NATO stuff. Now, actually, that would be pretty petty. That'd be petty as hell. But hey, let's be real though. He did get kind of harsh on the UN for the escalate. I do really think he got petty. And he's like, bro, these damn escalators and the teleprompter doesn't work. Yep, that's it. I'm laying into you guys. I was gonna
he fucking
speech.
Like, he went off on him. He went off on him and then said, y'all overpaid for this fucking building. I could have built it for a third of the price. You told me no. In fact, I went to Congress and explained how stupid you are. I don't know if you've seen that video of him testifying in front of Congress. It is fucking hilarious. He literally just breaks down, like, down to the floor coverings and the exterior of the building, how they lost money and how they were stupid and incompetent with what they were doing. It was hilarious. I found it on another stream. This guy was streaming it on his live, and I was like, no way. And yeah.
Okay, I might have to find that one. That is
They spent something like $1.5 billion on something he said he could have done for $500 million.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, hey man, that sounds like government reckless spending. It sounds like the usual case. But let's hear it too.
At the crack of dawn, a sniper fired multiple rounds at an ICE facility in Dallas.
Whoa.
Rounds hit an ICE van. 2 illegals were hit. 1 is dead.
Damn.
The sniper is Joshua Jones.
Wow, man, you know it's effed up. I mean, RIP to that illegal that got killed because nobody deserves that. But I mean, the karma is crazy. That is crazy karma right there. It's like, yeah, you were aiming for the ICE agents, but you end up getting the illegals that you were trying to set free. Oof.
He's 29.
It's tough.
Here's a picture from 2015. He opened fire from a nearby building. It was a miracle an ICE agent wasn't killed.
You know, I know so many of those officers and agents down there. That's where I started my career. The windows that they show is my old office. So whoever was sitting in my old chair had to, duck under the desk.
The shooter committed suicide after the attack.
I bet.
The FBI says there was an ideological motive to the rampage. He scrawled messages on his bullets.
Early evidence that we've seen from rounds that were found near the suspected shooter contain messages that are anti-ICE in nature.
The sniper had
I mean, they're really trying to scare ICE from doing their job. They're really trying to make them scared. That is crazy.
ICE carved into the
that are anti-ICE in nature.
The sniper had anti-ICE carved into the shell casings. But the media says no one knows the motive. Maybe the gunman was a comedian.
You can't just assume by that what was written on that shell casing that's necessarily his.
Right, because Trump supporters are the ones that don't like ICE. Like, come on,
Don't bullshit us, bro. Like, I'm sorry, Monty, I gotta play.
Nah, dog. Come on, man.
Bro, you bullshitting me.
They're just trying to guess. If you say something enough time, eventually some idiots will believe it, I guess. But Jesus Christ, we don't know what his motives are. It sounds like mostly peaceful protests with the fucking city burning down in the background.
And here's the problem. You know how much of, like, bro, our guys on the left and came up and called ICE, oh, they're acting like Gestapo, they're just yanking people and all that. Like, they've come up with their own fear-mongering rhetoric against ICE. So what do you guys expect? When you call them terrorists, when you call them Gestapo, I mean, the language that you use towards these people, what do you expect people to start doing? Once again, here's a case of where the less rhetoric gets out of hand.
Motivation. He could have been doing that.
But no accountability will be taken.
To thinking it was funny, trying to put law enforcement on the wrong track.
Well, ICE says it was a clear attack on ICE. And the director of the ICE facility doesn't think it's funny.
The rhetoric has to stop.
Thank you.
There are people out there who are seeing what is being placed online, and they're coming and they're doing acts of violence against ICE employees. So that's kind of all I have for today, is that it's just got to stop. It's dangerous, and people are losing their lives.
Just a month ago, the same exact ICE facility got bomb threats. And another Texas ICE facility just a few months ago.
Yeah, actually, that's a pretty interesting angle. So shout out to my man Hellbat. He said, did they release info on the line of sight? If it was clear LOS, it could be a hit on the individuals to prevent possible prevent possible rat outs of gangs. Yeah, I mean, that's an interesting angle you're taking there. Like, could he have potentially shot the illegals? You know, pretty much, you know, they won't snitch. Yeah, I'm gonna shoot the illegals. They won't snitch, and everything's all good. I can go back to El Chapo and get my check. It could have worked out like that.
Was fired on by Trantifa. They baited agents and launched a sophisticated attack.
Bro, hold on. Bro, we came up with Trantifa.
We did.
And now it's being fucking said by Waters?
Bro, Waters. Waters, come on now, man. You don't tell me y'all watching.
I saw a JD Delay say it the other day. Like, I've seen a lot of people saying it. Like, and it was I think it was Vlad. I don't remember who it was. It was Vladstein or
Jet or Vladstein.
Jet or one of them too. And like, we literally just like came up with it as we were going through the live, and now it's mainstream. That's nice.
Hey, shout out Trantifa. Stop them, but shout out Trantifa.
In riots outside of ICE buildings in LA, Portland, and Illinois. Just yesterday, Antifa stormed an ICE facility in Oregon with homemade weapons. You see a pattern? MSNBC says ICE are the ones who should tone it down.
We have seen just the rhetoric escalate.
ICE needs
We've
to
also
chill out.
seen the very dramatic videos of ICE nabbing individuals and tossing them into unmarked vehicles. A lot of these.
Oh, so y'all gonna pull the same gaslighting maneuver y'all did with the Charlie Kirk shooting while saying that we need to turn the temperature down, we need to chill out with the rhetoric. Is that what y'all about to do again?
Oh, absolutely. It's their only play. All they can do is gaslight us because fundamentally they genuinely do think we're stupid. I was talking to talking to someone on Facebook earlier today that I went to high school with. That's completely like quoting the College of Obstetrics and Pediatrics talking about how Tylenol was safe, and I was like, you guys would stop breathing if Trump told you oxygen was good for you. And she was like, well, blah blah blah, get out of here with your fucking you haven't had any education since high school. And I was like, you mean my 4.0 in paramedic school and my A in pharmacology? So yeah, I do know a little bit about how drugs interact with the body. And she blocked me. Like, she genuinely thinks that I'm just an idiot because I'm giving my opinion. But it seems to be any time that there's any subject to be debated, suddenly everybody on the left suddenly becomes an expert in everything.
Man, exactly. And it's just, I just wish they wouldn't gaslight us like this. I mean, come on, guys. Like, I thought, like, really?
Dog. Come on, man.
They think we're stupid.
You sure? We need to chill out. You sure about that? Okay.
Are you sure about that?
And so it has been very divisive, and there's been a lot of fear in the different communities where we've been reporting.
ICE has been divisive. They're doing what the country voted for. They're enforcing immigration laws that Congress wrote. That's called democracy. Attacks on ICE are up over 800%, and our politicians are egging it on.
Donald Trump's modern-day Gestapo is scooping folks up off the streets. They're in unmarked vans, wearing masks, being shipped off to foreign torture dungeons.
Secret police.
Foreign torture dungeons.
Who are intimidating, who are scaring people. These Gestapo-like tactics.
It does.
Them see Nazis behind every badge. I mean, shoot. I mean, nah, just the ICE agents.
Nah, they just want complete and total anarchy. No, you walked it back a little bit, but no, it is every single badge. They had the defund the police movement 5 years ago. Like, they do not like authority because authority means accountability, and liberals cannot have any accountability because that would go against the hive mind.
All right, well, I agree with you on that one. I did try to give him a little grace and say, no, it's just been ICE been having this crazy rhetoric against, but the whole defund the police do speak to that. And hold on here. Shout out to my man Vlad. He says Tylenol caused autism by gluten. Wait, hold on. Gluten. Hold on, bro. Monty.
Not even gonna try it,
bro. I don't even know why he put that. Like we know.
No, I mean, no. He's right. That is correct. Like there are
processes. The glutathione. The depletion.
Glutathione.
Glutathione depletion. Thank you.
But and it's absolutely there is studies, and there are. I'm not going to pretend that I've read all of the studies on it, but I have seen at least some of the studies in lectures and in conversations about giving pregnant mothers Tylenol. Just in my school, which I just got out of school, so this was up and coming when I was going through school. It's fresh in my mind. Hey, be careful on how much Tylenol you give a pregnant mother, even if she's having a fever. Consult a doctor first.
I'm a little bit interested in this whole glutathione, so it's glutathione depletion.
So Tylenol crosses the blood-brain barrier to act on certain receptors in the brain. I'm not gonna pretend to know all of them, but it also crosses the placental barrier, and one could derive that because it crosses the placental barrier and the blood-brain barrier, that it is doing something to brain development in unborn babies. That is what I'm gathering with a refined eye.
All right.
Look like a Gestapo secret police who are masked, who are intimidating, who are scaring people. These Gestapo-like tactics.
It does look like a Gestapo operation.
Hold on. And for all you idiots in chat that are trying to ascribe this opinion to me, no. This is what Johns Hopkins University is studying. This is what Harvard Med is studying. This is what the foremost brains on the idea, which I don't claim to be. I just kind of listen to the people that have paid hundreds of thousands of dollars and spent 20 years in the field in their respective research. I listen to those people to get my medical knowledge.
Which is fair.
I don't listen to Trump, who can't even fucking pronounce acetaminophen. I listened to that, and when he said he's going to say something revolutionary, I knew what it was about. I knew it was going to be about Tylenol because that's what has been in medical science recently, and it's hard to get a direct, cause and effect link to it because you can't test it on rats. You can't say, oh, rats have autism now. You have to you can only do corological, yeah, that's the correct way to say that, studies, meaning you look at the correlation between the two things, and if it is highly correlated, then you have to go forward and back test all your results, and then go forward and look at future cases. Hey, maybe it's not the Tylenol that's causing it. Maybe it's the fact that the mother had a fever that needed Tylenol. So you have to start looking in that direction. So
all right, now hold on now. But shout out to my man Vlad. Since the last super chat was Castro, by the way, you dissing him. Look, bro, you and I don't know. Maybe my eyes are messed up right now. Maybe, but I do get confused between your truths. Well, I'm be rude. Your profile pics. The color in your profile pics kind of match up to me sometimes, so it's hard to tell. My bad. But shout out Castro. That was Castro who came in with the Tylenol and autism super chat. And shout out Vladstein for correcting me. And then once again, Castro laying it in on me, pretty much saying I'm not Vlad. Stolen valor. I know, Vlad. I know you just sat there and
stolen Vladstein.
I know. Well, Vladstein sat there for a whole 4 minutes and just took the credit. A whole 4 minutes.
Because that's how long it takes to get a super chat out.
Man,
it takes. You gotta type it out and then fight YouTube on what they want to autocorrect it to, and then you got to go pay for the super chat. Which
man, don't give him excuses. Don't give this man Vlad excuses. It's like, no. All right, let's get back to it.
Crazies are going to treat them like Nazis and shoot them. Last night, Gavin Newsom gave the crazies the green light.
Masked men jumping out of unmarked cars, people disappearing, no due process, no oversight, zero accountability happening in the United States of America today. People ask, well, is authoritarianism, you're being hyperbolic? Bull, we're being hyperbolic. If some guy jumped out of an unmarked car in a van with a mask on, tried to grab me, I mean, by definition, you're going to push back.
The governor of California is calling on the people to push back against a so-called dictator's secret police. And the next day, a gunman sprays bullets into that police facility. The governor feels no responsibility for the...
I mean, this was that controversial video. I believe it was debating with either Parabolic or I think Sid. But yeah, where the guy pretty much stepped out this van. He got arrested by ICE and they kept him for like 3 days, but he was a U.S. citizen, though.
Words that come out of his mouth.
Happens.
He's not saying march peacefully and patriotically against ICE.
When they lie about who they're arresting, when they lie about the actual job of law enforcement, what they're doing is encouraging crazy people to go and commit violence. If your political rhetoric encourages violence against our law enforcement, you can go straight to hell and you have no place in the political conversation of the United States of America.
Democrats call ICE the Gestapo and then they get shot at. And the media says it's ICE's fault since they're divided.
No, it's crazy how dry J.D. Vance started out and how much personality he has now all of a sudden.
Oh, that is the next president of the United States right there. If he doesn't get shot.
God forbid. I mean, yeah, God forbid.
They did the same thing with Charlie Kirk. They said Kirk had it coming. And the governors who should be working with ICE to get bad hombres out of the communities are trying to unmask them so they get doxxed and harassed.
It's like a dystopian sci-fi movie. Unmarked cars, people in masks, people literally.
Describing California.
Bro, I ain't gonna lie. The guy next to him, he's just probably one of the most funniest looking dudes I've ever seen in my life. Like the guy next to him, bro, just look at him.
Unmarked cars. People in masks, people quite
left or right,
disappearing, no due process, no rights, no.
Oh, are you talking about the sign language guy?
Yes. Unmasked.
Bro,
what are you afraid of? What are you afraid of?
Last week, the governor,
like a walking cartoon character. Like that is crazy. You can't miss him.
Signed a bill to force ICE agents to expose their faces to cameras and cartels.
No.
The man mandated masks to stop the spread of a virus, but wants to remove masks so we can't stop the spread of migrants. Some of these politicians deny.
Hey, just say they're COVID masks.
Even happening. Johnny was in D.C. this summer. Watch.
Do you condemn the attacks on ICE agents?
What attacks on ICE agents?
Bro.
I also condemn ICE being masked, coming up in unmarked vehicles, terrorizing our communities, kidnapping people. I condemn that too.
Did you condemn both. Did you wear a mask in 2020?
Yeah.
Did I wear a mask in 2020 during the pandemic? Yeah.
Isn't that the same thing?
No.
Got to protect yourself.
No, it's not the same thing.
Don't wear masks in our community. You're terrorizing women. Real men don't terrorize women.
Did you wear a mask in
So we can't wear masks in our community no more. Hey, yo, bro. Hey, guys, we can only wear
mask
masks
mandates
in our
have
community.
turned into the anti-mask mandates.
I mean, so if you got your shiesty on, you still got a COVID mask on. Look, bro, you can get arrested. Okay,
you're terrorizing the community now.
You evil bastard! Like, come on now.
2020.
Look, for health reasons, I'm not a cop, so like whatever cute gotcha you think you have there,
They're protecting themselves.
But look, do you know anyone who gets more threats than me? These ICE agents aren't getting more threats than me.
Jesse Waters.
Bullshit.
Well, Jesse
Bullshit.
Waters, not a real man.
Wow. Well, I mean,
so dehumanizing language right off the fucking cuff, and again, you know how we always say they try to move the goalposts in conversation. It's not because they're moving the goalpost. It's because once you defeat one argument, they default to a lower level of the argument, and if you get it enough, eventually you get to we want their faces so that we can dox them. That's where the goalposts will move to.
Dox them, harass their family, their kids.
Because that's what they're doing.
I know, right? I mean, they're already doing it. Oh, and shout out Misfit. Hey, how you doing, sis?
What's up, bud? It's absolutely ridiculous how they're twisting all this shit.
I mean, exactly. But hey.
Then they'll call you crazy for pointing it out because
See, this is what blows my mind. Is they've been calling for somebody to do something. You know what I mean? All this time, and then when it finally starts happening, they don't even have the cojones to own up to it.
Right.
Exactly. Just try to pretty much say, no, ICE needs to chill out. I'm like, no, you need to let ICE do their job.
No. That's what. They're saying what they want. They want ICE to stop doing their job. Otherwise, it's going to keep happening. Otherwise, they're going to condone it keep happening.
Oof, man, we don't need that. But shout out my man Vladstein. Oh, my bad. But shout out to my man Vladstein. He says, Monty was thinking you meant the Asian. Wooed. Hey, shout out Vladstein.
I was thinking he meant the Asian. I was like, what's wrong with the Asian guy?
Oh no, I was talking to the guy with the box head. Like, bro.
He looked like Johnny Test. You ever seen Johnny Test?
Yeah, like literally, like bro, it literally looks like a cartoon character. I'm like, bro, you cannot miss him. Like, do you not see the head on that guy?
I zoomed in all the way to Gavin Newsom, and he was out of frame when I zoomed in.
Oh, okay. Because I was about to say his head is just shaped perfectly like a square. I've never seen such a perfectly shaped head, like a square.
He's a Minecraft character,
literally. Like, bro, a little Minecraft character just right there before our eyes. Like, oh.
Look, do you know anyone who gets more threats than me? These ICE agents aren't getting more threats than me.
Jesse Waters probably gets a little more threats.
Well, Jesse Waters, not a real man.
These politicians have around-the-clock security, armed guards, drivers, a bubble around them so that people can't get close. What do these officers have? Nothing. They go home to their families in a residential neighborhood with no gates and an address in the white pages. Politicians with protection are inciting violence against officers with none. You don't think the threats are real? Tom Homan's been forced out of his home.
I have a 24/7 security detail because of threats against me. I don't live with my family because I don't want them around danger as much as I can. So, you know, it's tough, but I'm not going away. I'm not shutting up. I'm going to continue fighting to make this country great again.
Democrats have declared
Damn right.
war.
That's
not my words, theirs.
We're in a war right now to save this country, and so you have to be willing to do whatever is necessary in order to save the country.
Chill out with that.
Think about how they're
we're at war? Nope. That's a declaration of war. Let's go, guys.
Oh man, hold on now. They do not want those problems, and we don't even want to get into it with Dems like that. But that's the problem, though. It does seem like the radical language is coming from the left, and well, y'all don't want to debate it. It sounds like y'all honestly just want to throw hands or
we're at war.
Load guns.
All right, let's see who wins this war. Then fucking You don't want the smoke.
I don't know why they're using that language. I like them should not use that language, considering they're the ones who hate guns. Well, actually, you know what? Speaking of, Dems' hilarious hatred for guns, it is kind of funny how like Dems will hate guns in one breath and then they'll be the same ones to use them in another.
So I finally figured it out. Dems define gun ownership as what they use guns for. They define it as when they talk about guns, they talk about how they use guns. That's why it's so crazy to us when they're like, well, guns kill people. No, it's liberals with guns kill people.
Anyway, look, libtards, I hate guns. Also libtards when conservatives are in power.
No.
I mean, locked and loaded. I gotta give it to them.
Hey,
they ready.
If anybody would like me to teach them how to build a firearm, I know a thing or two.
All right.
That's like
that ICE is the president's Nazi Gestapo, and if they don't push back, democracy's dead.
I fear that we will not have an election in 2028. I really mean that. And the core of my soul.
The fucking hyperbolic rhetoric again.
Code red what's happening in this country. And we wake up soberly to how serious this moment is.
You know what happened when Jack Nicholson ordered a code red? He beat someone to death.
Did you order the code red? I did the job.
That's from a few good men.
Code red. Right, I did.
They shot Steve Scalise. They shot Trump once, then tried to shoot him again. Burnt down the governor's mansion in Pennsylvania, shot up Christian schools and ICE facilities, shot up an ABC affiliate, planted bombs under a Fox truck, and assassinated Charlie Kirk. Even they're admitting they have a problem. The Atlantic says left-wing terrorism is on the rise. That's the Atlantic. 26% of voters say Charlie getting shot on campus was understandable.
Damn.
What?
Whose side do you think they're on?
Damn. Whoa, I'm sorry, but where?
Hey, set. That's the 26% of Democrats that agree with what the Democratic Party's doing right now.
Son of a
It lines up so smoothly.
All right, so but just to give you out a full context of this poll, the what was it Rasmussen report? Rasmussen, yeah, thank you. Rasmussen report says about 1,165 voters, 165,000 voters from September 16th to September 18th pretty much voted on this. And at a 26% out of the 1,165,000, 26% said that it was understandable for Charlie's to be murdered. I mean, 26. And that's disturbing. That is disturbing.
Hey, come to my house and try to kill me. I dare you. I dare you.
Yeah, that's gonna be a well. You know, I gotta play it. I gotta play it.
See, as you can see, the more you fuck around, the more you're gonna find out.
This was understandable. Whose side do you think they're on? Charlie got killed. And hostile liberals are still harassing conservatives on campus. One guy tried debating HBCU students. He got mobbed.
Oh, man. Set.
Yeah.
I was watching a lady earlier today on a live, and she was talking about how, that's not how Charlie Kirk debated. He didn't go to places unannounced and just set up a table. I was like, you do realize how Turning Point USA started, right? That was literally what he did.
I mean, like, bro, trademark at this point. Like, Steven Crowder posted up outside of him. I mean, no, Charlie Shern, he said, Charlie Kirk said, I'm going to go right inside of the campuses, not outside like, Steven Crowder.
And yeah, she was like, he was a plant. He was just trying to make black people look bad and blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, what do you mean? They did that themselves. He fucking walked up and started saying words like sticks and stones, lady, sticks and fucking stones.
I mean, they kind of also are saying they're agreeing with Charlie Kirk. Like, think about it. If a black person comes up there and you're saying that he's making that black person look bad, well, you're pretty much saying that Charlie Kirk won that debate against that black person and that black person made himself look bad. Charlie Kirk can't make a black person look bad. They can only do that to themselves. I'm being honest.
Yeah, you cannot make somebody look bad. If you have a debate with somebody and they lose the debate and they look like an idiot, then they lost the debate and they look like an idiot. Maybe it's a time for reflection on your principles. If you look at somebody talking and you're like, wow, that really made them look bad, maybe you should understand the argument a little bit better.
And shout out to my man Hellbag. He's like, we have gun junkies on our side. What do they have? I mean,
hey, they
finding their weaponry now. What can I say? We can't even say
they have adult superstores.
Oh, okay. Hold on now.
They're gonna beat you to death with their 14-foot long dildos.
Man, you look. Hey, don't let them behind you now. But all right, shout out to my man Name. He says, does Newscomb know something we don't? I mean, look, this man is reaching for the stars. I'll tell you that right now. He's definitely doing the biggest reach he can. And I honestly think he's trying to push for a civil war. Like, his rhetoric only gets more and more extreme as time goes on. Like, he's trying to push for something.
We got the North versus the South all in this right now. We got the Republican that wants to free the slaves and the Democrat that wants to keep them on the plantation. Let's do it.
Mm.
That conservative needed a police escort to leave campus. Kimmel lost his job for 4 days.
Which is a damn shame. And I ain't gonna lie, it almost made me like ashamed of my own people because I'm like, see, this is the problem with the black community. Y'all really not trying to hear nothing outside of y'all own victimhood.
No, that's not.
Right
That's
on.
not your community. That's not you. That's not your community. That's not black people. That is a certain amount of people that have been brainwashed into thinking that they will never become anything and can only become, semi-decent with the help of the good old government. That's
Here's
not.
the thing, though. I mean, I'll be honest with you, though. They are. This is 90%. This is the 90. Like, honestly, like, think about it in the election. How many percentage of black people honestly voted for Trump?
2 million.
Yeah, well, but that means that's a very small percentage compared to what voted for the Dems. Like, when
I get it.
I get it. Say that, the conservative, like black conservatives, were a very small group. We're a growing group, but
They're
we're
getting
still
bigger.
small. But this is the problem with the other side, with our other side. They don't listen. Just like
No. Eventually they'll get it. Eventually they'll get it because you had a lot. There's a lot of black conservatives nowadays that used to be liberals. I believe you're one of them. Are you not?
Yeah. Yes, I am.
They will get it. They're not stupid.
The problem here, though, is that I was never like this radicalized where I felt like I needed to harass somebody for talking.
Well, that's because the mind virus didn't get you. That's why. That's why they all look the same. They act the same. They got the same look in their eyes because they're sick. They suffer from severe mental health issues. They've been they're in a narcissistic relationship with their neo gods, whatever the hell they want to call these people, but they allow them to wind them up so bad that they've lost their freaking minds.
I mean,
they're like a bunch of zombies screaming the same shit for the last 8 years, 10 years. What?
Hey,
Ridiculous.
I blame Obama for the race divide that we have in this country nowadays.
You think?
Dead ass.
But the more divided we are, it's easier for them to take over. So
yep,
ain't that the truth? I
watch
mean, trust me.
Flow.
Hey, trust me. There's a lot, and here's the thing: we're even divided with our own communities, as you can see. Trust me, they got it.
And they said free speech was under attack. Charlie Kirk was killed for exercising free speech, and they said he had it coming. They say we need more civil debate, and we need to be more civil. We try to engage in civilized debate. They chase us off campus. Now the freedom of the press is under attack. But when it's conservative press, the media is silent. Here's a reporter getting swarmed outside the UN. Watch.
Like that. Charlie Kirk. Why would I say that? Why would I say that? He's racist. No, he's not. Yes, he is. No, he's not. Well, look at you. Look at you. Look at you. He's not black. What is that?
Whoa.
Hey, stop it. Stop it. Get off. Get off.
I watched this guy. He's a good streamer. I watch him.
Yeah, man. Hey, bro. I watch him too, and I don't know how he does it, man. I just don't know. I could not do something like that because, well, I don't know. You start coming too close to me and pushing on me, I'm liable to do something. I'm just saying. That man got extraordinary patience.
Says the rhetoric has to stop, and we agree. But she says, not from her, from you.
We've got to stop demonizing each other. Exactly. Yeah. Now, I think most.
You mean like calling us all deplorables?
Country's history is coming, from the right. We have got to stop with the finger pointing and the scapegoating.
Wait. Pause.
As a former New York resident, and she was a senator, she can kiss my ass. She's an awful human being. Sorry.
Oh my God. She literally just said all of the violence is coming from the right, and then in the next breath said we gotta stop pointing fingers. She was literally pointing her finger when she said that.
I mean, hey man, shout out to the double speak of the left.
And irredeemable, despicable Neanderthals. They needed to be deprogrammed and have their First and Second Amendment stripped. What has the right said about Hillary that Bill hasn't already said? And it's not like men in MAGA hats are shooting up Planned Parenthoods and Hollywood celebrities or journalists or politicians. No one on the right is acting on the language we're using. On the left, they are. And it's starting to feel like that's the Democrats' strategy. Intimidate us into shutting our mouths. They're using bull.
I mean, yeah, what type of intimidating language do we use on like, and I'm talking about the news pundit, because here's the thing, I never heard Jesse Waters literally try to sit there and call, oh, they're dangerous people, they're fascists, they want to, well, now, because since y'all been shooting things up, but before, we've never, I mean, I've never heard the right wing literally try to push towards violence on the left. But I mean, let's be honest though, we're not calling y'all fascists, we're not relating y'all to any type of terrorist group or anything, even though y'all, some of y'all support terrorist groups.
We did call Antifa a terrorist organization, which, I mean, in my opinion, they are.
Yeah, even though
that's their,
even though they want to say they're disorganized, but they got a website.
Hey, I mean, I take a little bit of responsibility for the violence on the left. If you remember a few months ago, I got very, very up in arms that people were calling Tesla owners Nazis. And I said, instead of keying their cars, if they really thought they were Nazis, they should go punch them in the face. So I apologize. We need to tone down the rhetoric, you know. They're not actually Nazis. It was a facetious argument because I don't believe they're Nazis. So I'll just take that responsibility. I remember saying it a couple months ago.
Hey, all I gotta say is that we don't really wish any type of harm on the left, and this is why there's been no left-wing pundit or like Sam Cedar. I mean, Mehdi Hassan. I mean, like, bro, name your favorite one. I mean, Brian Tyler. All of them are good. All of them are safe because we don't preach violence.
We're not violent, and they know this, and they get away with it. So they're pushing the envelope more and more. Conservatives are naturally always going to be on the defense, right? Because we are trying to conserve our way of life. We're trying to defend our way of life. We're not going on the offense. We're not going and attacking people. That is what the left is doing. They are trying to push the boundaries on what they can and cannot get away with, and they're trying to make this country divided. Now, like, I honestly think that until conservatives stand up and say, nah, you're not going to do this, it's going to keep getting worse.
Bullets to bully us into political submission. It kind of feels like they know what they're doing.
Political violence has gotten out of control in this country. We got to stop it. We got to condemn it. And that starts, unfortunately, at the very top of the Democratic Party.
Boy.
If you want to stop political violence, stop attacking our law enforcement as the Gestapo. If you want to stop political violence, stop telling your supporters that everybody who disagrees with you is a Nazi. If you want to stop political violence, look in the mirror.
And shout out to Luna. She says, no way. I've seen that crazy lady memes. Hey, shout out. But also, though, at the same time.
And if they're not going to look in the mirror and stop triggering their crazies to shoot us, stab us, and blow up our cars, then we're going to have to crack down. We can't sit back and not defend ourselves. It's open season on us. And if we're not going to save ourselves, who else are we going to save?
One even more.
I mean, how much more do we got to wait? I think Guest Dude had a good argument. Well, how many more conservatives or how many more radical leftist shooters do we need? And the problem is, you know what? As my man Parabolic would like to say, let's just wait on all the details to come out. But right now, it is looking like, due to the what was it? What did that young man write on the bullet that he accidentally shot into the illegals? What did he write on that bullet? About like what? Anti-ICE. Okay, so yeah, right now, can you blame us if we say it's on the left? It looks like he's a left-wing extremist. Like, can you blame us? Or are you going to still say that we're kind of like jumping too soon?
ABC and Disney tonight have good reason to brace for retribution from the president for putting Jimmy Kimmel back on the air. He's already promised it. Quoting from his social media post, "I can't believe ABC fake news gave Jimmy Kimmel his job back. The White House was told by ABC that his show was canceled." He continued with the thread, "I think we're going to test ABC out on this. Let's see how we do. Last time I went after them, they gave me $16 million. This one sounds even more lucrative. A true bunch of losers. Let Jimmy Kimmel rot in his bad ratings." That is both the backdrop to and the threat hanging over ABC parent companies, their parent company, Disney, and Kimmel now that he's back from suspension over.
I mean, yeah, they made him a free speech champion, a free speech martyr. Like, oh, it was freedom of speech that was being violated, which it wasn't. I mean, look, man, no government forces were involved in Kimmel's firing. ABC affiliates, and even what I've heard also is that viewers as well. Viewers complained to the affiliates, and the affiliates hopped on Kimmel. Now, of course, the FCC chair's language on Benny Johnson didn't make it any better, but that's kind of what the left was using to try to frame it as a Trump thing, even though when you look into the suspension of Jimmy Kimmel, they'll say who it was. His St. Clair Media Group and, what was it, Next Star.
Over remarks he made in the wake of Charlie Kirk's murder. High stakes as well for a late-night monologue. According to ABC, more than 6 million TV viewers plus 26 million online watched as he opened it last night with the exact same words Tonight Show host Jack Parr once used after he returned from a different and certainly less serious fight over censorship 65 years ago.
Thank you. Anyway, as I was saying before I was interrupted.
Well, Kimmel also made light of the conditions for his return.
Disney has asked me to read the following statement, and I've agreed to do it. Here we go. To reactivate your Disney Plus and Hulu.
Wow. Wow.
Open the Disney Plus app on your smart TV or TV connected device.
Like any good joke, there was truth behind it. A suspension set off calls for people to cancel subscriptions to streaming services owned by Disney and a soaring number of Google searches for instructions how. Two big affiliate groups, Sinclair and Nexstar, together accounting for nearly a quarter of ABC households, did not carry Kimmel's return last night, meaning their viewers did not get to hear him choke up while addressing Charlie Kirk supporters.
Damn. So, yeah. So pretty much Nexstar and whatchamacallit, St. Clair, which, broadcasts, which they do the broadcast to about a third of the United States. So they didn't carry on his show because he didn't backtrack what he said. And let's be real, one of them had an insane request. I'll be honest with you, I knew Kimmel wasn't going to do it. They said he wanted to get on there, apologize to Charlie Kirk's family, and donate money to Turning Point USA. And Lord knows Kimmel was not going to do that.
Hey, no, I mean they made Rush Limbaugh do the same thing to get him back on the air, and he did it. So why is he so virtuistic? Why is he so egotistical? Does he think he's above, being censored? Like it's a business decision. No one got mad when that happened to Rush Limbaugh.
I mean, here's the thing, though. I mean, look, bro, when you can fake tears like he can, I mean, I guess you can just pass it off.
I have no illusions about changing anyone's mind, but I do want to make something clear because it's important to me as a human, and that is, you understand that it was never my intention to make light of the murder of a young man. I don't think there's anything funny about it. I posted a message on Instagram on the day he was killed, sending love to his family and asking for compassion, and I meant it, and I still do. Nor was it my intention to blame any specific group for the actions of what it was obviously a deeply disturbed individual. That was really the opposite.
Far left radical extremist.
And I understand that to some that felt either ill-timed or unclear or maybe both. And for those who think I did point a finger, I get why you're upset. If the situation was reversed, there's a good chance I'd have felt the same way.
Okay. Also hold on. In his pressure campaign to get him pulled from.
hold on. That feels a little genuine. I can accept that personally. I don't know,
Nah.
but I feel like it's a I'm sorry I got caught versus I'm sorry like, you know, not that he got caught. He wasn't doing anything in secret. He did it on national television. But it's more of a I'm sorry I got in trouble for it. I kind of now see the gravity of what I was saying. But he'll go on and continue and do it again. So
I mean, obviously, it's just the problem is, I guess, when you can sit there and fake the tears, it's just so
hey,
hard out
stop
here.
it!
I mean, hey, like, so you want to act like it is something hard to do? Trust me, it ain't.
From the air, as well as the wider climate of censorship he sees taking hold of the country.
The president of the United States made it very clear he wants to see me and the hundreds of people who work here fired from our jobs. Our leader celebrates Americans losing their livelihoods because he can't take a joke. He's not stopping.
Oh, so you want to double down on it? Yep, never mind.
He's gunning for our journalists too. He's suing them. He's bullying them. Over the weekend, his foxy friend Pete Hegseth announced a new policy that requires journalists with Pentagon press credentials to sign a pledge promising not to report information that hasn't been explicitly authorized for release. That includes unclassified information. They want to pick and choose what the news is. I know that's not as interesting as muzzling a comedian, but it's so important to have a free press, and it is nuts that we aren't paying more attention to it.
Whatever.
No, well, like I said, it was pretty much framed as a free speech thing when no, it wasn't. Well, like I said, you got taken off for insensitive comment and news distortion. I mean, here's the thing: me and Parabolic was debating that, bro. Me and Parabolic was debating if Jimmy Kimmel insinuated that the shooter was MAGA. So
they're trying to say it's anybody other than what it is, a far-right MAGA extremist.
Yeah, I know, but he was saying he didn't say that. That's not what he was saying. I was like, bro, come on now.
So I can understand he left himself a little bit of wiggle room to explain it away. Because I could say, for example, S.E.T, I am trying to describe S.E.T as anything other than a black man. You're obviously a black man, right? So if I say if I say, oh wow, S.E.T has black hair and green eyes and fucking whatever, I'm dancing around the topic of your skin color. You know what I mean? You know what I mean?
Okay, I kind of get what you're saying there, but the problem,
that's not what was happening. He was trying to insinuate that it was a MAGA supporter, and that MAGA is trying to do damage control because they know it's a MAGA supporter. That's the messaging behind what he said.
Yeah, but here's the problem, though. People are trying to make it about free speech, and it's not. Because
it's not.
Here's the thing, Dems, if y'all really cared about free speech, then where were you at when people was getting taken off of social media platforms because the government was coming down on them? Remember what happened with Facebook?
And YouTube.
That the Biden administration was literally censoring people. You remember Twitter files? And guess what? Google just came out with their own little thing where they also admitted to capitulating to the Biden administration and getting people taken off. So, bro, there's been a violation of free speech all under y'all reign for the past 4 years, and y'all ain't say nothing. This guy gets fired by who? Oh, his affiliate?
Disney. Mickey Mouse fired him.
And this is a violation of free speech? Come on now.
I love it, though. So Disney said they lost like $2 billion over this whole thing. And the far leftists genuinely think that Disney is an alt-right MAGA corporation. And I was like, wow, it's like we've been trying to get rid of Disney for the past 8 years.
And let's be real, Disney been losing money.
Walter Cronkite must be spinning in his grave right now. He's dead, right? Yeah. Look, I never imagined I would be in a situation like this. I barely paid attention in school. But one thing I did learn from Lenny Bruce and George Carlin and Howard Stern is that a government threat to silence a comedian the president doesn't like is anti-American.
Well, before the monologue aired, Kimmel got a boost from podcaster Joe Rogan. Here's his remarks.
The companies, if they're being pressured by the government, so if that's real, and if people on the right are like, yeah, go get them, oh my God, you're crazy.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Nobody was saying that. No, we didn't say the FCC, oh no, go get him. No,
we said we're glad he's gone.
I mean, yeah, we were happy that he got taken down, but here's the thing, though. It wasn't about freedom of speech. If it was the FCC pretty much trying to take him off, trying to take him to court over news distortion, maybe we can hear you guys out. But remember, when you cannot sit there, nobody can prove that the FCC had anything to do with Kimmel's suspension. You guys are just adding it there for convenience. Oh, well.
Right, because it fits their narrative. When you don't have facts on your side, just create your own facts. That's what the left is so good. They have whole universities that do it.
Exactly.
like, have we not caught on that the left controls what they deem to be information?
I mean, good point. And shout out to my man Hellbet. He says, Monty, I disagree. That apology was fake as fuck. I don't know.
I thought it was real. Hey, he got me fooled
I
for
think
all
it's
of
real
13
too.
seconds.
I don't know. I'm 50-50 on it. I don't want to sit there and
Maybe the part
on it like
maybe
that,
maybe the part about, cheering on somebody's death, maybe that part was genuine, but the whole apology of what he said and everything, he said, I'm sorry, but, and my mama always told me, but should never come after I'm sorry. It's I'm sorry, period.
Hey, facts.
You're crazy for supporting this because this will be used on you.
A spokesman for Charlie Kirk's organization, Turning Point USA, weighed in on Kimmel's monologue, saying it was not enough.
It was not enough.
I'm sorry. I lied.
Period.
I was wrong.
Thank you.
And I won't do it again. And my apologies to the Kirk family and to Erica Kirk. When somebody like Jimmy Kimmel says that the shooter of Charlie was MAGA, what he's really saying is that it's okay to lie about conservatives, that their lives don't matter, that his agenda, his political agenda and cultural agenda is more important than the life of my friend who was just taken from us and robbed from us.
Vice President Vance also addressed Kimmel's remarks, suggesting the administration and FCC Chairman Brendan Carr had nothing to do with his suspension.
I mean, bro.
What people will say is, well, didn't the FCC commissioner put a tweet out that said something bad? Well, compare that, the FCC commissioner making a joke on social media. What is the government action that the Trump administration has engaged in to kick Jimmy Kimmel or anybody else off the air? Zero.
Thank you. That's what I'm saying is like you guys are pretty much trying to sit here and put in the administration only because you're trying to find an excuse for Kimmel. It's like, no, It was his affiliates that took him down. He suspended him. Had nothing to do with FCC. It had nothing to do with Trump. They just said something at the wrong time, and then everybody tried to wrap that into there as if it was a free speech problem when it wasn't. Now, honestly, like I said, I think the affiliates will say it too. There were viewers who were complaining in about what Kimmel said, and they didn't want to hear it. That's why his show still wasn't aired in that area.
What government pressure have we brought to bear to tell people that they're not allowed to speak their mind? Zero. We believe in free speech.
In point of fact, Kimmel was pulled from the air not after Brendan Carr made a joke on social media, but after Carr put pressure on ABC affiliates on camera just hours before those two affiliate groups, Nexstar and Sinclair, decided to preempt last Wednesday night's show.
We can do this the easy way or the hard way. These companies can find ways to change conduct, to take action, frankly, on Kimmel, or there's going to be additional work for the FCC ahead.
You can call that pressure. Maybe you see that as just making a suggestion for.
Well, I mean, when you come out there with news distortion, I believe the FCC chair can say something about that. And I think that's one of the arguments right there that, why did he say something? Because he came out there and violated an FCC guideline of news distortion. You can't go out there and provide false news knowingly, by the way. Or here's the thing, while all the facts are still coming out, you're doing it in ill timing, which is also an error on Kimmel. And Kimmel's bragged a lot of times about how many people we have studying and looking into all this stuff, so he knows what he's talking about. Well,
he knows better.
Talking about then. Yeah, so he does know better. In a way, he should know better. So yeah, the FCC chair coming out and saying, "Yo, this does need to be something done," because he can't go on there and say that because he's on ABC Airways, he's on public airways, so he can't say that. And ABC, you can't allow them to say that if you want to keep your FCC license. That's it. And and here's the thing though, ABC affiliates terms of services aligns with FCC guidelines. Just like when YouTube terms of services aligns with some of the government's guidelines, like medical misinformation aligns with the CDC guidelines. Like, bro, it's the way it is. And you can't blame the government for the terms of service of a private company.
Hey, if you want to be completely accountable to yourself, then you have to platform yourself.
Yeah. I mean, he could have said that on YouTube and got away with it. He could have said that on
not even YouTube, because YouTube's terms of service, like you just pointed out, say otherwise.
No, he could have got away with it on YouTube. But like,
he would have.
Yeah, but it's like with news distortion about them having an FCC license. They're licensed by the FCC to broadcast on public airways. Because of that, they cannot do that. Like, Kimmel cannot come out there and say that is news distortion. But he could have said that anywhere else on any other platform, but just not on public airways. Or they'd have cost ABC their licensing. And come on now, who want to risk their entire licensing for Kimmel?
Joining us now is Kara Swisher, co-host of the Pivot podcast and host of the On with Kara Swisher podcast, also Harvard Law School professor and First Amendment attorney Rebecca Tushnet. Kara, first of all, what did you make? What did you think of Jimmy Kimmel's monologue?
Cartoon Network.
I thought he did a great job.
You know what's so funny? People are trying to say, "Oh, well, it's not news, bro." I don't care if that shit was on Cartoon Network. I don't care if a
public airwaves.
Yeah, it's public airways. If a cartoon character came out there and said that cartoon would have probably got taken off the air for a little bit or suspended. I don't care if it was a cartoon character, a comedian, as long as it's on a channel that has an FCC license on public airways, they cannot say anything like that.
It's a really hard needle.
That's what y'all don't understand. The whole part of it being about FCC licensing and how these affiliates' terms of services have to align with those, or else they lose their licensing.
The thread, I think he came off as human. He was funny. That's the critical thing. He's a comic. He should be funny. Relaxed, actually, surprisingly. And he made a lot of good jokes, mostly at the expense of Donald Trump and Brendan Carr. And those are the deserved attack vectors for a comic in this situation like him. So I thought he was good. And he wasn't too lectury. I think that could have been a problem. He said sort of the right things about the free press and was, I think, appropriately apologetic and tried to say, if you heard me the wrong way, I'm really sorry. I thought it was pretty good. It did well. So it did well. That's the other thing, by the way. 26
You know, now that I listen to it, think about this. Think about what he just said. Ignore your ears and ignore what I actually said. You just misheard me. You're too stupid. You too stupid monkey don't understand words.
Man, I mean, it's effed up to think like that, but it does seem like they are just BSing us at this point. But all right, let's go ahead and get into Fox Business and with Victor Davis Hanson. I mean, you know what? I believe this is I think he's either Vladstein's or Hellbat's favorite old white guy.
What?
Yeah, I know, right? But hey, I like him too, though, to be quite honest.
My piece, my little rant. Let's bring in Victor Davis Hanson, Hoover Institution Senior Fellow. Victor, it's great to see you. Victor, there's a lot that I want to talk to you about. I want to talk to you about foreign policy. I want to talk to you about tougher on Russia. But I just want to insert this business. It occurred to me at one of the shows this morning. And if you're saying that we can only grow at 1.5 or 1.8%, that's an admission of failure. That means something's got to change. And yet that doesn't happen anymore. And I single out the Fed because they just published their estimates. 1.8%, Victor, for as far as the eye can see. That runs counter to the American experience, except for recent decades. But for our whole history, we did 3 times as good as that, And that means they need to change. And I think that's what has Trump so frustrated about these government agencies, especially the Federal Reserve. Why should we accept second best or third best or fourth best? That's not America.
The Federal Reserve is not a federal agency.
But I think Trump's already put a number of initiatives that are in progress, and he thinks that by the time of the midterms are going to bear fruit. For example, Doug Burgum is, leasing oil and gas
Really?
in a rate we've never seen before. They haven't come into production yet, but he's on track to make us not only the present largest gas and oil producer, but the greatest oil producer by a large margin. And then when you look at Trump has invited in supposedly $10 trillion in foreign investment. Then he rounds up all of these guys that used to not like him in Silicon Valley and spent hundreds of millions of dollars to defeat him. And you look at what they have promised, you know, the Ken Andreessens, the Ben Horowitzes, the Mark Zuckerbergs, the Jeff Bezos, they're all investing. And so he's kind of unleashed the floodgates, but we're not really seeing that yet because he just started to do it. And I think it's going to be something like World War II when, you know, 42, 43, we were really starting to gear up. But
shout out to my man Vladstein. But he says, it's Vlad, I don't watch Fox, I watch Newsmax at most, and that's only when I get through the door at home before I get some rest. Well, damn, but you are a busy guy. So shout out to my man Fox, well, not Fox Chase, Jesus, Hellbat, shout out Hellbat. I'm mixing up my supporters. This is crazy. But all right. And somebody said something incredibly stupid. Somebody said ABC doesn't hold an FCC license. Really?
Okay.
Yes, ABC holds a broadcast license from the Federal Communication Commission in the United States.
Fucking dumbass. This is why you can't have a debate with these people. This is literally why you can't talk to them, because they don't understand the basic fucking facts behind the stupid ass arguments that they're fucking putting forth. ABC doesn't have a broadcasting license? Then how the fuck are they on TV?
Yeah.
Like,
I mean,
come
like,
on.
But here's how it works. The FCC doesn't issue one blanket license for all of ABC. Instead, each local television or radio station that ABC owns or operates must have its own FCC license.
For local programming, yes.
Yeah, so yeah, they do have an FCC license. They do. I mean, multiple. And here's the thing, like I said, ABC affiliates. That's why they hopped on Kimmel, because their guidelines align with FCC licensing requirements. It is what it is, guys. But yes, ABC does. Yes, they do hold a broadcasting license from the FCC.
we weren't really out producing the Axis yet.
For that one, you're
but
going.
by 1945, we had a larger GDP than Germany, Italy, Japan, but also larger than our own allies, the British Empire and the Russians, all put together. And that was.
Oh, and shout out Misfit Super. Let me back in. Said, my bad. Come on back, Misfit.
Once you start that ball rolling, it's getting up the hill. I think he's almost at the summit. And then I would expect next year the foreign investment, the energy leases, the deregulation, and the courting of all of these, I don't know what you would call them, the Henry Fords of our age, the Thomas Edisons, the Henry Kaisers, the William Knudsen's. He's telling them, I will protect you from European regulation and censorship, but you just have to do one thing. Make money, don't outsource, keep it here, and you're going to have a whole new environment that you've never had before. And I think they're pretty excited about that.
And I think
I'm kind of confident.
No, I think it's going to work. I just think he doesn't want a bunch of monetary bureaucrats to stand in his way. He doesn't want any bureaucrats to stand in his way. And he doesn't want any activist judges to stand in his way. You've written about that, so have I, so have others. Notice, you know what I'm saying? Don't tell me, it's like he's saying, don't tell me you won't finance all these new incentives that I've created that will open up growth and provide opportunities for the whole country. You know, doesn't matter what color, what religion, what age group, for the entire country. Don't stand in my way. I mean, he's a growth guy, and that's fabulous. We can't live with less than 2% growth. It's like this iron bar holding us down from a bunch of PhD monetary bureaucrats. And they don't know better because their results are terrible.
Yeah, I think his real plan, I think, is he's trying to substitute middle class interest for race. And he's basically telling the Latino truck driver, the black carpenter, the white manufacturer guy on the assembly line, I'm going to make you all prosperous and you're going to have more in common with each other based on your shared interest as a powerful middle class, an American productive class, than you do differences because of your superficial appearances. And that's what's really frightened the left, because he got record numbers of Hispanic males and black males, and never any Republican had done that. And it was this idea that we're going to make you all rich in the middle, not rich, but prosperous, and you're going to have a lot of things in common, and your superficial appearance will be rendered irrelevant because we're going to get you the ability to buy cars and houses and good jobs. And I think it's a very nationalist, patriotic message that's inclusive.
You know what it's like sometimes? It seems like, you know, Donald Trump, by the way, he loves to build buildings. He also loves factories. He loves to build factories. It's like he's kind of saying, don't you stop me from building these factories, Federal Reserve Board or whatever else. Don't you stop me. Don't you dare stop me with your high interest rates from building these factories. I should have put that in the riff. He loves buildings. He loves factories. And he wants interest rates to finance it. Anyway, that was just kind of like my little riff and rant. I figured you'd pick up. Now, Victor, this is very dull after my great opening about growth, but we should go to the United Nations, you and I, just for a few moments. Mr. Trump gave them a piece of his mind, how crazy climate change is a con job and how open borders are destroying all these countries. And, of course, he was right. Nobody would tell the truth like that. I mean, it was a fabulous trip. But I want to ask you this. I was surprised, and I want to get your take on foreign policy. He was very aggressive towards Russia. And he said, I guess, two things, Victor. One is he was saying, if Russia flies over Poland or the Baltics or other NATO countries, those countries should knock down those planes or those drones. That's one thing. And that Ukraine should be able to recapture all of their lost territory from the war. Were you surprised? And how do you see it strategically?
All right, and shout out to my man Hellbat. He says the thing to fear is not a competent enemy, but an incompetent ally. We have 58 incompetent allies in Congress voting to not condone the murder of Charlie Kirk. I mean, yeah. I think Jasmine Crockett was said, I was mad that there was only 2 white people that didn't want to vote for, what was it? Condemning Charlie Kirk's murder. I was like, wow, you're making it about race is crazy. But I mean, that's what they're best at.
I was surprised, but I think he's trying to say, let no one say I didn't give Putin a chance. I bent over backwards. I wasn't his poodle or asset. I was trying to give him a chance to get out of a disaster that he created. But the problem is that Ukraine doesn't have the area, the population, or the GDP, nor do the Europeans, to go back and take all this in a really bloody offensive. They tried that in 2023. And it was a disaster. So what they can do is what they're doing now is very slowly creating defensive lines and bleeding out the Russians. And they're doing a very good job. But if they were to go on the offensive in this war of drones and obstacles, I don't think it would work. And they don't have the manpower to do it. I'd much rather see them, just hold fast and wear out Putin. Let him be the offensive where all the casualties. There's a magic line, Larry, somewhere.
Don't let it go into wintertime, though.
There'll be a DMZ. We don't know where that is, but it's somewhere
really
close
screwed
now where Putin will go back to the oligarchs and the military class and said, I got 100 miles, 50 miles, 80 miles, 110 of additional territory from where I started, and therefore it was worth 1.5 million Russian dead, missing, and captured. And he doesn't think he's there yet. I think he's not there yet because this was a colossal blunder on his part, and there's a lot of people angry about him. So he thinks he's basically telling us, I don't have enough territory yet to justify my mistake, and I'm going to get it. And so I think all Ukraine should do is rally NATO and arm themselves to the teeth and bleed Russia away. It's like World War I. Passchendaele, the Somme, all of these Verdun, all of these offensives never worked until the Americans came in with 2 million people and overwhelmed the Germans, or they started to use tanks. But barring a technological breakthrough or a huge input of NATO manpower, and I don't see any of that happening, I would think that Ukraine would bleed itself white if it tried to have a massive offensive, and Russia would welcome that.
Hey,
It'd
Seth.
be nice, don't you think?
I just thought of something. So we have Europe willing to buy all of our fucking military equipment to give to NATO to ultimately give to Ukraine. Why is it not now that we put all of our investments and shit into our military, into Lockheed, get the next generation Abrams, get the next generation of a Humvee, because fucking Humvees suck, and really fucking bolster our defense manufacturing capability and, you know, R&D, while we have people that are, one, willing to buy it, two, willing to use it, you know, get rid of all of our stuff and even battle test new stuff.
I think we want to keep the supply low so we can keep the price high for these things. Because
That's
like
dumb. You don't want the price to be high. You want your $700 billion budget or $800 billion budget to go to good things.
Yeah, but I think that's honestly that's probably the best argument I got for you is that they just want to keep the prices high so they.
Oh, you mean like Boeing and Lockheed and Northrop?
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. Fuck them. I mean, I don't care about them other than they are willing to put the capital into making great things for us. But no, I don't care about their monopoly over things. They can get fucked. Like and the government can turn around and say, yeah, no, get fucked. Fucking make us something better.
I mean, that is true. Instead of just, honestly, here's the thing though. We upgrade, we sell out the old stuff, and let's be real that we don't make more of the old stuff. I mean, that's why we're able to
don't make more of the old stuff. Make some fucking cool shit. Like, you know, I don't.
I don't want to be. I don't think nobody want to be stuck. We might get stuck with like an oversupply. I think it's like, think about it, when it's like planning. We gotta be cautious when planning war. Especially you don't want to oversupply yourself with a whole bunch of weapons you will never need. Like you never know. Unless you
because there is
getting into war.
There is an expiration date on them.
Yeah.
I mean, but you can use it for training. You can use it for making your military sharper. So this idea that we're ever going to have too much is preposterous. Like the military can blow through some ammo. The military can blow through some weapon systems just for fucking training and making it more realistic, which is really what you want.
I mean, what you would hope for. But all right.
Yeah.
It would be nice if the Europeans, NATO, stop buying Russian oil. Mr. Trump wants to tariff Russian oil, to make them pay Russia a high price. But somehow or other, European politics always get in the way. Their dependence on Russian oil, which is odd because their dependence on the con job of climate change, which Trump blasted them for, got them into so much economic trouble in the first place.
Yeah, there's still oil and gas on the European Western continent. There's gas in France. There's still oil in the North Sea. There's still retrievable oil and gas if they'll just go after it. And they can go. They canceled the East Med pipeline. Israel, Cyprus, Greece, they were all ready to bring in natural gas right into Southern Europe. And Biden, of course, and the Euros cancel it. But they just need the willpower. And I think Trump is trying to, jawbone them into doing that. But it'll take a while. But you can't feed the enemy is what Trump is saying. And he's right.
Yes, indeed. All right.
I mean, ain't that the truth? You can't feed the enemy while also wanting us to stop the enemy, which is Russia.
Think about it, though. Think about this. Honestly, we get the economy of a country that's at war, all the benefits of it, without actually going to war.
That is true. I mean, all our weapons get sold with no destroyed buildings, but our weapons are getting sold and people got jobs because of it, through war. I mean, it's not how we really want to do things. Huh?
Do you think we're actually going to be able to stay out of it, though?
I mean, I would hope so, but that's the problem with
if we don't directly get attacked, we're not going to go into it. Like if we get directly attacked by Russia, then all bets are off. It's a proxy war. That's all it is. It's a proxy war between NATO and Russia.
Right. Well, I don't know, the thing that just got me concerned was like with the drones and stuff going over Poland. And isn't there the thing with like Russia and North Korea and all these other countries
BRICS.
that,
It's more of an
yeah.
economic. It's an economic alliance, but I genuinely believe it's a secret military alliance as well.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, do you think they're trying to goat NATO, and then they're going to use that as their excuse to get that?
Oh,
And then
absolutely.
like that's
Like-
just not good. It's not good at all.
That's what they're trying to do. That's why but that's why I said earlier they're trying to poke the stick and see how much they can get away with. I don't see NATO, getting full blown fucking rocking and rolling into it unless someone is directly attacked. Flying drones over, NATO will shoot the drones down. They'll shoot the planes down, and Russia can throw their big hissy fit on the stage. But until there is a kinetic attack on land or at sea of a Russian, asset in Russian waters, or a Russian asset in Russian Air Force, or on ground, that nothing is going to escalate. People do not want a world war. Like, it's mutually assured destruction at this point. So that's why proxy wars are getting so hot.
Well, everybody except for neocons. Remember, they don't really care. But
they'll send us all to hell.
I mean, yeah, for a dollar. For a dollar.
For a dollar, Mr. Krabs.
Man, money.
money.
But all right, guys, let's get right into the next video. The world is rallying for Palestine. Will anything change? In my honest opinion, no. But let's go.
For those of you
it hasn't changed for 1,500 years.
Palestine, it's been a hell of a week, hasn't it? Over the last few days, a whole host of world nations recognized Palestinian statehood for the very first time, including highly influential nations like France, Britain, Australia, and Canada that have spent decades supporting the nation of Israel. But on the ground, in Gaza, on the West Bank, hardly anything has changed at all. Bombs still fall across Gaza every day. Gaza City is in the midst of a complete seizure by Israel. Settler violence in the West Bank is on the rise, and talk of a Gaza Riviera simply refuses to go away. So what exactly happens around the world this week in this grand series of endorsements of a Palestinian state? Is this a move on the chessboard and a grand and coordinated effort to bring Israel to the negotiating table? Is it an all-out gambit where the nations of the world are trying to shove their way past American opposition and make a difference in Jerusalem? Or is this just an act of diplomatic peacocking where powerful nations have only decided to reverse their stance on Palestine after Palestinian statehood became a practical impossibility? Just before we go any further, just a quick pause to tell you about something we've been cooking up here at Warfronts, and we are excited to share it. And no, it's not the launch of Weeb Fronts. Jesus Christ,
no free ad reads.
I've got enough channels. But I think it might be nearly as good as that. So have you ever got to the end of the week and found yourself thinking something along the lines of, oh man, I was just feeling so optimistic about the state of the world, and I'd love for that to be ruined by even more war fronts. That would bring me down nicely. Well, good news for you, my friends. I hear you. In fact, we at Warfronts hear you so loudly, we're launching a brand new... It's that site. Subscriber service. Look at this. I set this up. That's where you can go. It's a place for people who see us putting out 6 videos a week and go, amateurs. For $5 a month, you'll get access to a lot more in the pipeline, including a week. Oh, man. They're going to paywall videos. This sucks. Look, I haven't learned. Back to the episode.
Oh, damn.
Hey, Seth, do you have a Patreon?
Sometimes the long arc of history changes.
No, I would have, but ever since, YouTube came out with the membership thing, it's kind of like basically the same.
Yeah, that's true.
No, that's the only thing. And besides Patreon, I mean, man, I think the memberships are probably a little bit more expensive.
Changes in the span of just a few days or even just a few moments. Considering the world has spent a century consumed with the fate of lands ultimately known today as Israel and Palestine, it's not hard to see how this week might have felt like one of those moments. In New York City, ahead of the United Nations General Assembly, a number of world nations gathered together at a summit organized jointly by France and Saudi Arabia. Held during the Jewish holiday of Rosh Hashanah, so as to ensure that Israeli or Jewish groups were unlikely to intervene, the summit was meant to send a bold message that the world was united behind Palestine. Now, more than ever. Unfortunately for Paris and Riyadh, the summit was already tinged with the sting of disappointment before it even began. The gathering was the byproduct of a conference held in late July of this year, where the French, the Saudis, and a rather remarkable collection of world nations attempted to push Israel to rethink its approach to its war in Gaza. By or before the time of that conference, France and Britain had announced that they would formally recognize Palestine, a seismic shift in global politics. France and Britain are two of the 5 nations seated permanently on the UN Security Council, and they join 2 other nations, Russia and China, that have already recognized Palestine. Thus, they isolated their own ally, the United States, as the only veto-wielding member of the Security Council not to have come on board. But just as important at that July conference, or perhaps even more so, was what Saudi Arabia did, joined by Egypt, Qatar, and the entire Arab League. Together, they issued their own seismic reversal of their long-held positions. We'll quote here, "In the context of ending the war in Gaza, Hamas must end its rule in Gaza and hand over its weapons to the Palestinian Authority with international engagement and support in line with the objective of a sovereign and independent Palestinian state." End quote. Now, this agreement saw those powerful Arab world nations condemn the events of October 7th, 2023, and publicly agreed that they're interested in normalizing their diplomatic relations with Israel, potentially opening the door to better security arrangements, lucrative economic opportunities, and a far more peaceful Middle East. In short, the most powerful nations in Europe and the most powerful nations of the Arab world have come together and offered Israel a way out of its current war in Gaza. Agree to end the fighting, and Israel could pursue normalization with the entire region with all the perks that it entails, while France and Britain might either decline to recognize Palestinian statehood as promised or otherwise draw out the process so that Israel could reduce some of the pressure. But as we've referenced briefly in other episodes on this channel, Israel delivered its unequivocal rejection of this off-ramp. Israel did that first by committing to invade Gaza City, then by trying to assassinate Hamas leaders in the sovereign nation of Qatar, then by actually pushing into Gaza City as promised. Since that time, the Arab world has grown far more wary of Israel and its willingness to strike the territory of nations that it isn't at war with. The United Arab Emirates, having already normalized relations with Israel, is threatening to walk that back, while Saudi Arabia is now warning that it's very close to swearing off normalization entirely. So by the time that France, Saudi Arabia, and their allies gathered in New York this week, it had already become clear that the ideal outcome of the summit simply wouldn't be possible. The peace negotiations over Gaza are practically dead, and while France, Britain, Canada, and other participating nations have the power to recognize a Palestinian state, that act is entirely symbolic. Practically speaking, there's no way to agree on, establish, and then protect a Palestinian state without America's approval, and it's all but unthinkable that America would ever endorse that idea without an Israeli go-ahead that, well, isn't coming, is it? That being said, there was still value in holding the summit. Its leaders and participants contend that even though they can't change the facts on the ground, there's strength in numbers on the Palestine issue, and by adding critical nations to the list that believes the US and Israel are in the wrong on Palestine, there's supposedly a better chance of bringing about real change. Economic measures against Israel also become a more likely possibility, although they've yet to materialize as serious policy proposals in most of Europe. Finally, the summit would be able to throw its strength behind a report by an independent panel of experts via the United Nations released on the 16th of September that concluded that Israel has committed genocide against Palestinians in the Gaza Strip. That report, by the way, is worth reading, no matter your stance on the war in Gaza. It's free and it's easy to access online. Now, this Monday, the summit made things official. As promised, France officially recognized the state of Palestine, joined by Belgium, Andorra, Malta, Monaco, and Luxembourg. Britain had recognized Palestine the day before, joined by Canada, Australia, and Portugal. Officials from Japan, Denmark, and the Netherlands each confirmed that they would be making an announcement on Palestinian recognition very soon, while Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum changed her nation's position to show that Israel is committing genocide in Gaza, following up on her own recognition of Palestinian statehood earlier this year. Even Italy's Prime Minister, Giorgia Meloni, clarified her nation's position, not recognizing Palestinian statehood yet, but indicating that Italy likely would if Israel's remaining hostages can be freed and Hamas can be excluded from a future Palestinian government. In the span of less than 48 hours, several globally critical nations had thrown their support behind Palestine or shown that they're immediately about to do so in the biggest diplomatic sea change on Palestine in the last decade. Now, on its face, it's hard to deny the symbolic significance of what's happened this week in New York. As of today, and for the first time in history, more than 3/4 of all UN member nations recognize Palestinian statehood, a group that now includes the majority of the European Union. The list of nations that don't recognize Palestine isn't tiny, but it is getting shorter. Obviously, Israel and the US are on that list, plus Germany, Italy, Finland, Denmark, Greece, and others in Europe, as well as US allies, South Korea, Panama, and New Zealand. But all things considered, that's not a terribly strong coalition, and it's not clear that every nation on that list is committed to its current course of action. But there's one question that's quite obviously more important to ask. Will any of this actually change anything? To hear Israel tell it, the answer's fuck no. On the first night of recognitions, including Britain, Canada, and Australia, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu called those nations' rationale, quote, false propaganda against us, and called their decision, quote, an absurd reward for terrorism. Insisting, quoting again, it will not happen. A Palestinian state will not be established west of the Jordan River. On Monday, Israel's National Security Minister, Itamar Ben-Gvir, called for, quote, immediate countermeasures to include the annexation of the West Bank and, quoting again, the complete crushing of the Palestinian Authority. Nor has the US been any more willing to change its position. Palestinian representatives were denied visas to the United States for this year's General Assembly, barring them from attending in person. The UN did allow those representatives to speak remotely in a General Assembly vote that saw 145 nations in favor and just 5 opposed. When asked what he thought of the decision to recognize Palestine, US President Donald Trump responded, quote, I think it honors Hamas, and you can't do that because of October 7th. You just can't do that. Sitting next to Trump at the time of his remarks, French President Emmanuel Macron attempted to counter those claims, but his rebuttals appeared to fall on deaf ears. On the ground in Gaza, it became very clear very quickly that the declarations in New York City would bring no pause to the violence. Israel's ongoing assault of Gaza City ground on, as promised, with Israel only intensifying its bombardment on the day after the summit as tanks pushed further into the heart of the...
Now, we're going to move on from this, but yeah, as you see, I mean, look, any type of recognition of Palestine really doesn't matter and doesn't help them out, to be quite honest. And, well, once the fog of war lifts, all shall be revealed. So we're going to see about all this stuff that they've been talking about. Oh, reporters dying, hundreds of thousands of civilians going missing. Everything will be, you know, figured out then. And if y'all still want to go ahead and blame Hamas for every single thing, you know what? Go ahead. But I'll tell you this. Here's one effed up argument that I just do not like to hear when they say that, oh, well, they voted for Hamas. And do y'all know when Hamas was actually voted in? 2006. So you're pretty much blaming what? An entire people for what I would say the voting decisions of what people made almost 15 years ago.
20 years ago. 20?
Yeah, 20. Yeah, and what's the math on the people in Gaza? You know, that's mostly older people who voted for Hamas. And if we take that math, that means it's most likely less than half of the people in Gaza voted for Hamas. So when you guys try to use the logic of, well, they voted for Hamas, they voted for them, majority of them voted for them, yeah, in 2006. Like, this is why the whole, oh, well, they should all get the punishment. This does not align. It doesn't align. But we'll move on from that to Candace. Let's get right into it.
All right, you guys, it is Wednesday, and I have a lot for you today because you're not going to be surprised to hear that the FBI is FBIing. That's what they do. And that's what they want to happen with the Charlie Kirk case. Of course, it's inevitable. I'm going to tell you all about that. Also, I want to open up about this overwhelming sense of doom that came over me about 10 days prior to Charlie Kirk's assassination. The story's kind of unbelievable, but I think it's important to share, especially with the way that they're traveling here, the FBI is traveling, trying to shut this case down. And it is also somewhat related to another explosive story that I have for you today, because do you remember Thomas Matthew Crooks? Probably not, because oddly, the feds told us that, hey, don't even worry about that 20-year-old who got up on a rooftop and tried to assassinate President Donald Trump, right? That story just got buried. Well, today we have some exclusive information about him, never before seen footage of Matthew Crooks, and it's going to be just the beginning of our coverage.
Ooh.
What we know,
Yeah.
so welcome back to Candace.
This should be an interesting one, guys.
Okay, so let's start with the breaking news. I don't even know if it's considered breaking news when it comes to the feds. Like, I don't think it's breaking news. I think it's just the news. This is what they do. Well, I have it now on a very well-placed authoritative source that the FBI is putting an absurd amount of pressure right now on the authorities in Utah and also the rest of the government in Utah to come out and to say that the Charlie Kirk case is closed. They want it over. They want Charlie's assassination to be officially ruled lone gunman. It was a lone gunman that did that. Nobody else is involved. Now, why would they? Why would they want that? Right? What are they saying, at least to the authorities? Are they saying like, this is the reason? And I'm sure they're not coming out and being honest or saying something that might ring truer to us, the public, which would be them saying, well, we know who did this and we want to protect those people, so close the case. What they're actually saying instead is essentially, if you don't close the case against Charlie Kirk and rule it a lone gunman, then it might mess up our prosecution against Tyler Robinson. That feels a little bit to me like moral blackmail. Hey, man, we're not hiding anything, but we've got this guy, Tyler Robinson. If you don't close this case, then it might harm our chances of locking this guy up. Yeah, I'm sure. I am sure that they are being just moral. I'm sure they're telling the truth to the authorities. Now, I want to remind you guys, we should take a look at their current case against Tyler Robinson to see if we should accept this narrative, because currently there is absolutely no video which shows Tyler Robinson firing the weapon or even taking aim at Charlie Kirk. In fact, the individual who filmed the footage of the shooter on the roof, the lone video that exists of the shooter on the roof, also told me that he doesn't think that Tyler Robinson is the guy.
Wait.
So how's that going to work for an eyewitness account? When he reported the shooter on the roof to Utah on the campus, he was clear that the person was wearing an entirely different outfit than the ones that they're currently trying to claim that Tyler wore on that day. Remember, Tyler was just supposed to be wearing a t-shirt and some jeans. He says, no, he was in tactical gear. The person that I saw was in tactical gear. Also, that eyewitness told me that
I'm done. One of my homies at work had the same theory. He's like, bro, look at the chin, bro, from the nose down. It just don't look like him. I'm like, I don't know, man. But now that I'm over here hearing Candace say the same thing, that's absolutely crazy. I'm just now hearing this theory.
that gun doesn't even match what I saw. And like I said, this individual definitively has experience with guns. He teaches people how to fire guns. So according to him and what he observed, if he's going to be brought into this court case that they're saying they want to, they want to bring charges against Tyler, he's going to testify and say, no, that doesn't look like the gun. That doesn't look like the person. So how's this going to work? Also, according to the individual that told me this, regarding the feds trying to push for this case closure, the feds don't even have any footage that explains how exactly the rifle in particular got onto the roof. That stuns me. That's stunning information, right? Because all we have is, well, in the indictment, he dropped onto the roof at 12:15 p.m. Tyler Robinson just dropped onto the roof. I guess in our minds, we assumed on the basis of the picture that they released the sole picture or set of pictures from the same moment of him walking up the stairs. We assumed that he, like I said, stanky-legged it, the whole stanky leg all the way up onto the rooftop. That was our perception. But it turns out, according to my source, they don't know how the rifle got onto the roof. That's interesting. How are we bringing this to trial? Now, regarding the bullet, the source says that it was too fragmented to match Tyler's rifle, so they don't have even the bullet. And let us not forget that Tyler himself has not confessed to anything. And that part also didn't make sense. He said they brought him in, Bill Ackman puts up $1 million, Tyler's dad gets the sheriff friend to come over, and they say he did it, and the police come and they bring him in They bring Tyler Robinson in, but Tyler Robinson doesn't confess. So how did you arrest him? Does that make sense? How could you make an arrest if you didn't have a confession? You would have to have evidence, and the evidence can't be trust my dad, bro. You can't, if I just bring in a random person, I say, oh, look, Skylar just committed this crime, and Skylar says, no, I didn't, and he doesn't confess. The police can't just make an arrest.
Now, I know the narrative was that I think he confessed to his father and his and the neighbor who had just, I guess, happened to be part of a church. But yeah, so that's what we heard, that yes, his father, that he admitted to his father, but what, as soon as he got in front of the FBI, he shelled up and said nothing. I mean, that could also happen.
You just arrest Skylar. Nothing is making sense at all. It has not made sense from the very beginning. Okay. And that's because the feds are involved. And I believe the feds know exactly what happened. In fact, I don't think it's a stretch of imagination when we examine history to assume that they maybe even had some foreknowledge. Not everybody, obviously, because some people are trying to get the information out and are trying to figure out what happened. But we know that there are people that are a part of that apparatus who are terrible human beings, who we do not want ruling over us, and yet they do. So I'm just curious how exactly they believe they are going to convict Tyler Robinson on this. Oh, you know what? It's probably the Discord messages. I forgot, silly me. The Discord, I forgot he was so explicit. How could we forget? Oh, Lance, wherefore art thou, Lance? Deny thy father and refuse thy name. Bruh. And with thou wilt not, Lance, the bullet, me, my handprints, it was me. It was me, my love. I did everything. I carved it. Do you remember, my love, when I was carving the bullets? Yes. Exactly this time is when I did it. And these are the reasons, my MAGA daddy, my love, thou wilt not, my love. Cool. Cool story. Very cool story, feds. Kind of feeling like Tyler's going to get off because they've got really nothing but prints. And from my sources, it's not the only set of prints that are on that gun. In fact, the only thing that I have heard that made sense, which did not come from our government, did not come from the feds, did not come from the Utah government, but rather from the people that are on the ground who believe that actually Tyler was just told to walk and drop off his gun at a neighboring house. That for some reason just feels like that might be honest, and that was how he participated in this event. But we'll see, because I'm not going to let this go. So we'll see if the feds tell us to just dismiss it, as they always do. You know, rather relatedly, something that I wanted to tell you yesterday, we had showed you a clip of Charlie discussing our friendship and how he was feeling morally blackmailed over it. And in that same clip, he mentions a very fond memory that I have, that he was there when I met my husband, and he says it's a really fun story. And it is a fun story. It's actually a totally fun, crazy story of how I met my husband, because I had something that came over me, and that's the only way I can describe it. And I get all of the conspiracies online when people were like, there's no way her and her husband got engaged after 18 days. That's exactly how it happened. Okay. I didn't know him. I never even saw his face 18 days prior. And I'm with Charlie. We're hitting the ground running. And I'm just like, I feel compelled that we must go to the UK. It was, when I say, the most overpowering thing ever. I was like, Charlie, we got to go to the UK. We got to go to the UK. We should go to the UK. We should go to London. And he's like, man, why? Why do you want to go to London? I'm like, I don't know. I just feel like we're supposed to be there. I feel like we've got to be there for an event. And I did something that I had never done. I took Charlie Kirk's credit card, and I was like, I'm going to find flights and just book it. And then you just figure out, maybe it means we're supposed to start, Turning Point UK. If there's energy there, that was a part of his vision. He wanted Turning Point to be global, and he had people that were interested in the UK. And so I'm showing you this very old text message chain from that time between me and Charlie, where I never booked flights, looked at flights, but I booked these flights. And I was like, look, the flights are dirt cheap. From NYC to London, $450 in coach, or $1,200 in first class. And he's like, wow, let's book it. All right. We booked the flights. And then suddenly I realized the reason.
No, I was hearing that, Candace might be doing this for money. And I would like to remind you that Candace Owens' channel makes at least $200K to $500K a month. Trust me, this ain't about money. She ain't strapped for money.
reason that I had this overwhelming feeling to be there was because I was supposed to be my husband. And the only thing I can say is that it was an intuition. We describe it that it had to have been God. We had just had no reason, no other reason to be there. And then Charlie set up a speaking event with some people that had been interested. And sure enough, we were there to help Turning Point UK get set up. Anyways, this overwhelming feeling I had never experienced something like that since, until about a week before, or actually 10 days before Charlie got assassinated. And so I'm going to explain that to you because you guys who watch this podcast might have realized something, that we took the show off air randomly for the first couple of days in September. So I will describe to you exactly what happened. There at first was a elementary school shooting that happened at a Catholic school, and I was just concerned in a way that I had never felt so impacted. And I was going, something isn't right. Something is just not right. And I felt that there was some sort of an infiltration that was happening at schools. And the best way that I can describe it in a sentence is that I sensed that the danger wasn't stopping there and that more was coming, and that I needed to take a look at just the process of hiring people at the school that my children were going to attend. And I did just a cursory online search, and some messages I found, which were not written by a teacher at the school, but someone who was adjacent to some teachers at the school, gave me pause for concern. In fact, explicitly what it was a Polish underground symbol, like a Polish communist underground symbol that nobody would have recognized outside of people who know what it meant. And I just sort of went, okay, that's weird. I kept looking online, and strangely, I'm not kidding, and I'm going to show you these messages, I came across what looked to me like a bunch of people talking about bees. You're going, like literally bees, in a way that the only way I can describe it to you is like they were speaking about bees, but they weren't speaking about bees. It was very coded. And I'm going, am I going crazy? Or do you think that all these people are really actually, quote unquote, bee farmers, or saying that they farm bees? What is this lingo that I'm not understanding? Why do I feel like it's related to students? I didn't feel good about it at all. And I just sensed that we needed to get more involved, to go to the school, to ask about the process of hiring, to see if they needed more security. They were kind of giving up me the thing that teachers do now when you ask any questions about what happens at the school, which is they make you think like, why do you want to know? Like, we just do whatever we want to do. It's like, I don't know. My children are like 5 and 4, actually. Parents should, of course, we need to be more involved. Like, how did we get here that we feel like we're crazy for asking questions about the hiring practices at schools? And the feeling just didn't go away. I can show you this actually, because I was thinking, like, I said to my husband, there is some weird underground, it's like I sense like imminent danger is coming. And for some reason, I feel like there is an underground that has emerged at schools, and it's like related to bees. That's what I said. And I messaged multiple people about this, my sister. Here are a couple of more text messages to other people. You can look at the time frame here. This is 8:30, August 30th. This is September 1st when we went off air. September 2nd, we were off air. And I started talking about people that were discussing bees in a way that didn't make sense. I'm like, I don't know if this is drugs. I don't know what it is, but it's weird. And so in a sentence, I just said, there's imminent danger coming. Okay. It is relating to a school. I think it's a communist underground, and I don't know why, but it has something to do with bees. Totally sensible thing to say to your husband. Oh, and we need to hire more security. And we did. We hired more security that very week. And I was just frantic about it. And we made the decision that we needed to homeschool immediately, and started the process, pulled our kids out of homeschooling and starting to interview people. But it wasn't enough. Like, despite hiring more security, despite taking my kids out of school.
Didn't fucking Robinson have a shirt that said "Be the change you want to be," or you want to see, or something shit like that? You're muted.
That's a pretty common statement.
Did you want to know something even crazier?
But it had a bee on the shirt.
Here's an also crazier thing. You know that the Utah University, the school that Kirk was shot at, has like ties to the CIA.
Right. What?
Yeah.
What do you? That's a vague statement. What do you mean ties to the CIA?
Yeah.
Well, pretty much
Explain.
there's faculty that used to work for the CIA there in high positions, and that it's allegedly used for a recruitment ground. I think, bro. Watch. I think man.
Okay, we're. Oh my
because I was
gosh.
looking into it and it was, bro, some dots were connecting, but I'm still like low key, looking in on it. I'm still researching it, but yeah, what I've been looking into, there does seem to be heavy CIA connection to Utah University. Yeah.
Cool. I still had a sense of dread. The Tuesday night, the night before Charlie got assassinated, I had book club and I felt like I needed to emphasize to people in book club that it was time to take their kids out of school. Like, take your kids out of school. Something danger is happening right now. And I'm going to show you a clip. Obviously, this is all behind the paywall of what I said to people that are in the book club. Take a listen. I'm homeschooling my kids. I'm so excited. I'm like very excited I'm embarking on this recent decision. And it is just, I can't explain to you when a weight got lifted off of my shoulders, because I was like, I can't just.
Oh yeah, here it is. It's the let's see, what is it known for? The Center for National Security Studies, and this is at Utah Valley University. Has a Center for National Security Studies, which offer programs in intelligence, cybersecurity, and homeland security. And let's see, the CNSS empathizes that students and alumni have gone to work in federal government agencies, including the CIA, Department of Defense, FBI, and State Department.
So that's every school that has any sort of
and its
intelligence.
facilities includes people with experience at federal agencies like the CIA and Department of Defense.
Yeah, that's nothing. That's a whole lot of nothing, Burger. That's conspiracy juice. There's a lot of schools that have degree paths like that in counterintelligence, in intelligence. Like, you can just look up national security degrees and get a whole list of schools that give it to you. And Charlie Kirk went to schools, so that's a reach.
Let's see here. Well, let's see. I'm getting about Homeland Security and Studies. Yeah, you're right. We got at least about about 7 other colleges that offer it. So it's not world. I mean, of course, it's like, one of them big colleges, but yeah, there are about 7 other colleges that offer this, national security study.
And you can get,
but you wouldn't be able to get this from your community college, sadly.
Well, obviously not. Community colleges don't offer 4-year degrees, for the most part, anyway. You can also get things in cybersecurity and homeland security.
But just it's like an all-encompassing, I guess, course setup. Now, like I said, it's not for sure. This is not for sure. They're just CIA, recruitment ground. No, but the fact that they do have this, field of study that only, I believe, right here, only 7 other universities have. It's not something that's just widely taught. Now, like I said, it's not. Does this mean for sure? No, but is it a little bit suspicious? I mean,
not really, not at all.
Somewhat.
That's like saying, because a college has a basic law enforcement training program, or basic law enforcement education and training program, BLET, that a cop must have did this killing.
Yeah, but here's the thing, though. When you try to stuff all types of things that require intelligence gathering into one field of study, it does make it look kind of weird.
That's a degree field that's in demand.
I mean,
cybersecurity, fucking.
Yeah, we get that, but when you put it all in one to make it a field of study, is like, so what? Now we're just admittedly saying that, all right, well, come over here for espionage training in college. I didn't know that one. I'll be honest with you, Monty. I was taken back by that. I wasn't privy to that.
That's kind of wild.
What did you say?
Right.
So that's kind of wild. I mean, granted, there is only 7 other schools you said, so 7 in total or 8 in total.
And we got
Like-
about Georgetown University, George Washington University, John Hopkins University, Texas A&M, and University of Austin, Texas. And then we got a Naval Post Grad School. And
Yeah, the
then we
Naval
got
College.
University of Maryland, and that's it.
Wow.
Yeah, so it's a well-rounded group of areas in different colleges. Like, this is not something like, you know what I mean? Like, it
is kind of special since it's not given in every college.
Right.
You can't sit there and say it's not special.
Right. It's only 7 out of how many colleges?
Yeah.
But I mean, what's the implication there, that the
It's just
shooter was a
strange.
CIA spy? Like,
No, but it's just something that we should just hold on to that for now. Just
well,
hold on.
I mean, they also had
Put a
concrete
pin
on
in
the
it.
fucking on the sidewalks. Like pointing out obscurities does
That's a
not
pretty
do
big
anything.
obscurity, though.
No, it's not at all.
I mean,
if you're
Monty,
following, if you're trying to follow Candace's logic that this is somehow a government hit, then I mean, I guess it's more for your conspiracy juice. But you're putting a whole bunch of notions out there and throwing shit at the wall and hoping something sticks.
I didn't put no notions out there. I just said that they have a field of study, and I looked it up, and it happened to be true. I didn't put anything out there, honestly.
But what are you trying to say by that? What is the point of saying that?
The
Because
point
they
of
also have a culinary arts program. They also
He found
have
it odd.
Monty, I like, come on now. You definitely are underplaying the rareness of it. Because you talk about concrete, and everybody got concrete, but not every college got concrete, but not every college has a study dedicated to intelligence. Like, let's be honest.
Yeah, it's a rare thing because not many people are
Okay.
FBI agents or national security agents. So it's not every college is going to have this program. Like, it's a.
I mean, Monty, did you even know this existed until now?
That program? Yeah, absolutely. That's the degree that made you most marketable to become an FBI agent. And then, so what you're saying about their recruiting out of there and they have CIA operatives? Well, yeah, if there's fucking a CIA program or a FBI program, you're gonna have teachers
or an intelligence program, yeah,
that spent time in the field so that they can teach about it. Like, that makes sense. And if they're recruiting out of that school, then that also makes sense because that's where the degree is.
So wouldn't that be kind of strange if CIA has a connection to a school, like, the same CIA that has all this mystery around it? I'm just saying, like, it is a bit strange. I'm not calling out anything. I'm just saying, isn't that not strange?
Yeah.
What does that have to do with the Charlie Kirk assassination? Is my point.
Oh, well, you'll see. Well, let's just keep it rolling.
Okay.
Speak about this. Like, we have to do it and show people that it can be done. And I'm so glad that my sister who did it first, because I was like, my sister, it was very difficult for her to do this. She's got to wake up super early, but seeing her do it made me go, my older sister, I was like, what is wrong with me? Of course I can do this. And again, this weight being lifted off my shoulders of like, you don't get my kids. This whole system, this whole matrix, got to send your kids to school so we can what? Indoctrinate them mentally. In some schools, there's abuses that are happening, like, and I just have to take the risk and give you my child, like my small child, and then you're gonna gaslight me. This is what happened, actually. I was like asking the school basic questions, like, because I was only gonna put them in like, a little daycare program, pre-K program, and like I was like, ask questions like, how do you hire people? And they were like, you don't get to ask those questions. What's wrong with you, Mom? Why are you so scared? I'm like, okay. Bye-bye. See you never. Don't make me think that I'm weird for being a mom. Okay. Don't make me believe or try to sell to me this idea that we're sharing these kids. These are your students. These are my kids. And if you don't understand,
I haven't heard that one, Luna. Shout out Luna, a member for 1 month. Appreciate the support, sis. She says they poured a concrete after 9/10/2025 over a fresh crime scene. I have not heard about that during Charlie Kirk's, which would be crazy.
No, so yes, a couple of it was not 9/10. It was a couple of days after, like a week after, the crime scene had already been processed, and they poured concrete as to not create a fucking memorial ground for the crazies out there. That happens quite a bit after school shootings, mass tragedies. Like, all of it's just fucking conspiracy hour. That's all it is. It's just, oh, let's try to connect all these dots in this crazy obscure way that says it's anything other than what it was.
I don't know, man. Due to the recent rightness of conspiracies these days, or the
No, and that's a
consistent
logical
proving of conspiracy.
That's a logical fallacy set. I could so because I say something crazy, and
No, I'm just stating that, you know, a lot of things that we used to call conspiracy theory turned out to be true. I'm not saying anything.
and a lot of more of them turned out to not be true as well.
I mean, well, which ones?
They're turning the frogs gay.
That
was true. The atrazine in the water was turning the frogs gay and mutating their genitals. So, I mean, I want to know which one was false.
I mean, name a conspiracy theory.
I mean, well, the ones I know are the ones that turned out to be true. So I only know the ones that turned out to be true.
So you know of no conspiracies that turned out to be false.
To be quite honest with you, maybe, I don't know. Maybe I just originally seen them as BS and I just didn't see them as conspiracy theories.
Bush did 9/11, the seventh tower falling for no reason. The fact that the Pentagon was hit with a missile, the moon landing, the internet was going to crash in 2000.
Flat Earth?
Flat Earth. Yeah, right. Like,
whoa. Internet's gonna, I don't know. That was more like doomsday theory.
Or climate change. The
climate change is more of like doomsday theory too.
But they're still conspiracies. It's still.
Nah, I think conspiracies more work with like organizations and all that good stuff, and then like in conspiracies within those. I don't think predicting like the end of the world really counts as a conspiracy. I call that more of like a doomsday prediction or a doomsday theory, because you're predicting the end of times instead of a heavily orchestrated plan.
Or that Sandy Hook was all crisis actors. I think that was Alex Jones that had to pay up.
Whoa. That wasn't really a conspiracy theory. That was just incorrect reporting that he took accountability for. That he said.
No. That was a conspiracy theory. He had segments
for Alex,
segments.
It was a conspiracy theory, but for other people, it wasn't.
I mean, yeah, for him, he thought that was the truth, and then he came back to find out it was a lie. I mean, we can't really say that was a conspiracy theory.
But that's just because it gets proven wrong doesn't mean it's not a conspiracy theory. It was a conspiracy theory.
I think it was just it wasn't.
Like
it was an incorrect reporting. It was just incorrect reporting. He really didn't weave in a conspiracy
thought there
theory
was conspiracy behind it to get more gun control. That was the conspiracy, that the government set this up to put out more gun control laws.
I thought the conspiracy was that these were crisis actors and all that good stuff.
Yes,
not the whole gun control angle.
That was the angle that he took. That they were fake. That it was that's the conspiracy behind it. That the government put it out for everybody to see, so that they could pass more gun control legislation. That was his whole argument. And
yeah, and he said he got fed wrong information. But that's the thing, though. That's not really a conspiracy theory. That's like him had bad reporting.
No, Seth. What is the definition of a conspiracy theory? Reporting information that's not true that dictates a conspiracy.
Come on now. To reporting information that's not true.
Because if it's not a conspiracy, then it's not a conspiracy, or it's not. If
it's not true, then it's really not a theory. It's just not true.
A theory is just that, something that you don't know to be true, but think.
Okay, and there's no think behind it. He knew that, like, at a certain point, he got it right. He was like, "All right, no, they're not actually crisis actors. My bad."
But up until then,
it's not up in the wind like 9/11, or I would say like what we could say aliens or whatever. It's not up in the air.
So
we know for a fact.
That makes it not a theory anymore. That's what changes a theory to a fact. You have the evidence to prove it one way or the other. So that conspiracy theory
We're
got
talking about
proven
like
wrong.
we're talking about a 2-week incorrect story, but we got 9/11 that's been what, a 10-year running conspiracy theory?
Either way, it's still a conspiracy theory that was proven wrong. And it wasn't just 2 weeks, it was months and months and months that he went on about it and he got sued for it. Like the
Well,
idea that
actually, if you looked into it, he actually came out and already apologized for being wrong before he even got sued. But I'll be real with you, we're kind of
you're
going off
missing
into
the
the weeds
point.
with that.
And that's all that we're doing right here is we're just going off in the weeds. Oh, they have this intelligence program. Well, what is that supposed to do other than put more
I was
doubt in
just
people's
pointing out the
minds?
rarity of it. You was trying to take it somewhere else.
But you only said it. You only said it because we're in this.
I mean, Monty, you're
segment.
assuming I only said it for that reason.
Why did you say it then?
Well, Monty, let's get on with the show and you can find out. All right.
Okay.
And then they can't be your students. That's it. That was on September 9th. Okay. Then came September 10th. Obviously, Charlie lost his life. And a few days later, I was told, and I sensed instantly that there was like a hive of people that were involved in this. I just knew it. And when it happened, I just went, oh my goodness. And my gut is telling me that this was the thing, that the dread that I sensed that was coming out of school. And I had no idea. I am not a flag person at all. And then someone told me, and I was astonished that Utah recently, extraordinarily, did modernize their B flag. I had no idea that the Utah state flag is a hexagonal beehive, right? And unbeknownst to me, that it has always been the beehive state. So in 2024, they modernized their flag, but they've always been known as the beehive state. And to be clear, it's not because they make honey. It's not because they have a high presence of bees. In fact, in terms of making honey or bee-related products, they rank number 24. It's actually the beehive state. It relates to the Mormon church, the Church of Latter-day Saints. Early Mormon pioneers founded that state, and they liked the idea of a beehive working toward a common good. Now, if that sounds vaguely familiar or communist to you, the idea of worker bees, yes, that's where it's from. So this sort of doom that I had about an underground happening, I was just like totally freaked out. It's a Soviet symbol, like the idea of making everybody into a worker bee. And whether you're on the left or the right, you should understand where the public school system comes from. Okay, it is shaped by Soviet ideology. I tell people a must-read book is Inside the American Education System by Thomas Sowell. It is not left or right. He is just telling you how it all came together. The decline, the deception, the dogmas, and how they are programming our children. You cannot unread that book after you read it, because you realize there's no such thing as being too hawkish. They know how to get things in there and how to pull children away from their parents, as it was designed in the Soviet system. Okay. Kindergarten, you're like, where does that word even come from? Well, it was established by the communists that tried to overthrow Germany and failed in 1848. Margaret Schurz's, her family came here, and those same communists wanted to make sure that they established kindergarten access to children. They then fought to make sure that we federalized the education system. These are the same people that pushed to make it so that homeschooling is not a thing, right? Like I said, the very reason they wanted to establish public education is because it is essential for radical ideology. They understand something that I think that we have maybe forgotten, which is that children are the most precious resource. The reason for that is because they are the future. One way or another, children are the future, okay? After Charlie's assassination, that feeling still did not dissipate, okay? I understood the imminent doom that I felt that was almost crippling was clearly related to that event, but
then why didn't she
I
say
just
something
know
when she was
that all
when it
of
was
these
happening?
random lone shooter narratives that are being intentionally, what we're being told that they're just lone shooters, and then we don't really know anything else. I just feel it spiritually that these people are being programmed, and perhaps that's the reason why more often than not, they are being protected by our government. In other words, it is positively foolish for us to believe that the government just cannot tell us anything about these assassins. They wipe everything and they tell us nothing. Why would they do that? Yeah, that guy, they're always working alone. There's no online history that we can reflect on. What are you talking about? Which brings me to Thomas Matthew Crooks, because that's exactly what we were told or not told when on July 13th, 2024, a 20-year-old Thomas Matthew Crooks climbs onto a roof and tries to assassinate President Donald Trump. Gratefully, Donald Trump did not die, but tragically, one of his supporters did. Okay, a 50-year-old firefighter named Corey Comparatore lost his life trying to save his children. And then we were told virtually nothing. In fact, we were, and I'm laughing because it's so absurd, we were told Iran did this. What? Because they were itching for war with Iran. Like, they're still itching for war with Iran, but like, that's what basically was a narrative that was established. They had some warnings that Iran was going to try to assassinate Trump, and we're going, what? Well, guess what happened? Somebody reached out to me because I have been obviously leading the forefront in investigating this lone shooter as it pertains to Charlie Kirk, because it's not a lone shooter. It's a hive. I feel it spiritually. They said, look, actually, I had been able to scrape everything about Thomas Crooks before the feds got rid of everything. And it's shocking what you look at. There is no way this person was not on the federal radar. Now, usually we go, was he on the left? Was he on the right? Because that's the bait. The bait is to make me as a conservative hate you if you were on the left. And if you were on the left, the goal is to make you hate Candace because it allows them to operate in broad daylight. The reality of Thomas Crooks is going to be a story that we should get familiar with. He was at both on the left and on the right. He actually traded sides. He started actually as a Trump supporter. I'm going to show you, and again, to really impress upon you how much this person had to be on the federal radar. I have an 80-page document, which I'm thinking I'm just going to drop on my website tomorrow after handing it over to legal, of all the accounts that he made, all the statements that he made. And he was at first very angry against the left. Like, I mean, outwardly calling for the murder of people that are on the left. And there were videos that he was posting of himself shooting with no bullets in the gun in his bedroom. I'm going to show you one of those videos that's since been scraped. Don't worry, we blurred the weapon just, to keep things above bar here. Take a look.
Huh.
Now, if you're listening to this and you are on Spotify, essentially, or on Apple, what's essentially happening here is he's just in his room and there's no bullets in it, but he's practicing firing a weapon.
Hold
and
on.
His online history, there's multiple videos that are.
Hold on. Why? So he's not re-racking the gun. There's no bullets in it. How is the striker getting back into position then if he's not re-racking it? If it's a semi-automatic weapon, unless it's a fucking revolver, it's not going to make that clicking sound every time he pulls the trigger unless it's just a fucking Nerf gun.
Wait, hold on. What are you arguing?
So he's pulling the trigger. Go back like 5 seconds. He pulls the trigger. It makes a click
practicing
sound.
firing a weapon.
Yeah.
Yep. He doesn't rack it again and then let it play again.
And his online history, there's multiple videos that are like this.
And it goes off again.
Which I have. His
You
online.
You know how slides work on a gun, right?
Yeah.
The gas from the gun pushes the slide back to strip around, and that's how it resets its position. So if there's no round in it, how is it being reset? What is that? Just a fucking pop gun? That's not a real gun.
Oh, wait, hold on. Actually, you know what? Dave.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Is it a handgun?
Yeah, it's a handgun.
Oh, okay. You know they have hammer-fired handguns that are semi-automatic, right?
Yes, they do, but the slide going back is usually what resets it, and he's not
Maybe
resetting it.
Are you sure? You can't see because it's blurred out. He could be pulling the hammer back with his thumb.
I mean, maybe, but look at his muscles on his arms. They're not moving. Like, it's not.
I can't really tell being in StreamYard. I can't.
I mean,
like,
that's a pretty hard guess. I don't know. By his arms from this far
but
away.
If it's
Your
hammer
tendons and
fired,
shit.
if it's hammer fired, he could just be sitting there pulling the hammer back with his thumb.
But
I mean, yeah, but
You're
he's
right,
not.
maybe the tendon would switch closer to the wrist, which is black, which is kind of blurred out right now. So I think
Yeah.
the tendon we see switching is blurred out.
On Spotify.
But you kind of see it up by the elbow too.
Again, with it being blurred out, who knows? It could be a hammer fired that he's just pulling the hammer back. So,
all right.
Or on Apple, what's essentially happening here.
and you're
He's
welcome
just
to.
in his room, and there's no bullets in it, but he's practicing
Well, I was eager to
firing
know,
a
'cause I was like,
weapon.
oh.
Nothing's
And
even
online
moving. His
history,
arms
there's
are
multiple videos
still.
that are like this, which I have. His online history shows he was extraordinarily violent. He was always calling for violence, and I can show you one of his comments that he made. This was a comment on a video Trump humiliated on national TV. And he wrote to someone, haha, that's funny because I always believed being patriotic was lining up a bunch of socialist Jews like the ones that booed Trump and blasting their useless brains out with an AR. Well, to each his own. I mean, that's unbelievably violent. Again, another comment where he was commenting on a YouTube video. He wrote, I've noticed a lot of liars talking about the truth in this post. Well, let me tell you some truth. Every one of the Trump-hating Democrats deserves to have their heads chopped off and put on stakes for the world to see what happens when you F with America. To go, okay, this guy was a Trump supporter. Then he does a radical transformation around 2020. And this had something to do with COVID. He got very angry at Trump, and he was outwardly saying things where people were reporting them on YouTube being like, this guy is absolutely insane. He is a maniac. He's a maniac. He was a maniac who was obsessed with Trump one way or the other. And then he went very much, obviously, which is the reason why he tried to assassinate him post-COVID. He just starts going completely crazy, and he is explicitly researching on Google the history of these assassinations. I can show you his search history here. Leading up to this, he searched best places for a mass shooting. Here are some of his other Google searches. I think we can just scroll down here. Yeah, okay. And this has a timeline on this. Again, I'm going to probably just post this document because you can handle the truth. He was fascinated with this stuff. He was fascinated. You can see here, guns versus protesters, Orlando shooting reaction, cars running over protesters, firing an AR-15 as fast as possible, fertilizer bomb. How do you use a tourniquet? How to make a Molotov cocktail, how to make Molotov cocktails, pardon me, mixing gasoline with styrofoam, mass shooting Canada, Oklahoma bombing, sniper in Dallas shooting. You want me to believe on the basis of what I have seen that this individual wasn't on federal radar? Just wasn't on federal radar? Guys, that is a nonsense, okay? That is an absolute nonsense. And again, the other element of this is we're never going to be told what therapists he was seeing, okay? What his mom's walking in the room, he's practicing how to shoot. It's very clear what you can see in the background. He's practicing shots. They want us to believe that this just happened.
Yeah, chat disagrees with that.
Even though for years he was documenting wanting to harm politicians and people that were on the left and people that were on the right. Again, on the basis of everything, whether
Oh
it
yeah,
was
that's
their
a fucking
race,
hold
their
on,
color.
pause, real quick before it changes. Look at the blur. There's no hammer in that. That's a boxy ass fucking Glock, is what that is.
You can have a hidden hammer, but the difference, there's a single action and there's dual action. A single action, you have to pull the hammer back first, and then you can pull the trigger. Where a dual action, you can just pull the trigger and get the job done.
Right, but with no ammo to reset it, because a double action trigger is reset when the slides moved back.
What actually?
Okay, they also make things that you can put in the chamber that'll force reset that. By the way,
like a pop cap.
They actually had like. Alright, so there's things like test fire ammo. It's not like an actual.
Yeah, but if you have any good quality gun, it'll jam every time without good ammo.
No. What I'm saying is they make things that'll force reset the trigger for when you're like dry firing and stuff like that. That you can put in there when you're test firing. It will. They make things that will reset.
Like a red. I forgot the name of it. It's like a red fake dummy round.
But it doesn't actually go off. Again, there are things that you can put into the gun that'll force reset the trigger.
It'll make a pop every time.
Not exactly a pop, no, but
that click sound that you're getting every time he's pulling the trigger, as if the striker is reset.
Yes.
Well, I can tell you one thing about his form is he doesn't have very good muscle visticity.
Yeah, he is hella scrawny. It does look like that gun is weighing down his arms a little bit.
I'm saying the way he's holding it, if you actually like twist your elbows in, it'll tighten up your muscles, which basically gives you a more stable sighting.
Yeah, I mean that's not what I'm concerned about. I'm concerned about the fact that she's kind of parading this around as if he's, dry firing guns. That looks to me, just by the blur of that picture, that does not look like it has a hammer on the end of it. It looks just like a Glock, and I know you cannot reset your Glock without.
Let that go. There are things that you can use that will force reset the trigger.
Well, all right, guys. All right, let's keep it going.
They were homosexual. There's something there for everyone. So what's happening here? Well, I can tell you my suspicion. I think that this is a program. I do. I don't know, but I know. I don't know, but I know. Because it is giving me the same ick that I had when I was looking through the period and learning the reality of what happened throughout the 1960s when MK Ultra, when that program was running. And I have no reason to believe that program was ever discontinued. And I believe that they find these candidates in schools. I really do. I think they find these candidates in schools. And so I wanted to express that to you, that we, once again, are having a predicament, and we can trace this straight from what they did to when JFK was assassinated, where the feds are obscuring. They are using journalists to obscure. They are putting pressure on government officials. They are lying to the public about everything, except this time it's regarding Charlie Kirk, which means this time it's not going to fly because I'm not going to allow it to. Let's take a pause here, and we're going to get to something that Megyn Kelly shared on her show about a hex that was put on Charlie Kirk, which is important for us to discuss for a variety of reasons. First, I'm going to throw to some sponsors. Riverbend Ranch, I absolutely love them.
Yo.
Everyone has
Hold on. All right, hold on. Now we ain't gonna get into that one. And this, all right, this wasn't the right video. Yeah, what's up?
So, Candace, she is off her fucking rocker, bro.
Man, I know what. Hey, I'll say she's just taking the angle that nobody else is. You never know.
I'm all for it, but I used to love Candace back in the day until I guess she got married, and honestly, she went off her rocker, and she gets on some weird stuff these days.
I mean, shoot. What was one of the ones that like kind of turned you off from her?
I think she got PTSD when she was pregnant and they were threatening her life.
I honestly think she's just getting the Alex Jones treatment.
Hey, Set.
Yeah.
What is the rule on YouTube for firearms on a stream?
No, you're not supposed to have it out.
Nah.
I mean, there's plenty of firearm channels out there, so.
Yeah, first of all,
I'll have to see if they're monetized. That's the problem.
You have brought him on lives, and he hasn't gotten in trouble for it. I don't want him to get in trouble.
Hold on. If you show it, then you're good. If you show it, you're good.
Okay. So, because I don't have any ammo. This is a Glock. Looks oddly similar to what he was showing. My striker is set right now. Click. In order to get it to go again, because now the trigger is depressed back and it won't reset.
What did I say?
Now it will.
Hold on. Hold on. My gun doesn't have to. I don't do it in mine.
What did I say earlier?
I don't know of anything specifically, because I would use it myself if I knew about it,
that would
All right, well, go
reset
Google search it. I'm
the
sure you'll
whole
find
thing.
it. Go Google search it. I'm sure you'll find it because I've seen it before in YouTube videos. I don't actually own one of them, but I know there are things that will force reset the trigger without you having to pull the slide every time.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Okay, so check this out. I have a little blur of my own. Okay.
Damn, you guys are gonna make me go get mine. Hold on. Hey guys, stay quiet for 1 second. I'm going upstairs on my kids.
No problem here.
All right. Well, no problem there. Well, I do like how everybody's flexing every.
I just didn't want you to get in trouble. I didn't expect everybody to go get their toys out.
No, I didn't expect it either. But hey, man, here we are.
All right. So I have two different ones. I have a Taurus and I got a SIG. 1 sec. All right.
Because the SIG will it'll push the trigger back and like with the spring mechanism, and you can keep pulling the trigger. But on a Glock, I know you have to the round either needs to go off to send the fucking slide back, or the you have to pull it back. I don't know.
You have what's called a single action, where I have what's called a single or dual action.
Oh, and shout out to Misfit. She says, could he have been using a target laser round?
Yeah,
yes, those are one of those things that will force reset the trigger. But anyway, all right. So here's a Taurus, right?
Yep.
You heard it.
Now pull it again.
Again. 1 sec. I don't have the thing that'll force reset the trigger, but
okay.
Sounds pretty freaking plastic, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not talking about the plastic. Everybody's talking about how the gun sounds plastic. I know what it sounds like over the speaker, and it does make it sound more plastic over a speaker. But nice.
Anyway, all right. So here's my.
I just
SIG.
found that odd. Like first glance at it, it did not look like he was resetting the slide, and that made it sound like it was either a BB gun or a fucking one of those toy guns that will reset every time you pull the trigger.
Right. So yeah, here's the SIG. A lot quieter of a sound. It doesn't sound so much like plastic. The Taurus, though.
It absolutely sounds plastic.
Now,
It sounds more metal over the like when you're in real life, but over a speaker it sounds like plastic because the speaker just doesn't pick up.
This is like it's like a plastic gun almost. This thing's like a freaking toy.
Yeah, I mean most receivers are plastic, like they're polymer receivers.
Wait,
but
okay, go ahead.
What's actually making the noise is not plastic, though.
Nope. The pin.
But anyway, again, there are things out there that will force reset the trigger. So, like I told you earlier, let that whole thing with the him clicking over and over again. Now, maybe it's a loop video, maybe it's not. Who knows? But again, there are things that will force reset the trigger.
I'd have to find this.
All right. In the meantime, we'll get into more conspiracies with Ian Carroll, the next hated conspiracy guy.
Breaking news, folks. Turns out Charlie Kirk had bones of steel, strong enough to stop bullets. We just got our first bit of actual confirmation about findings of the autopsy, and they make the story even more unbelievable, if you could believe it. We'll tell you more all about that in just a minute. But the important thing is that Tyler Robinson is safe and sound in FBI custody, waiting for all the cameras to shut off and the guards to take a nap so that he can do a little bit of bedsheet origami. The FBI has charged him with aggravated murder, along with a host of other supporting charges, and are seeking the death penalty. It turns out Tyler Robinson almost got away clean, leaving the scene with no evidence except for a detailed text message about how he used his firearm to eliminate the acquired target and then got into his vehicle and was on the lam for 0800 hours. Pay no attention to the fact that we now know that the FBI has footage of the shooter taking the shot, and they specifically cut the video they released to start just after that part. Obviously, not because he never took the shot, probably never even had the rifle on the roof, but because of redacted. Pay no attention to the old man actively causing distraction to help the shooter escape, or to the more than 10 strange flying objects that have been located in the cell phone footage, or to the fact that the wound doesn't match the shot, or to the fact that we are being shown a fabricated text message chain, or to the new photo that surfaced of Bro stopping by Dairy Queen for a little blizzy while he's the subject of a statewide manhunt. Trust the FBI to get to the bottom of it, just like they did with the Epstein files. Because just last week, Kash Patel came out and officially told us that Epstein never even trafficked anyone to anyone. Hundreds of victims are all lying to us. The court that convicted Epstein was totally wrong. Ignore all the evidence and forget all about it. Midterms are just a year away, and you're supposed to hate your neighbor way more by then. So they're going to need you to stop talking about uniting in our hatred of Israel and get back to the race war that they had scheduled. Thank you very much.
And yo, what's going on?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Doc.
Cool. Yeah, I just saw a video, I guess it's yesterday now, where they're alleging that the shot didn't come from the front. It actually came from the back. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I saw that video where they're circling the blood spatter behind his head.
Mm-hmm. And then you can see as the bullet is exiting from the neck. So here we go again.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go along with the surgeon on this one.
Which was saying what?
Miracle bullet. I mean miracle collarbones.
No, I mean there is no exit wound.
Okay.
Bullet hit his bulletproof chest, and a piece of sprawling came off and hit his neck.
Okay.
Well, because you do have that picture. I forgot what video it was from. If it was from the long range video or the short range video, where his shirt kind of bunches up like a bulletproof vest took the shot.
I'm not going to watch it. I don't want to see it.
Yeah, I know. I have watched it, so I can recall memories of seeing his shirt bunching up like a vest had caught the round, and that does make a little bit of sense of how his neck would have been hit and fucking there would be no exit wound because it's just a piece of Spalding, a ricochet.
And it also explains
they said that you could actually see his nipples through his t-shirt before he was shot. So if you got a vest on, we're not seeing nipples.
You're right. You're going to see vest and bulkiness of the vest. Yeah. And
yeah, that's the one thing that bothers me about the whole vest theory is it didn't look to me like he was wearing a vest.
I did not, from the close-up videos that I saw, it did not look like he was wearing a vest. But from the long-range cell phone video, it looks like the bullet kind of grabs the shirt because it's been slowed down and kind of goes up like it's deflecting off of a vest.
And if he was wearing a vest or some kind of armor there, it would explain why the slug is no longer recognizable.
Because otherwise it would have just went straight through and fucking landed in the grass or, broken up maybe a little bit and been inside of him.
And like the guy that did the ice shooting, the ice facility, he was in full metal jackets. That's a bonus for the people who did get hit that didn't.
For penetrating, it'll go straight through.
Yeah, and it doesn't sprawl out, and that's the dangerous part because then it messes y'all up.
Right.
All right, guys, let's go ahead and get back to the video and bring y'all back in.
Consider a thought for me, will you? It's the thought that a lot of us are sort of having, but not really noticing. And then someone said it the other day, and it made me kind of think about it. Like, yeah, that's actually a pretty good point. And I was kind of thinking that. The assassination of Charlie Kirk is the most impactful assassination in the world since JFK, MLK, and RFK all the way back in the 60s. It's the most impactful one. Like, seriously, can you think of another anywhere in the world that rung out with such intensity all around the world, but especially here in America? I mean, if you dabble in the tinfoil, you might say Michael Jackson or Prince. In some ways, you could say Epstein, but that's kind of a different category. You could say JFK Jr., strong argument to be made for Princess Diana, but really none of those tragic accidents are in the same category as a public execution like this was. This is something completely different. And regardless of your opinion of Charlie Kirk's life and legacy, I think we can all agree on the right and the left that most of us didn't really realize how impactful Charlie was in life, and none of us could have ever predicted how impactful his death would be. And any time that there's a political assassination, one of the first questions that you ask should always be, do we see evidence of intelligence agency involvement? Because after all, even the briefest read of history would inform you that intel agencies are the primary perpetrators of political assassinations in the modern world. Certainly, there are lots of lone nuts out there, but in the context of a high-profile political assassination, if you know nothing at all about the crime, intelligence agencies are already a more likely culprit than a lone gunman by a pretty wide margin, and they should be your first suspects. And so then you look at the actual evidence surrounding the case, because the signature of an intel agency hit job is very different than that of a lone vigilante. And keep in mind, we know quite well that intel agencies usually try to disguise their tracks to make it look like the work of a lone nut. But that's actually not as easy as they'd like it to be, especially in the age of cell phones and 4K video. So, today we're going to look at the official story of who shot Charlie Kirk and examine the most significant discrepancies in the official narrative. And then we'll explore the other half of this scandal, which is this breaking conversation about America's entanglement with Israel, for which Charlie has become the very quintessence of that entanglement. And his murder at this incredibly tense moment feels a lot like the shot heard around the world. To be clear, I am not making the argument in this video that we have enough evidence to accuse Israel of the crime. And no one is saying that. In fact, Candace and Tucker and Dave Smith and Megyn Kelly, all the big conservative influencers that have been swept up into this conversation around Israel, none of them have made even the slightest claim that Israel is involved at all. And I have intentionally not contacted Candace to ask what she knows. I don't want any inside intel. This is not my fight. I didn't know Charlie. He wasn't my friend. I am just a dude on the outside looking in. And from where I'm sitting, I think that Israel is currently the most likely suspect, which is very different from claiming that they for sure did it. But by the end of this video, we'll go over all the evidence that supports that claim and also examine all the other possible explanations for what we know so far. So, what do we know so far? Well, we know a fair bit that the FBI officially told us. We don't know if it's actually true or not, but we know that they told us that it was true. Things like videos of a suspect jumping off the roof of the Lossy Center. Things like photos of a suspect with a backpack on campus allegedly concealing a rifle. We know that they gave us a basic timeline of events and a very questionable text message exchange. We're about to go over all of that, and we're mostly going to focus on the most glaring holes in the story because the internet is flooded with theories, and some of them are wild. Like, yeah, maybe Charlie's lav mic was actually secretly modified to shoot him in the throat like Mossad pager style. But even in the extremely unlikely event that that's true, like, how are you going to prove that, dog? How are you going to, like, right? Maybe, but let's be real. It's just as possible that a robot bird sniped him with a classified top secret projectile launcher, or that drones with lasers and like DARPA technology. It's like, you're never going to prove any of that, and that's fine. I want to focus on the obvious stuff, the evidence that they're lying to us. Like, for example, the video that the FBI released of allegedly Tyler Robinson jumping down from the roof, which we know beyond any doubt had line of sight to the shooting position. But they chose not to show us the actual shot for some reason. We'll get to that in just a second. But let's get ourselves there by starting at the start of the manhunt for Tyler Robinson, which actually starts with them getting the wrong guy twice. First, George Zinn, a 70-something-year-old Ashkenazi Jewish man made a huge commotion in the crowd, claiming he was the shooter. He later told reporters that he did this intentionally to help the shooter escape. And he somehow has a history of showing up at major world events as first a witness to the attack on September 11th, and then calling in a fake bomb threat in the wake of the Boston Marathon bombing. This dude makes no sense unless he's a spy. Like, you remember Where in the World is Carmen Sandiego? Yeah. Spies show up at major world events because they're in the business of shaping major world events. Already, this dude has my hackles up about intel agency involvement. So, by 8 p.m. on the night of the shooting, Cash is on Twitter announcing that the subject in custody has been released after being interrogated. They got the wrong guy twice, actually. They also held another dude briefly. I haven't seen any reporting on who he was or why he was detained. Here, real quick, let's actually watch the George Zinn video.
Yeah.
Yo,
I do hope they bring charges up against that dude Zinn, though.
Yeah,
They already
honestly.
have. They hit him with obstruction, and the child porn. Yeah.
Yeah, because caught on the phone.
So I hope he's not released either on that one, just because of the shit on his phone.
Yeah, there's no way they're gonna release him just off that alone. If they did, oh man, I'll tell you this right now: the Trump administration wouldn't hear the end of it. All right, let's get back.
One more time.
We don't know if it's him or not.
So he says, "Shoot me," as he's being taken away. He apparently was yelling, "I did it, shoot me." But then, on September 11th at noon, the day after the assassination, the FBI puts out these photos. We are asking for the public's help identifying this person of interest in connection with the fatal shooting of Charlie Kirk at Utah Valley University. 1-800-CALL-FBI. And we all remember these photos with the American flag shirt. Pretty grainy. Pretty hard to see what's going on here. No rifle, right? And then at 8 p.m., they put out 4 more photos. The FBI continues to work alongside our law enforcement partners to seek justice in the murder of Charlie Kirk at Utah Valley University on September 10th. We're releasing additional photos of a person of interest. Information about this developing investigation can be found at blank. So these photos were put out the next day, right? The next night, actually. And we all remember seeing these photos. And again, no one sees a rifle, right? Like, does he have a rifle down his pants? Is that why he had a limp in the video that TMZ put out? Sure looks like he's bending his knees, right? That's his right leg. That's his left leg. 30-06, like a Mauser hunting rifle, is a pretty big gun. Those are pretty skinny jeans.
I was about to say the same thing.
All of the experienced shooters, special forces, all those guys on the internet are having a hard time squaring the theory that he stuffed this rifle down his pants and that it's somehow concealed in these photos.
I don't see that either.
The way I heard it is the butt is sticking up behind his backpack.
Sure, there's all type of discrepancies, and that's why it's still being looked into. Because people are the original narrative is starting to it has too many holes in it.
Have you seen the footage of him walking down the residential street?
Yeah, and what was it? He was limping at first,
but he also had
stiff leg.
There was also a talk about a device that could break the weapon down into enough to fit into the backpack. That's what I thought the actual theory of it was.
Not if it's a 30-06 rifle. I highly doubt that. And if it's an older 30-06 rifle,
Mauser,
they don't break down all that. Yeah, they don't break down all that easily.
I mean, it was a polymer fucking frame, so I can't imagine it's that old.
Well, I mean, you can always get aftermarket stocks.
Right, as you can get aftermarket things to change the barrel out fairly quickly.
Sure.
Great. All right, guys, let's go ahead and move on to the next video. Hey, well, at least we made it through that story. Let's go ahead and get on to our guy Kimmel and what Steven Crowder. We're going to end it on a comedic interlude in a way.
We made the decision to suspend production on the show to avoid further inflaming a tense situation at an emotional moment for our country. It is a decision we made because we felt some of the comments were ill-timed and thus insensitive. We have spent the last days having thoughtful conversations with Jimmy, and after those conversations, we reached the decision to return the show on Tuesday.
First off, no, they were not ill-timed and in poor taste. They were lies. They were lies, denigrating.
Yo.
Fucking Michael Beal in the chat. He said, LL, you can literally see it. As myself, a former Army Special Forces, if we're throwing that around, you can see it in his pants, LMAO. If he could come up and explain where he sees it in his pants, because I tend to believe that this is the guy, but I don't actually see it in. I don't see him printing.
Yeah, I don't see it. I mean, I don't know. I don't think that was it. He's pretty much saying it was down his right leg, and it did look like it had a bit of a print on there, but that wasn't the. I don't think that was it.
You could also see his smartphone in his pocket.
Yeah, his smartphone is in his right pocket.
Yeah, okay, that could have been. You might have mistaken the smartphone as the gun handle.
But there's still angles where you can see it doesn't look normal. It looks like there's something there. I mean,
in his pants.
Yeah. Sorry.
You packing a big gun in them pants, boy?
I mean.
In his case, yes.
The legacy of a man who was brutally assassinated. I don't accept your apology. You know who I've missed? By God.
Me?
By the sweat of my brow. I don't know.
Not sure.
Is Jimmy Kimmel.
Oh, come on.
So
it's been almost a week.
And just to be clear, look, and I understand because people have said that we are inconsistent. Correct. That's okay with this one. I'm fine with being inconsistent. And we told you that he was going to be suspended. We never told you he was gone for life like a lot of other people did. But, it's very important to remember the reason we have a constitutional republic is to protect the rights of the minority from the majority, right? The little guy matters. And in this case, the little guy had a tough go at ABC Disney.
Oh.
And they decided to lift their suspension of one Jimmy Kimmel. He'll be back on tonight.
Here's that breaking news one more time. Disney has just announced that Jimmy Kimmel will return to television tomorrow, saying in a statement last Wednesday, we made the decision to suspend production on the show to avoid further inflaming a tense situation at an emotional moment for our country. It is a decision we made because we felt some of the comments were ill-timed and thus insensitive. We have spent the last days having thoughtful conversations with Jimmy. And after those conversations, we reached the decision to return the show on Tuesday.
First off, no, they were not ill-timed and in poor taste. They were lies. They were lies denigrating the legacy of a man who was brutally assassinated. I don't accept your apology, and I won't be told it's unchristian. If you punch Gerald in the face, right? If all of you, when you meet him, if you punch him in the face, which you should not do, punch him right in the face. He has a glass jaw. If you were to do that,
left side,
and then apologize for wearing white pants after Labor Day. It's like, no, the problem is that you all punched Gerald in the face, which you should not do.
No, you should not. Left side of his face.
You're not apologizing for what you did, Jimmy Kimmel, and then had thoughtful conversations. Did the thoughtful conversations lead to the conclusion that you shouldn't lie blatantly on air? And by that, I don't just mean inaccurate. Told the opposite of the truth in saying that Charlie Kirk's terrorist assassin was a MAGA person, was one of us. That's a lie. And by the way, that lie is not harmless. It's not a victimless lie. And it may have also led to, ironically, the reason that they brought him back, because the right boycotts. The left commits acts of terrorism. You guys just sort of flew under the radar. There was a leftist terrorist who shot up a Sacramento ABC, an affiliate station. It was last Friday. And how do we know this was a leftist terrorist? Well, they left a note.
It's very nice.
It said, and the note is like, it's not even so much a note as list of reasons and motives.
Why I did it.
And daily schedule. And supplement regimen. It says, for hiding Epstein and ignoring red flags, do not support Patel, Bongino, and AG Bondi. They're next.
Jeez.
CK from above.
I don't even know what the CK is.
I think they mean Charlie Kirk. So the left is trying to say this is a right-winger who goes and shoots an ABC affiliate. Also, it said on there had a calendar of the next day of shooting, I guess, and it said, do the next scary thing.
What?
This person is mentally disturbed. But the left was going nuts, right? Free speech. This is where we line up now. You got to bring on Jimmy Kimmel. People saying that they're going to boycott. Threats of violence. That was going on across this country. And so they're bringing him back. But Sinclair, one of the biggest owners of local TV stations out there, they own affiliates. So wherever you are, you might have like KAFT Los Angeles or FUCK Schenectady, whatever it is.
What was the last one?
They said it could be Poughkeepsie. I don't know. Don't quote me on it. I'm going by road.
That's fair.
They own a lot of these affiliates. They said they're not going to air the show, that they are going to air local news instead.
Good.
Local news instead. And so the left is trying to frame this as big bad government versus the little guy. Well, you guys need to remember that the local affiliates were the ones who had a problem, right, and went to Sinclair, their parent company, and there's sort of this partnership with Nexstar, and said, hey, our community is going to be furious, likely because these communities, the initial ones that protested, are more conservative, and they don't want to hear Jimmy Kimmel lie after the most brutal assassination that we've seen publicly. That's the little guy. Are we starting to understand this? So just last week, by the way, we actually discussed this because the left made it their sort of cause du jour to support local broadcast, right? They're saying local broadcast is disappearing, which is exactly what these stations will air instead of Jimmy Kimmel. These are the same people, by the way, who bitched about Sinclair, saying that local programming is gone. And so local programming that had more conservative viewing audiences said, you know what, we don't want this. This isn't serving our community. Now they're anti-local broadcasting. Let's continue to listen to super straight Brian Stelter.
Return of the fact, he's getting the sats now is back. He ain't straight. Return of the fact, oh my God. Return of the sack.
Speaking of I love it. HIV, Scott Wiener, representative there in California, he weighed on this. He said, can't wait to break Sinclair up. Corporate media consolidation doesn't jibe with democracy. And although Sinclair isn't a fan of democracy, most people are. Yes, Sinclair, who makes up a...
And it's kind of crazy. So is the left positioning themselves to make sure that nobody on their side can be held accountable, not even by their employer?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's obviously two separate stations, one airing it and one isn't. So the government's totally out of the picture now.
Exactly. I mean, look, the only reason they're trying to tie the government into it so they can have an argument of free speech when it's all about Kimmel. Honestly, like I said, it was news distortion. He went on there and said that he insinuated that the killer was MAGA.
Well, yeah, they're just doubling down on their rhetoric. They want disorder.
Yeah, but I mean, the main problem with this is that they're trying to frame it as a win for freedom of speech when no, it kind of seems like you guys are positioning yourselves to threaten not any country, but any company that holds a liberal accountable. This is what they're kind of positioning. If anything, this is like authoritarian. I'm being quite honest. It does sound like you guys are aiming to have complete corporate control. Nobody can fire no liberal. You guys are going to start what? Protesting, shooting at them. I mean, unsubscribing to the subscription, yeah, go ahead, do that. But I mean, when you guys start taking actions against them, besides just not giving them your money, that goes a bit too far. But that's kind of what happened with ABC. Constantly, the left was out there getting violent, and ABC capitulated. Now, using your money to make them capitulate, that's cool. But the other stuff, yeah, come on now. Y'all making it sound like we can't hold nobody on the left accountable. And if we do, it's a violation of freedom of speech. It's authoritarianism. It's the Gestapo, which like what, 1930s Germany. Like, it never ends with these guys.
A lot of local affiliates who are choosing to broadcast local news. Yeah, that power must be broken up. Now do ABC Disney. Sorry, let me clarify. You might not be familiar. They also, by the way, own Hulu, ESPN, Marvel, Pixar, Star Wars, Lucasfilm, 20th Century Studios, National Geographic, History Channel, Lifetime, A&E Network, FX Network, and Club Penguin. If we're talking about breaking up,
they own Club Penguin
corporations. And then, hey, you know what? I don't say because Sinclair, because we obviously can't have a company that allows Schenectady, Glendale, Arizona, and Costa. We can't allow them to air local news. We have to break them up. Now do big tech. The companies who, in collusion, deplatformed Alex Jones. By that, I mean Alphabet, which is YouTube, Google, Facebook, Instagram before they were Meta, TikTok, Twitter, Spotify, Apple, Microsoft. All happened in one day. I'm sure it's just happened.
Oh, yeah. And all, so funny. Yeah. All of these monopolies that they use to censor people. Like, really think about that. Like Google, Meta, like wasn't the Biden administration kind of coercing them to take down speech or people that they didn't agree with? Oh, okay. So it's okay to use monopolies when it works out for the left, but I mean, you guys mistake the right for doing it. You guys are losing y'all shit.
And that's paperwork of the government actually going there to the people, like the
like Meta and Google.
Yeah, like law enforcement government, like top officials going saying, okay, you guys pretty much got to do this.
Yeah, and you can only allow, and people on your platform are only allowed to say this. And if not, you take them off. And that's what they did.
Or how about you just break up big tech overall?
And bro, and Mark Zuckerberg testified to this in front of Congress.
Yeah.
Facebook, Insta, Meta, right? Alphabet, Google, YouTube, all under one roof. How about we just talk?
Wait, what?
Let's break them all up. Not the
yeah, you're right, Google.
Not the syndication network for local affiliates. Yeah, President Trump is the horrible fascist who, for some reason, if you just always seems to give the little guy, to give David a fighting chance against Goliath. Anyone here believe for a second that Sinclair is the one pulling the strings versus ABC, Disney, Pixar, Hulu, ESPN? Like, who's buying this?
No, I think this is the argument now that the FCC argument has been.
Bro, I would just say it's a ridiculous argument to even try to bring in the FCC because the FCC had nothing to do with Kimmel's suspension. And then you can't even get mad at the ABC affiliates because they have a FCC license to maintain. And their terms of service goes along with that. Yeah, what's up?
So the whole thing with the FCC and that idiot that went on freaking Benny and the news.
Mm-hmm.
With him talking about it and then Trump talking about it, like they gave these libtards the perception that they were causing it, even though they had nothing to do with it. But they gave the perception, and that kind of pisses me off a little bit. Both of them should.
I'll be quite honest with you. Same here. I said the same thing. I'm like, yeah, they kind of gave him the ammo for this, especially the FCC chair. But and it is sad. It is sad that a lot of people don't know FCC guidelines. Like, here's the thing: when you're running on their Broadway, the airways, and it has an FCC license, there is such thing as news distortion. Kimmel came out there and said distorted news, saying that the killer was MAGA. So when you do that, even if you're not news, even if you're just a late night talk show host, you can get in trouble for that if you're on the airways and you have an FCC license. I mean, like us, bro, Kimmel could have been a cartoon character saying that, and the show could have got pulled. It didn't really matter who it was or what it was. You can't go out there on FCC licensed airway and say that.
Yeah, but again,
they basically
FCC
put to bed, hey, we had a conversation about this, not the FCC stuff. We had a conversation about this, wanted to stop for a minute. Now we're bringing him back. Oh, wait a minute. I thought this was government overreach, and that was really the only problem you guys had with it.
Well, and the big problem they had with it was that local affiliates didn't want to run it.
No.
Right. And these, by the way, these are when you're talking about the
advertisers called them too.
Yeah. Also, these broadcast networks, they're supposed to act in the public good.
Yes.
It's not the same as social media where you are an individual who can say whatever you want. That's why there's the FCC. And
this is why it wasn't an attack on freedom of speech, because if they did, let's say the FCC got involved, right? And let's say that somehow, some way, Kimmel, like FCC got Kimmel fired. They were like, all right, we're going to fine you if you don't fire Kimmel. And they fired Kimmel. You know, Kimmel could still take his show to YouTube, like Hulu, Netflix, that don't have FCC license. And he'd have been perfectly fine to say whatever the hell he wants. But he cannot say that on FCC licensed airways. That's it. That's all. That's what y'all are missing.
And small local affiliates felt pressured where basically ABC Disney is asking local news stations to bankrupt themselves. Think about this. If you're an affiliate network in, let's say, ultra red West Virginia, and you know that not a single person in your region will watch Jimmy Kimmel, but you have to run it because ABC Disney says so. That means, hey, you have to be okay with going under, shuttering, losing all those jobs, so long as ABC Disney can create more crap that they can pump to China to open up their international market. Hey, why do we care about the local affiliates, guys? This is very clear, they still want nothing to do with Jimmy Kimmel. I side with local affiliates. You can comment.
I mean, yeah, the local affiliates that honestly act for suspension, yeah, they still didn't air his show. They still said, nah, we're just going to keep him off. But hey, that didn't really do much to his ratings. I mean, he saw record ratings. I mean, he saw record views. Well, let's be real.
Of course he's going to.
Yeah,
that'll
like
die
the
off real quick,
controversy.
though.
Yo, go ahead.
That'll die off real quick, though.
Yeah, I mean, nah, for sure. I'd say he probably got maybe, you know what? I'll give him a good month of it. After that, back to normal views.
You know, hey, it's okay. I understand if you want to stand with the little guy that is ABC, Disney, Hulu, ESPN.
And look, little sponsors in these little markets are not going to want to put their advertisements on something that's not going to be watched.
Right.
If they know Kimmel's coming on and no one's going to watch it, why am I going to pay extra money for prime time?
Have you watched local ads like in Oklahoma? Half of them are for like Patriot Roofing Company, MAGA tire rotation. You think they're going to want to run that on Jimmy Kimmel?
Chad's anti-immigration tire shop.
Yes. Yeah.
I tell you what, though, if they're going to start breaking up these corporate conglomerates, they better leave the hell alone. The KFC, Pizza Hut, Taco Bell, A&W, Pepsi.
Is that all one? I didn't.
Yeah, they're all one. Sometimes they're in one building.
I tell you what, because I miss when Pizza Hut was a place you could go and eat. You could go and eat, and when you were a kid, the booths were so high it was like a labyrinth.
They're bringing them back.
Yep. And shout out to my man Parabolic Curvature. All of you who still thinks Jimmy's statement was about the shooter and not about MAGA's reaction to the shooter need an English lesson. Come on, man. Me and you. All right, I gotta hit you with this because God damn it, Parabolic. Like,
dog. Come on, man.
Bruh.
Just play the video. Just play the video. To anybody out there, or sorry, you have everybody on the MAGA side trying to claim it's anybody other than them. What the fuck? That's pretty clear English.
I mean, that's what I was saying. I was like, bro, that's why I was just like, we'll have to agree to disagree on that one. Cause I was like, I just can't, I don't know. You can't convince me.
I mean, so if you're trying to pose the theory that he's saying that they're trying to put other theories out there other than it being a MAGA supporter, yeah, because it's patently fucking. You look at it and oh wow, does MAGA call everybody a fascist? No. Does MAGA subscribe to transgender ideology? No. Does MAGA shoot their political opponents? No.
But all right, guys.
Was the victim someone on the left? No. Like, come on, man. Eventually you gotta give the jig up.
I mean,
dog. Come on, man.
Like, man, give us a break. All right, let's get to it.
We hit some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them, and doing
this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything
other than one of them.
So
we're desperately trying to deflect the fact that he is one of us, is what he just said.
Yeah, which is saying that he believes, or he's saying that the shooter is
one of us,
which is MAGA.
Come on, man.
Like, bro,
dog. Come on, man.
All right, go ahead.
Parabolic, you want to retract that statement, bro? Or are you just going to double and triple down?
No, he's tripling down. Shout out, but hey, that's why we love Parabolic, though. My man will triple down on it. Shout out Parabolic. He says MAGA is the subject and trying claim is the verb. MAGA is the subject and trying claim is the verb. Bruh, I mean, damn it, bro.
Dog. Come on, man.
He's saying that he's trying to claim that the shooter is a MAGA Republican. Like, how do you get anything else but that from that?
I mean, all right, and shout out my man.
That's grasping at straws at that point.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, shout out to Castro. He says Jimmy blatantly low blowed regardless of message. I mean that too. But no, I just don't see how anybody could take that as anything else. Maybe I'm like,
we hit some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them, and doing everything they can to score political points.
Hold on. Pause. So this kid is the subject. MAGA is the subject in concern, and far right extremist is the fucking the claim. He's claiming this kid is a MAGA supporter, and MAGA's doing everything they can to pretend it's not. Like, that's what he's doing.
I mean, you're damn near gaslighting us, bro. You pretty much are gaslighting us at a certain point.
That's all. And like, stop defending the man. You know what he was thinking. You know what he was saying. You have plenty of other examples of him saying shit against fucking conservatives. You have plenty other examples of him making light of people dying. You have plenty other examples of fucking the violence from the left. And every time it happens, oh, it's MAGA. It's MAGA. The guy that shot Trump, yeah, that was a MAGA supporter. Fucking what?
I mean,
like,
I don't know how else you can get it. I don't know.
Every time it's very easy. It's very easy to say all the violence comes from the right if you just blame the right for all the violence.
I mean, hey, it is what it is. But all right,
monologue that got Jimmy Kimmel's show pulled indefinitely. The controversy began during Monday's show when the late-night comic started off by claiming that MAGA was using Charlie Kirk's assassination to score political points. But Kimmel didn't stop.
Oh yeah,
there.
then he followed it
went
up
on
with
to
that
call
shit.
out
I forgot about
President
that.
Trump, who is scheduled.
Yep, but all right, man. Here's the man himself. Parabolic, defend your position, my friend.
All right, so it's pretty easy, man. It's a whole sentence, right? So MAGA to anything other than them is one sentence, right?
Mm-hmm. I guess comma.
Okay, so MAGA is at the very beginning of the sentence, before the verb. The verb is trying to frame it as, right? Trying to frame, right? That would be the verb. MAGA
Yes, I get the parts of speech.
Therefore,
I get that.
Therefore, MAGA is the subject. Therefore, MAGA is what he's talking about.
Yes, we get that.
MAGA
is trying to claim it's anybody other than them.
MAGA
That's
is
implying
is the subject. Hold on. MAGA is the subject of the sentence. He is talking about MAGA's reaction to the shooter, not about the shooter himself.
No one said he was talking about the shooter. MAGA is trying to claim the shooter is anybody other than them, implying that it was a MAGA supporter that did it.
Okay, so therefore you are saying that he is trying to say something about the shooter, right?
He said the shooter is anything other than one of them.
Yes, he's not saying anything about the shooter.
That's only part of the sentence, man. Stop. That's only part of the sentence.
MAGA.
MAGA is the first part that defines what he's talking about.
MAGA.
Two sentences.
Is MAGA.
MAGA is saying the shooter is anything other than one of them. What part is so hard for you?
That's one sentence.
Yes.
That is one sentence with MAGA as the subject. MAGA is the subject of the sentence, not the shooter. The shooter is a part of the sentence to describe MAGA's reaction.
No shit. We get that. And again, this is a comedian making jokes, so there's an implication behind the sentence.
And by the way, let's not even talk about the fact that a late night show, a comedy show, actually has less guidelines on about being factual because they they're given leniency for a satire and all different types of things. So don't sit there and say they have to always be truthful. It's a late night show. It's a freaking comedy show. It's not a news show.
Whoa! You can make a joke, but you can't make a false claim. Hold on now. You can make a joke, but you cannot make a false claim. Let's be real.
There's comedy on that show. A false claim. That's my point. That's my goddamn point. I'm sorry.
Hold on, dog. But you forgot the other part of my point. When you're on FCC airways under an FCC license, you cannot make You cannot do news distortion.
He
You
didn't
cannot
make a false claim.
claims.
That's what I
that
keep
there-
trying to tell
he
you.
did make a
He
false
didn't
claim.
make no. The claim was that MAGA was trying to frame it as though he was anything other than them. MAGA was trying to
I don't
claim
argue with
that
stupidity.
was the actual statement. That was the
Yes,
thing
we've
that
all
he
heard
said.
it.
And guess what? They were trying to claim because he most likely isn't one of them. That's perfectly fine. But to say that the sentence he said implies that he thinks that the shooter is of the right is absolutely ludicrous.
So how is it a joke then? How is it a joke then? If it's completely true, and where's the
No, I didn't
punchline?
say it was.
Where's the
Hold
punchline?
on. First off, it doesn't have to be a joke, right?
It's a late night show. He's
Second
telling
off,
jokes. Is he telling the news or is he telling jokes?
He can just be saying stuff. That, late night shows, they talk about just random stuff. They don't always have to be making a joke. Right?
Let's talk about somebody who just got shot.
Very funny.
No. Did I say that he was making a joke? I said he could be talking about random stuff and not making a joke because it's a late night show. Therefore, he doesn't have the same level of scrutiny that a news show does, where they have to report the news
So
all the time.
that means he can say MAGA's responsible for Charlie Kirk's death. Got you.
No,
Okay.
he didn't say that. He did
MAGA?
not say that.
No,
didn't
he
even
just
imply
implied
that.
it. He
No, he didn't even imply it. He implied that you guys were being crazy and saying this is left, this is left, this is left, this is left.
Because
Before
it was.
any actual
How
facts
does that
came
make
out.
us crazy for fucking pointing out that this was a leftist? Where is the
Because
joke
yelling
in that?
this is a leftist while a dude is in the fucking hospital is crazy.
What?
All right, but before I get in the middle of this, hold on, guys, and shout out to Parabolic.
Because yelling about the facts before we have them is an actual insane thing to do, and that's what he was talking about.
Wow, got you. So the fact that he had "Hey Fascist Catch" engraved on his bullets and "Trans Ideology" engraved on his bullets and fucking "Shit from Helldivers," which is a fucking anti-fascist fucking
Okay,
game.
so question. You guys are all right leaning, right? All of you are right leaning. Do any of you like fascism?
No, of course not.
Okay, then how are you going to say it's leftism? Shut the fuck up with that shit.
Oh, wait, got you. Because who's calling who fascists?
Yeah, who's mainly using that rhetoric?
Donald Trump calling Kamala a fascist. How about that?
Got you, because that's
hold
fucking
on.
mainstream news every single day, fucking on repeat for these fucking people to hear.
I'm just telling you. You asked who, and I told you who. Now you're getting mad because I gave you an example. You're gonna move the goalpost.
Hold on. You gave me no, dog. You gave us one example, but how many times have you seen
the most
liberals
prominent
call
example? The reason why MAGA exists is the person saying that.
Got you. So that means you should shoot the guy that's spreading the message of MAGA, right?
No one should be shot.
So it's a leftist.
How many times do I have to explain to you, Monty? I don't want anybody to die before you get it through your thick ass skull.
You're trying to ascribe ideology to us as if fucking it's a MAGA supporter that shot a MAGA supporter.
I'm telling you that
you're fucking sick in the head. You're just trying to justify it so you can fucking justify the people that are dancing
simply
on his
trying to
grave.
tell you that saying a bullet says die fascist isn't necessarily a left ideology.
It
Everybody
absolutely
who's
is.
not a
That's
complete
what fucking
psycho.
That's the cool thing to do right now. That's the cool thing to do is call anybody on the right a fucking fascist. Absolutely.
And your fucking actual president, the leader of your party currently calls people fascists too. And you're not even gonna say anything about that, are you?
Calls people fascists and calling somebody a fascist who has called him a fascist multiple fucking times.
Yeah, no,
and points.
I will
shut the fuck
say
up
that
and
she
stop.
was wrong in that every single day, all day. Guess what? I didn't vote for her, so I don't have to fucking defend her.
Hey, calm your rage, bro.
Hey, Seth, can you mute everybody else?
You're doing fucking mental gymnastics to try to excuse this.
All right,
Mental
guys. All right. Before you two go at it, somebody else wanted to talk. Go ahead.
Yeah, you guys need to stop. Yeah, this is a little obnoxious. Look, first of all, yes, you have the liberal media and all these liberal influencers and stuff like that constantly calling people on the right fascist. You have the Antifa, who are on the left, going against freaking Republicans and conservatives. So,
When I was at the fucking funeral for the fucking guy, I had a fucking protester literally had a fucking sign, fucking racist supporting fascist. It's the fucking left that does this shit on repeat, no matter fucking what, no matter what your message is. If it's against theirs, it's fascism.
And all right, guys, we're going to go ahead and get to some super chats real quick. Shout out to my man, Daniel Castro. What he said was wrong to say. Regardless, no need. Shout out to my man, Hellbat. He says, arguing about where the, I ain't gonna lie, where the, what was it?
Where the apostrophe is.
Yeah, the apostrophe is pretty much. I'm sorry, though. That kind of threw me.
Well, when you're talking about language,
pretty much. I was like,
the message, well, no. So the apostrophe would make sense because like I didn't tell you to kill him, or I didn't tell you to kill him, or I didn't tell you to kill him. Those are all different sentences, are they not?
Stop grasping at straws.
Hold on. Can Monty explain prescriptive versus normative claims? I mean, here's the problem, guys, and this is where y'all just losing me at. Now, first off, I heard exactly what he said. We can agree to disagree, but I'm always gonna stand on, bro. That's news distortion, and you guys want to go back and say it. No. Here's the thing. I'm gonna give y'all grace. You guys just don't understand how these guys align with the FCC and how the being FCC licensed on airways. You can get taken off for that. You guys just don't know the ins and out of that, and that's okay. I'm gonna forgive y'all for the ignorance on that. And you're not gonna sit here and tell me that, hey, as a late bro, I even said, bro, you could have been dead, bro. He could have been a freaking cartoon and said that, and it has still got trouble. He could have still got taken. A cartoon could have got taken down for saying something like that. Because if you're on FCC Airways, you cannot say that stuff. It don't matter if you're a late night show, a cartoon, a puppet.
Fucking South Park removed their fucking episode fucking making fun of Charlie Kirk after he fucking died. Is that fucking the government censoring them? No,
that was Matt Stone.
And here's the thing, though.
Matt Stone.
All what happened was,
and it was fucking the Disney Corporation that fucking suspended him.
And here's the thing,
the owner of the platform.
Let's go with my
FCC chair went on a fucking podcast and said we're gonna do something about ABC.
Oh yeah,
if they don't do something about Jimmy.
So why is he fucking back then? If the FCC was breathing down their neck like you want to fucking claim, why is he fucking back then?
Because in a society where they can lose millions in a day, they would rather take the safest option, which was not getting the government angry at them. And once they realize that, the full government isn't going to be angry at us. Even the commissioner, Anna Gomez, said, "Hey, we can't do anything here." They were like, "Okay, well, let's talk to Jimmy, see what the situation is with him."
So you
but fucking, here's the thing, though: you can't prove that the FCC had anything involved.
The truth, right?
Listen, the FCC never. No. The FCC never launched an investigation. That much is clear.
So
right?
What does that have to do with the government then?
It was okay again, and I gave the consolation yesterday about this, that you can argue that his words are different than actions, and I will give you that all day, every day. However, I do believe his words definitely have power, and if you say that they don't, I think you're just being delusional. I'm sorry.
Okay, so fucking words matter. So maybe on a late night show in front of millions of people, you shouldn't ascribe that maybe it was the right that did it. Maybe
he didn't say that. Again, didn't say that. I just gave you a whole English lesson about how he didn't say that.
Yes, because you think you're so much fucking smarter than everybody.
It's not about being smarter, Monty. It's about knowing how a sentence structure is set up. That is first grade shit, Monty.
Okay. Yeah, because you fucking know everything, and you know exactly where the fucking apostrophe landed in Jimmy Kimmel's
statement. I don't know everything. Guess what? I have come on here and publicly said, "Hey, S.E.T, you were right about what the government was going to do about Abrego Garcia. I'm not always right, and I'm okay with that."
You're fucking yelling,
Monty? Every time you're wrong, you go into this fucking crazy ass fucking rant about some fucking crazy other shit that doesn't matter. Shut the fuck up with that shit.
Yo, S.E.T.
Okay, bud. You literally have no idea what you're fucking talking about, but you just want to defend the guy on the left that's fucking trampling over his fucking memory. That's all you're fucking doing.
What he said
That's all
was
you're doing.
ill-timed. No, what he said was ill-timed. I'm not going to defend him for saying that. But what
Then
we
why
will
are you
do is
defending
defend
him?
his ability to say it.
Hey, Set, Doc wants in.
Oh, whoops. All right. You know what? I do want to hear. Yo, Doc here, what you think about this?
I think it's a circular argument that he said what he said, he got the response that he got, and anybody that defends him that's just how they feel. But he said what he said. There's no ifs, ands, buts about it.
Oh, by the way,
so you also believe that he insinuated that
what he stated was that Mega tried to say it wasn't their guy, but obviously it was. I mean, that was it. Whether you like it, believe it or not.
That last part wasn't said, and you know it, Doc.
Oh,
I'm how would you say? I'm not quoting him exactly, but the point was made.
Paraphrasing.
Thank you. Paraphrasing. I mean, a 3-year-old would understand pretty much. He said what he said, and
and a game of telephone will end up with a different statement. So
we've watched the statement fucking 1,000 times on this show alone.
And
we
yet
fucking
you still don't get what he said. That's weird.
Oh yes, because he's so fucking intelligent. The guy from the fucking man show asking people is suddenly this fucking professor in fucking English.
Monty, 1 second. Look, you have most of the country that heard what he said and took it that way. Now, either you're calling everybody stupid because they didn't take it the right way, or people took it the way that it was meant, right?
That
Para.
Oh, you were talking to me. Okay, so what I'm going to tell you is that people can take whatever they want from a statement, and that's perfectly fine. Like I said, you guys can think what you want about a statement, but what he actually said.
And I'm not. Don't just say you guys. I'm telling you, most of the country took his statement that way. So either you're grasping at straws, or most of the country is stupid. So pick one.
No, I would have to argue that you don't know that most of the country took that way.
I mean, he the
reason why Sinclair and other
results is
people
kind of
took him
there.
off the
I think the
air.
results speak for themselves at that point.
Yes, with Jimmy's highest viewed episode whenever he came back. That's crazy.
Well, here's the thing, though. What are we all complaining about?
happen,
It's
no matter
not
what.
just me. Think about it. It's not just on this channel where we're complaining about that first part right there. I mean, everybody thinks this. And you're over here trying to tell us that we're dumb and we don't know English. And we're looking at you like, bro, there's millions of people that read it the same way. You're just gonna gaslight us like that and pretty much just say, nope, he didn't say that the shooter was MAGA. You guys didn't listen to him right. I'm like, bro, are you sure?
Some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them, and doing everything they can to score political points.
Trying to paint this guy as anything other than one of them. Trying to paint this guy as anything other than one of them. I'll say one more time for you. I'm gonna say one more time for you. Trying to paint this guy as anything other than one of them. What does that mean to you?
That we're trying
the MAGA gang, the MAGA gang being the subject. Be very specific about this, Set. Before you. Oh my God. I understand that it's a very long sentence, so it's a very complex sentence. But
no, it's very simple sentence. I think you're making it complex.
We're too stupid to understand.
No, I'm like, dog, you're making 2 plus 2 like trigonometry.
No. I'm not saying it's so complex. I'm saying it's literally a complex sentence. It's literally like the definition is a complex sentence.
So we're dealing with Common Core English now?
Again,
dude, you learned this in first grade. I learned this in first grade. I'm class of 2007 before freaking Common Core was ever invented. So I know this stuff. So how do you not know this?
Okay, well, let's not look at it as a sentence. Let's look at it as a paragraph, perhaps.
It is just a singular sentence.
Well, paragraphs are made of sentences, but we're going to look at the whole. How do you walk away
but
after
a sentence
the whole of what he
structure
said?
Has a very specific structure.
Again,
listen, I did not have an English degree, but my fiance does, and she schools me in English all the time. Trust me, you are wrong on this one. The MAGA gang is the subject. Therefore, he was talking about the MAGA gang in the sentence.
What the fuck does it? I get what you're saying. No, stop.
The
Everybody
subject
stop.
matter,
Stop.
the subject matter is the MAGA gang, not the shooter.
Yes.
The subject matter is
So
the
he's
MAGA
giving
gang.
light. I get the fucking sentence. And complex or not fucking complex sentence, he said that the MAGA gang was trying to portray him as anything other than what he was. Anything other than one of us.
Exactly.
As if there was any doubt in the matter.
My guy, you are doing the exact thing that he was talking about people doing.
Oh yeah, we
You
just
were going
misunderstood
so
his fucking
hard
words.
trying to say, oh my God, this dude, no way this dude could have been one of us. I'm telling you that you're right. He probably wasn't one of you. I'm telling you that he was right. Jimmy freaking Kimmel probably also agrees with you. He wasn't one of you. But the point of the subject was not fucking listen.
No,
because
you
the
listen.
point of the joke.
Answer the question.
The point of the joke was not, or it wasn't even a joke, it was a statement. The point of the statement was not about what the shooter's intentions were. The point of the statement was about what MAGA's intentions were. It was about MAGA, not about the shooter. It wasn't about trying to say the shooter was one way or the other. It was about MAGA's reaction to the shooter and what they wanted to frame him as.
What is
and I'm not
funny
saying
about that?
he was. And listen,
this is a late night show. Remember, this is a late night show.
Well, then what did he say
so
that was
where
wrong?
the fuck is the punchline
what
in
did
the
he say
joke
that was
then?
wrong, Monty? What did he say that was wrong then? If all he said was that MAGA was trying to paint him as anything other than them, and you guys were, even though he is not, right? He's not one of you, right? You were trying to paint him as not one of you, and he definitely isn't, but you were definitely, every single one of you were trying real hard, like leftist, about 2 or 3 hours after the shooting. Every single one of you in the Discord were doing exactly that, right? So him saying that y'all were doing that is just truth. Y'all were doing that.
Because it was the truth. So saying that I'm trying to describe an orange.
He didn't lie.
Shut the fuck up.
Well, he did. Remember,
shut up?
did you not hear the same? Like, hold on now. One more time.
We hit some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately.
Oh yeah, and it's new lows for the record.
This kid who murdered Charlie Kirk is anything other than one of them.
Anything other than one of them. I gotta keep repeating that to you. Anything other than one of them.
Not to mention that we hit new lows, as if it was a low for us to assume that the leftist ideology fucking got to somebody who killed a fucking conservative.
And let's
It's
be
new
real.
low. How
hold on,
dare
guys,
we
you
think
guys,
that?
and maybe I need to reteach English for everybody here, even parabolic, because when you say something like other than one of them, he's insinuating that yes, I believe that the shooter was MAGA, but MAGA trying to push him off as if he's not MAGA. I mean, that's just about as simple as you can take it. I mean, I could probably play this for my little cousins and they'd understand that.
Here's how you frame that. Monty is trying to describe an orange as anything other than orange.
No.
He believes it's MAGA, and he's making the joke that MAGA believes it's not MAGA.
No. So you're getting that wrong.
No. That's exactly what he said.
The preferred sentence in that would be they are trying to paint this orange fruit as anything other than orange, right? And it could be something other than an orange, right?
No, but
it very well could be.
But it is an orange.
But guess what? Y'all are going real hard to make sure that peach is not considered an orange.
So it is a MAGA conservative that shot him then. So is that what you're fucking saying?
Did you just not hear me call the fruit in my scenario a peach? It has an orangish color, but it's not an orange. Therefore, you guys are trying to paint it as that. Therefore, as if it's not an orange.
This isn't a peach, though. This is an orange. This wasn't a conservative. It was a liberal.
This is crazy.
All right, guys.
Bro,
now I'm gonna go ahead and give.
Common sense has to take over at some fucking point, and you're fucking highly educated, fucking probably very expensive fucking degree. Fucking use your brain.
Common sense does not need to take over until you understand the sentence structure. Is that MAGA's reaction is the subject of the sentence.
No one is debating that.
All right, guys. Now, time on the debate for Monty and Parabolic. I do want to hear closing statements from either Main, Doc, or Big Wave Dave. We're going to get closing statements on this one. What do you guys think?
I'll say this. I'm always amazed when people could be extra right and extra wrong at the same time. And Parabolic is, I mean, he is just a master. Big Wave used to get my blood pressure up a little bit back in the day when we first started.
Yeah.
But Parabolic is the king of making my ears buzz because it's like he just turned that circle 15 times, changed it just enough, and he's still wrong as hell. Just
Damn,
wrong.
bro, what did I ever do to you?
Oh,
Yeah.
but you know, we way over that, Dave. You used to just lose your temper all the time. And I was like, dude, calm down. We discussed this. Good to hear from you though. But it's like the man said what he said. Anybody with any common sense, and we have to say common sense because it's supposed to be, even though we know it's not common anymore, to have that, to hear what he said, it inferred what it inferred. We saw the reaction. To try to justify it is just like, oh, he was right. Well, it wasn't about right or wrong at that time. Timing was a huge thing that threw everybody off. And then it was like, wait a minute, how dare you try to say that black is white and white is black? It just did what it did. The FCC did not get involved. There were some statements made. The companies did what they did. So to come back now and try to justify it, it's like,
And this didn't happen. This didn't
All right,
happen
hold
in a
on, Monty.
vacuum.
Before you take off, Main or Big Wave Dave, you got anything to say?
Yep.
Go ahead, Main. Take off.
So, two quick things. One, Sid, there are 5 of us in this room that all hear one thing and then you hear the other. What do you think the public is going to be like?
Exactly.
And second, earlier you were talking about who doesn't like fascists. Well, who has a ideologic group that calls themselves anti-fascists?
All right, and Big Wave Dave, you got anything to say?
Yeah, first of all, this is a pointless freaking argument. And
But it's still one being made.
What?
You fucking got up here to make the argument, and it needs to be
who
put
cares?
down in all fucking forms of it.
All right, go ahead. But hold on, Monty. Go ahead, Dave.
All right, so pointless argument, but as Main said, 5 people in the room, you're hearing it one way, and the rest of us hear it the other way. Come on now. But look, he's back on the air, and okay, his ratings went up, but it's only because he was kicked off. Now, of course, people are going to watch him for, and again, said I give it a week, then his ratings are just going to drop back down. Sinclair dropped him. Sinclair dropped him because they had people calling in about his statement. It had nothing to do with the FCC, nothing to do with fucking Trump. It was about the people that were calling in about them. That's why Sinclair still won't, on their channels, still won't air him. Even though he's back, he's still not aired on most of the country's channels.
All right, and now I'm going to go ahead and give it to Monty, and then the last words. Actually, the closing statement is going to come from Parabolic. But go ahead, Monty.
So none of this is happening in a vacuum, as if Jimmy Kimmel is just fucking trying to speak truth to power. He was making a joke. The punchline has to be inferred in this joke because there was a fucking laugh track after it. Not like this didn't happen, fucking a week after all the people were done, dancing on his fucking grave and fucking celebrating it. This didn't happen, and we knew that the shooter was some MAGA conservative and we're just trying to deflect the point. That's what he was narrating it as. And to see it, MAGA as the group, as you just said, is trying to frame it as anything other than a MAGA supporter. That was the statement. And before he made that statement, we hit some new lows. So what is the low? Us pointing out the reality of the situation? That's low. We can't believe black is black and white is white anymore because you say so. And to sit back and say, oh, this is just some fucking speech misunderstanding. No, he said what he said for effect, and he fucking played a laugh track after it. So that was the joke. This wasn't just him making a statement. This was him saying, look at these dumb fucking conservatives not understanding that it's a fucking MAGA supporter. Look at them trying to paint him as anything other than a MAGA supporter. That's what the fucking joke was. We were the punchline.
Got him.
And all right, and before I get over to Parabolic, I'll go ahead and get these last two super chats out. Shout out to Daniel Castro. He says it's pissing on people's emotions don't matter. I think he means if pissing on people's emotions don't matter. Not sure how you meant that, but shout out my man Castro and shout out Chase. The point is he implied the guy who was MAGA by saying how hard MAGA was trying to say he wasn't.
Yep. I mean, that was the joke. That's what he was pandering to his audience.
And then shout out to Hellbat coming in with another one. He says, remember when Biden said, if you don't vote for me, you're not black. Remember the arguments that popped up after that?
Right.
But now we're going to go ahead and give the closing statement to Parabolic. Go ahead.
All right. So a few things. Number one, anti-fascist isn't a group. There are a whole bunch of anti-fascists, but it's not an actual group. There may be like Antifa groups specifically, but there's not an actual Antifa group. So dispel that right quick. Number two, again, we can argue about the implications of what he actually said, but whenever you say that he implied something, you need to be backed by the sentence structure in which he used, right? There are very talented writers who write for him, and they put their sentence structures in a very specific manner. They put the MAGA gang as the subject matter. Specifically, he was making fun of the MAGA gang, not trying to make light of the shooter. He never did that.
No
and
one
he
was
even
saying
clarified whenever he
that.
came back. Hey, Monty, did I talk while you were making your statement?
Yeah, you've talked this
whenever
whole
those other
time,
dude
but
was-
yeah, not
All right, let him finish.
seconds.
Let him finish. Go ahead, Parabolic.
Anyways, the like I said about the Jimmy Kimmel thing, we can argue about the implications of whether or not he tried to imply one thing or another. That would be an opinion-based thing. I don't believe that he was. I believe that the subject matter was supposed to be about MAGA's reaction. On the thing of the SEC, again, I think that Brennan Carr's words have power, just the words themselves, and ABC quite literally crapped themselves and took him off the air because of that. Sinclair is definitely not putting him back on the air because they're afraid that the FTC, is going to come after them if they're in trouble with the FCC, and they're not going to be able to merge. Right. So that's more of the reason why they're doing it, not because of some freaking people calling in, because they still have the same service. None of them actually canceled their Sinclair service. So just going to throw that out there.
So only you are allowed to say what people think. We're not allowed to interpret what Jimmy Kimmel said.
I didn't say what anybody thought.
You're literally
all right, guys.
ABC
Now hold on.
pants.
We can't go back into the same argument because we're gonna end up in the same spot. I just wanted y'all to get y'all closings so everybody knows y'all arguments and they'll just take it from there. We'll just leave it to the viewers on this note. Everybody, make sure you guys double tap that screen and like the video. We're gonna go ahead and end it right here, man. Shout out to you guys. We're gonna go ahead and already start the music.
Love y'all.
Hey, y'all be cool out there, man. I'll catch y'all, man. Shout out Monty, Doc Hill, Big Wave Dave, Main, and Parabolic, bro. Appreciate you guys for coming on.
All right, bro.
Fucking liberal.
That was said, and I am out.